At the east end of Shilio village, houses are hidden among trees. In the main house of the Song family, Lee holds a small, slightly yellowed bowl of water, looking a bit nervous as she hands it over. Chunya, drink some water. Song Chunya stares at the bowl, her voice dry. Mother, we've been in a drought for a year. To get water, we have to line up at the spring on the hillside behind the mountain. Now, the water in the spring is almost gone. If we're lucky, we might get water once every 2 or 3 days. Water is as precious as food. Important household items are controlled by her grandfather, Song Shunkai. The family's daily water supply is limited, and she always gets the least, just a small sip each day. Today, your father left in a hurry. I secretly got some water. Chunya, they're not home right now. You should drink it quickly. Seeing the urgency in Lee's words, Chunya's face turns pale. Mother, do you really want me to drink it? About 15 minutes ago, Chunya was at home embroidering when Lu suddenly called her to gather firewood outside. She went out and returned carrying a full basket of wood. On the way, she met her good friend Zhang Hongyu. Chunya, something's wrong. I overheard your family talking about giving you medicine to make you faint, so they can take you to the Zhou family. The Zhou family is well known locally for being wealthy and powerful. The youngest son of Lord Zhou is born with a disability, and they want to find him some concubines. Many people heard about this and hurried to bring their children, hoping to be chosen and become relatives, which would mean a good life. Song Chunya was tricked and taken there by her grandmother Lu. She has bright eyes and a pretty face. The Zhou family has a fortune teller who looks at faces and birth dates. After examining her, he said she has good luck and would benefit the Zhou family if she married into them. The Zhou family became interested in Chunya. When she returned to the Song family, Lu held the deposit money from the Zhou family happily, preparing her to marry. The young master of the Zhou family is strange, moody, and often violent. Every year, he takes new concubines. Many of these women either die mysteriously or go insane or are disabled. Chunya was shocked and scared. What hurt her most was that her parents also agreed to let her marry into the Zhou family as a concubine. Marrying into the Zhou family was like jumping into a fire. Her grandparents and father didn't love her because she was a girl, and she knew that since she was young. But she couldn't believe her mother could be so cruel. She begged her mother desperately, but it was no use. Heartbroken, she locked herself in a small room used for sleeping, stopped eating and drinking, and stopped embroidering. Song Chunya has a pair of skillful hands and is good at embroidery. Her embroidered patterns are lively and vivid. Often, she takes her works to sell in town, and most of them fetch a good price. At first, the Song family didn't pay much attention, thinking she was just playing around and ignoring her. Only Li Shi cried outside the storage room every day, expressing her hardships and softly persuading her. After 2 days, several members of the Song family couldn't sit still. Many days had passed, and she had embroidered quite a few pieces to sell. Liu Shi was so worried she couldn't sleep at night. They then devised a plan to coax her, pretending not to allow Song Chunya to marry into the Zhou family, to keep her calm first. This method worked. Song Chunya already had hopes for the Song family, believing they were her relatives and wouldn't be so cruel and heartless. When they said some gentle words, she believed them. But soon after, she heard the terrible news from Zhang Hongyu, yet she still couldn't believe it deep down and wanted to confirm herself. Chunya, what are you talking about? Your mother only has you and Lianger. I haven't been good to you? Who else should I be good to? Li Shi's eyes looked faint. Thinking about her older brother urgently needing money to pay off gambling debts, and her parents in her hometown risking their lives over this, she knew the money was all in Song Chunyai's hands. Only if she could handle this matter could she borrow the money. Her eyes flickered and then steadied, her tone firm. Chunya, listen to me, drink this. Your mother. Stop talking, Song Chunya choked, not missing the changing expressions on the other's face. Her heart broke with grief, tears flowing uncontrollably like broken beads. Several members of the Song family watching from the dark corner of the main house were anxious, hoping Song Chuanya would drink that water soon. Song Chuanya cried so hard that her vision blurred. With a sobbing voice, she expressed her thoughts. I don't want to drink. Impatient, Li Shi became angry and appeared from the shadows, rushing towards Song Chuanya. Rebel. You have to drink whether you want to or not. Following Li Shi were Song Xuansai, the eldest son Song Pinghe, the couple Fong, and Song Pingtao, the biological father of the second wife, who was also Song Chuanya's biological father. They all gathered around Song Chuanya. When Song Pingtao heard that Song Chuanya didn't want to drink and dared to oppose him, he was furious. Hold her down and force it into her mouth. Chuanya, calm down. Obey your family. Your relatives won't harm you. Marrying into the Zhou family is for your happiness. Look at your mother and younger brother. With the Zhou relatives, their lives will be much better in the future, Fong said gently, but secretly threatened Li Shi and her son. Song Ping frowned and, with an elder's tone, lectured, It's the parents' command and the matchmaker's words. Do you want to go against your father and elders? A heavy label of disobedience was placed on her. Seeing everyone's fierce looks, like hungry wolves closing in, her words felt like sharp knives stabbing her heart, deeply hurting her. Song Chuanya looked around helplessly. She looked up and saw Li only crying silently, with no intention to stop her. Her heart sank into despair. With a loud cry, she suddenly gathered all her strength and rushed out of the main hall, heading straight for the wooden pillar under the eaves. At this moment, Zhang Hongyu, worried and coming over from the neighboring yard to check, saw this scene. She quickly ran over to stop her, shouting, Chuanya, don't. Despite her quick effort, Zhang Hongyu's hand couldn't reach in time to hold Song Chuanya. With a loud bang, Chuanya fell to the ground, bleeding and unconscious. The Song family members who came out of the main hall stood frozen in place. Zhang Hongyu knelt down to lift Chuanya, calling her repeatedly, but there was no response. She checked her pulse, still there but very weak. She looked relieved for a moment, then turned and glared angrily at the Song family members, shouting loudly, Someone's hurt. The Song family has hurt her. She shouted and ran to open the door of the Song family yard to call the village doctor, Ling Yi. Her cry quickly drew nearby villagers. As more people gathered, the Song family became panicked. Night fell. In a small, cluttered room, there was a hard wooden bed. On it lay Song Chuanya, her face red and burned, unconscious. During the day, with many people around, fearing trouble, the Song family spent money to have Ling Yi give her good medicine. In the first half of the night, Li silently cried and stayed by her side, feeding her medicine and caring for her. In the second half, when she went outside to use the toilet, the person on the bed woke up. A pair of cold, clear eyes looked around in confusion. If Li had been there, she would have been startled by such a strange look. The person waking up was not Song Chuanya, but Song Qingling from Blue Star. It hurts. Song Qingling breathed painfully, her face showing distress. A flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into her mind like a tidal wave, playing like a series of movies on a screen. After a moment, she slightly opened her mouth and bit down her pale lips. It hurts. The pain was real, not a dream. She suddenly realized with surprise, she had traveled across worlds. In her past life, when she just turned of age, Blue Star was affected by mysterious energy waves. Strange blood-red lights appeared in the sky around the world, followed by severe weather. This marked the beginning of the end times, and human civilization entered a dark age. Droughts, heat waves, heavy rains, extreme cold, tsunamis, disasters came one after another. In her 4th year struggling to survive in this apocalyptic world, she died suddenly in a tsunami. Thinking of her previous life's end-of-the-world experience, her face grew serious. Then, she remembered she had been reborn. Her eyes shone brightly. Spring girl, if it weren't for this body you gave me, I wouldn't be who I am now. Thank you. I will live well. Suddenly, her tone turned sharp. Don't worry. The suffering you endured, I will make the Song family pay for it. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Qingling felt an inexplicable sting in her nose, and tears welled up at the corner of her eyes. She guessed these reactions were because her original soul's remnants hadn't yet dispersed. After that, her body felt normal again, with no other strange sensations. As for how to handle the forced marriage, she already had a plan in mind. While she was lost in thought, she suddenly felt her left finger getting warm, and it kept getting warmer. She found it strange. She tilted her head to sit upright and check, but because of her serious head injury, she couldn't lift her upper body and felt intense pain. She tried several times without success. Sweat formed on her forehead, and she gasped heavily. Huff, huff. Unable to sit up, she raised her hand slowly. Due to her weakness, the movement was slow. When she saw her hand, her eyes widened. Since when had a ring appeared on her index finger? The warmth was coming from the ring pressed against her skin. This ring. Her thoughts drifted far away. Before the tsunami in her previous life, she was in a coastal city, gathering supplies in the mountains. In a covered area, she found 2 medicinal herbs. After collecting the herbs, she was about to leave when something flashed beneath her. Curious, she pushed aside the weeds and discovered a purple ring buried in the mud. It was made of translucent jade, looking quite fine. She dug out the ring, but before she could examine it closely, she heard strange noises from afar. The rumbling grew louder, and her instincts told her something was wrong. She hurried to leave, thinking a fierce beast was coming, but it turned out to be a tsunami. Humans are so small and powerless against disasters that can destroy everything. She was swept away by the water wave before she could run far. So, my crossing here might be related to you? Song Qingling stared at the purple jade ring and boldly guessed. At this moment, the ring was very clean. Besides its outstanding jade color and smooth feel, it looked like an ordinary ring. She noticed that since she looked at the jade ring, the burning sensation had disappeared. Could it be trying to get her to notice it? Just as this thought arose, everything in front of Song Qingling blurred. She had to close her eyes. Then, a quiet, bright, unfamiliar place appeared in her mind, with endless sights. This scene reminded her of a novel she read in her previous life, where the main characters often had adventures, found rare treasures, and sometimes had space storage functions. Some even could raise animals or grow crops inside the space. This is a space. To confirm, Song Qingling opened her eyes. She was in a cluttered room. She reached out with difficulty to grab a small stool by the bed, silently wishing it to disappear. The small stool immediately vanished. Just thinking about bringing the stool out made it appear. While she was happily immersed in this joy, she heard footsteps outside. She quickly retracted her thoughts. With a creak, the wooden door opened, and Li came in. Song Qingling pretended to be asleep with her eyes closed. Li sat on the bed, tears in her eyes, looking at her daughter and softly crying. Song Qingling chose not to hear. What's the use of crying now? Tears are the most useless thing. Faced with forced marriage, Song Chuanya was helpless. Li not only didn't support her daughter, but also became part of the problem. It could be said that Li was the last straw that broke Song Chuanya. The next day, Song Qingling slowly woke up. Seeing she was awake, Lu Shi and Song Pingtao took turns scolding her, calling her ungrateful, heartless, and trying to harm the family. Amid the scolding, Song Qingling calmly spoke, "I agree to go to the Zhou family, but only if my injuries are treated. If I go there injured, how can you explain to the Zhou family?" Her attitude suddenly changed. Lu Shi and her son looked at each other in surprise. Now that it's come to this, what else can I do? Song Qingling lowered her eyes, looking pained as if she had no choice but to accept reality. To make them believe her, she begged, "Grandma, Dad, when I go, can you treat my mother better?" It turned out she was doing this for Li Shi. Lu Shi and her son exchanged glances, and their worries were eased. Outside the door, Li Shi, holding a basin of water with one hand, listened carefully to the conversation inside. Her hands tightly covered her mouth, and her eyes were red from crying. Afraid that Song Qingling might not behave, Lu Shi stayed close under the pretext of taking care of her. To heal the injury sooner and remove the sickly look, she took the person to the Zhou family. Song Shunkai and Lu Shi gritted their teeth and decided to use the best medicine to treat her, believing that sometimes you have to let go of the child to catch the wolf. 3 days later, the wound on Song Qingling's head was beginning to scab, but she mostly had to lie or sit down. Whenever she got up to walk, she felt dizzy and lightheaded. Because that day, after hitting the pillar, the original owner lost a lot of blood. Her body was already weak, and now she was even weaker. Lu Shi was very anxious, worried that something might go wrong again. In fact, as long as they sent her to the Zhou family, there was still a final payment to be received. She only told Song Shunkai about this. That afternoon, Lu Shi called over the brothers Song Pingyi and Song Pingtao to discuss sending her away the next day, so there would be no trouble later. Song Shunkai spoke calmly, as if it was no big deal. You two go to the Zhou family now. Tomorrow morning, we'll bring her over. When we send her, I will go personally with your mother. He was the head of the family and made the decisions. Outside the door, Song Qingling listened carefully to their conversation. After a while, her legs felt weak and powerless. She supported herself with something and slowly walked back to her room. That evening, after dinner, Song Qingling went to bed early. In the past few days, Lu Shi had been sleeping with her, watching her closely. When Lu Shi saw that Song Qingling was asleep, she relaxed and lay down on the other side, sleeping on the outer side. The first half of the night was peaceful. Near the hour of Mao, early morning, the room was dim. Song Qingling opened her eyes sharply, her gaze bright. She quietly got out of bed, put on her shoes. The creaking sound of the door opening woke Lu Shi. She sleepily opened her eyes and saw Song Qingling running away. She immediately became alert, forgot to put on her shoes, and hurried to chase after her. Just as Song Qingling was about to reach the courtyard gate, Lu Shi turned back and shouted to the main house, "Everyone wake up!" Spring Girl ran away. Song Shunkai and the others heard the noise and got up one after another. By then, Song Qingling had already run out, and Lu Shi was right behind her. It's dark, her injury just healed. She can't go far. You two go to the east and west of the village, Song Shunkai told his two sons. Then he turned to the other family members, including Mrs. Li and some grandchildren, and said, "Spread out and chase her in different directions. Make sure to catch her and bring her back." The Song family hurriedly left the house. The last to leave was Song Shunkai, who locked the door before leaving. Not long after they left, a shadow silently appeared in front of the Song house. It was Song Qingling, who had run out and then returned. She deliberately led Lu Shi and the others toward the back mountain. She took out a fine needle she had prepared earlier, turned it a few times in the lock, and successfully unlocked it. The so-called fine needle is a long sewing needle about the length of an index finger. Although not as good as wire, it is still usable. She got it a few days ago while recovering from an injury from Zhang Hongyu. Zhang Hongyu was worried that the original owner might be bullied at the Song family, so she visited her every day. At first, the Song family was naturally unwilling to open the door. To get in, Zhang Hongyu caused a fuss outside the Song house. Since the family cared about their reputation and didn't want the situation to escalate, they compromised and allowed Zhang Hongyu to visit once a day, for a short time, with someone watching her. The Song family only told the Zhou family they would send someone after taking a deposit. But soon after, the person ran away, and they couldn't fulfill their promise. At this critical moment, they were afraid of offending the Zhou family, who might react strongly. No one expected that she, who had run away, would come back again. Song Qingling headed straight to the main house. The room of Song Shunkai was locked, but she opened it with the long needle. Inside, in a large wooden cabinet by the bed, were stored the family's water supplies, food, and money. She searched all the easy-to-hide places, including the corners of the walls and under the bed, but found nothing unusual. Under some loose soil blocks, she uncovered 2 heavy bags of copper coins and a bag of broken silver, all stored in the space. She also took the pots, bowls, and utensils from the kitchen, along with iron tools like hoes, sickles, and knives hanging on the wall, and even a pile of dry firewood. She collected all the beds, quilts, and furniture from each room. Some items she didn't need, but she didn't want to leave anything for the Song family, so she took everything. Finally, she went to the backyard chicken coop, where 2 hens still laid eggs and 3 roosters were kept. She quickly beheaded all of them and placed them in space. A few days ago, while recovering, she secretly tested that living animals could not enter the space. Even she herself couldn't fully enter, she could only mentally connect. Her physical body couldn't go inside. It took her just over a minute to thoroughly clean out the Song family's house from inside and outside, cleaner than an empty house. Taking advantage of the family's absence, she left the house under the cover of night. She carefully moved along the village path. After a short walk, she felt exhausted, her steps unsteady, and she wiped the sweat from her face. Suddenly, she saw Song Pingi and Song Pingtao, the brothers, standing under a tree ahead, looking around cautiously. From the left side, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps and Lu's voice. "Shunhai, help us find Chunya." It turned out Lu was searching for someone and had called her relatives. She didn't believe that with so many people, they couldn't find her. Seeing the crowd approaching, Song Qingling retreated into the darkness. Song Qingling's destination was Songshan, more than 10 miles away. Based on the original owner's memory, Songshan is the tallest and most majestic mountain within Shuzhou. She plans to temporarily settle deep in the mountains where there are fewer people and more freedom, and she also wants to find water sources and stock up on supplies. Although she has traveled to ancient times, this is a fictional dynasty. Currently, she is in the Bai Kingdom, which borders the Dashuguo to the north, Dongyi Kingdom to the east, and the nomadic Xishiang and Rome kingdoms to the west. To the south, there are distant countries across the sea, such as Nanyan and Guyu. The Bai Kingdom is unstable, facing both internal and external problems. The old emperor is foolish and obsessed with immortality. Several princes with fiefs are fighting fiercely for the throne. Dongyi is a small country, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. The only land route that does not face the sea borders Shuzhou. Shuzhou is a frontier area, and Shiliu village belongs to Shuzhou. For 100 years, Dongyi has been a vassal of Bai, paying tribute annually. As Bai's power declines, Dongyi begins to show its strength and no longer considers Bai important, often causing trouble at the Shuzhou border. People in Bai look down on Dongyi, believing them to be cruel, violent, cunning, and untrustworthy. Thinking about it, Song Qingling feels that Dongyi is very similar to the Sakura country from her previous life. The political situation is chaotic, with war always looming. Plus, a drought has not yet ended. She feels a sense of urgency, like a heavy stone pressing down on her chest, making it hard to breathe. She vividly remembers the end-of-world chaos from her past life, but in this life, she is much luckier because she has a space. There is still time to change things. Using her memories of the original owner, Song Qingling avoids the Song family and successfully leaves Shiliu village. A winding creek runs through the village, with tall and short willow trees on both sides. Before the drought, the willows swayed, and the creek flowed gently. The village was beautiful and peaceful. Now, under the faint moonlight, the willows are bare, their bark cracked and dry. The creek dried up half a month ago. Only stones and piles of sand remain in the creek bed, showing how desolate it is. After a quick glance, Song Qingling focuses on her journey. The original owner once went to the foot of Songshan to find wild vegetables, following the route she remembers. Her body is very weak. She finds a thick stick to help her walk. Exhausted, she stops briefly to rest before continuing. At dawn, the wind gently blows. The yellowed grass on the roadside sways slightly, dropping a few sparkling dewdrops that quickly sink into the dry soil. In July, the morning is breezy, and since the sun hasn't risen yet, it feels quite cool. At the foot of Songshan Mountain, Song Qingling looked up at the rolling mountains in front of her. She wiped the sweat from her face with her sleeve. The wound soaked with sweat hurt as if 1,000 bugs were biting, causing sharp pain. She took a deep breath and dragged her tired legs up the mountain. The original owner was hungry and cold at the Song family. She had to get up early to embroider as soon as dawn broke, sleeping later than a dog. Long-term hard work and rough chores made her hands rough, which affected her embroidery quality. The Song family relied on her embroidery to make money. They didn't make her do heavy work, but she embroidered all day long. Old Master Song and Lu were very upset about this. They thought the original owner didn't do much at home. She only had 2 meals a day and was given very little food. If her embroidery wasn't good and couldn't sell for a good price, she would often be beaten and starved. Sometimes, Lu would blame Lee and threaten her. When the original owner reached marriageable age, Lu had bad intentions. She wanted to marry her off to earn a high bride price. Coincidentally, this happened when the Zhou family was taking a concubine. Over the years, the original owner was malnourished and weak. Her skin was pale like Li's, but this pale color was weak and sickly. Once her injuries healed, Song Qingling wanted to quickly strengthen her body through training. Most of the plants on the mountain were withered and yellow if they weren't in shaded areas. Some green spots remained in the shaded places. Along the way, she sometimes saw people going up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. She tried to avoid them. Meanwhile, in Xiu village, the Song family members who couldn't find anyone kept returning home. When they saw the barren, exposed house, they felt like the sky was falling. Song Shunkai fainted from anger on the spot. Lu almost fainted too, collapsing to the ground and pounding the earth with her fists. Who is that thief? So cruel. They want to ruin our family's livelihood. Song Pingyi's face turned pale with anger. He vented his fury on Fong. Knowing how difficult things are and that thieves are often around, how come no one is watching the house? You're an adult. Don't you understand this? Fong felt wronged. Why are you yelling? It was Dad who told us to go chase that dead girl. He locked the door himself. You're blaming Dad? How dare you disobey your parents? Song Pingyi raised his hand and slapped Fong's face. Fong shouted loudly and lunged to hit Song Pingyi. The couple fought fiercely. Woo-woo. Lee crouched in the corner, helplessly covering her face and crying. All you do is cry. You've ruined the family's luck with your crying. Song Pingtao, already feeling upset, heard Lee's crying and became even more annoyed. He grabbed her collar and pulled her up, asking, "Is that your daughter who ran away? Did you tell her to escape?"
Ugh.
No, I didn't. With 2 loud slaps, Pingtao slapped Lee's face repeatedly, his fists falling like rain. Good for nothing, living off my family, giving money to your own family, and having a daughter who causes trouble and harms us all. Lee curled up and bit her lip, not daring to fight back. Watching her father beat her mother, the youngest in the family, only 13 years old, Song Zhenliang, was used to it and didn't think anything was wrong. He patted his empty stomach and asked Lu, "Grandma, I'm hungry. I want to eat." The eldest son of the main house, Song Genfu, was tall and thin with dark skin. He squatted beside Lu, looking sneaky. "Grandma, isn't our family rich? Why don't you take out some money to buy grain? Our school supplies are all used up. We need 4 taels of silver. The teacher said I've made good progress recently. I believe I can pass the imperial exam and bring honor to our family." The second son of the main house, Song Zhengui, was chubby with very narrow eyes. He was eager to speak. "Grandma, I'm also a student. I want my share too." Thanks to Song Chuanya's embroidery earning money, the family's 2 eldest grandsons were sent to the village school. Lu cried in despair and shouted, "It's all gone. Everything is gone. It's all Springia's fault. If she hadn't run away suddenly, how could thieves have entered our house?" Song Gungfu said angrily. Song Zhenliang agreed, thinking quickly. "Then let's go catch the older sister and bring her back. If we bring her to Zhou's house, we can get money to buy grain." Zhengui was excited. "Yes. Catch Springia and all our problems will be solved." Hearing this, Lu felt her grandson was right. She wiped her tears and stood up, her eyes fierce. "Let's go find Springia and bring her back. It was bright and hot outside. Exhausted, Song Qingling sat in the shade to rest. She took out a steamed bun and muddy water, drinking and eating quickly, thinking about reaching the deep mountains soon. The distance to the mountains was still far. Although there were many wild animals and unknown dangers, there were fewer people, so it was easier to find supplies. She didn't know how long had passed when cicadas started singing loudly. Surrounded by trees, Song Qingling kept walking. Suddenly, her vision spun, and she saw double images, her surroundings beginning to whirl. She wanted to hold on to a tree, but couldn't manage it. Her vision darkened, and she fell onto the grass. The sun climbed higher, and the shadow under the tree moved as the sunlight shone brightly on Song Qingling. Time passed second by second. On a mountain trail, a man and a woman were walking. The man was strong and carried a large basket on his back, pushing a handcart loaded with several tied, bulging burlap sacks. The woman carried 2 vegetable baskets. As she looked around, she suddenly saw someone lying ahead. She stopped her steps and asked, "Brother Yuan, is there someone lying over there?" The tall man looked far ahead and replied, "Yes." "Let's go and see," said the woman. She crouched down and helped Song Qingling up. "Oh, it's a child who fainted. She has a head injury, and she's burning up. Could she have a fever? Leaving her alone here in the wild, wolves and bears on the mountain might eat her in no time. Huilan, come on, let's lift her onto the cart and take her back." Song Qingling regained consciousness and opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was a yellow wooden beam. She sat up quickly, alert, and looked around. She was in a house made of yellow clay bricks. It was spacious and bright. Opposite her was a wooden window, closed but letting in the orange sunset light through the cracks, creating flickering shadows. The items inside were neat and orderly. Where was she? She wasn't on the mountain anymore. She looked down at her clothes. They were the same as before. Her face, neck, and hands felt cool and refreshed, probably wiped with a damp cloth by someone. On the cabinet beside her bed, there was a bowl of medicine. Had she been saved? Outside the house, she heard voices approaching, getting closer. "I'll go see if the girl has woken up. I cooked chicken shredded porridge. If she's awake, she can eat a little." The door opened, and a kind-looking woman entered. Seeing Song Qingling awake, Tian Huilan smiled and stepped forward. "Miss, don't be afraid. We found you fainted on the mountain and brought you to our home." Song Qingling understood and asked, "Thank you for saving me. So, am I in a village at the foot of the mountain now?" "No, you're still on the mountain," Tian Huilan explained, noticing the doubt in Song Qingling's eyes. "We live in a mountain hollow, quite far from the foot of the mountain. Miss, are you hungry? I'll bring you some chicken shredded porridge." Soon after, Tian Huilan returned with a fragrant bowl of chicken porridge. "Ah." Song Qingling wanted to call her Auntie, but corrected herself in time. "Annie, this chicken porridge is too precious." During a year of famine, they didn't recognize each other, yet they cooked such good food for her to eat. Tian Huilan smiled and said, "Our family was planning to eat chicken today. Girl, don't think too much. The mountain isn't as lively or prosperous as the town below. It looks poor, but there are many wild animals, rabbits, wild chickens, bamboo rats. As long as you're diligent, you can catch them all. Also, the water shortage down there is severe, but up here, there's a bit more water. Both places have their advantages." She understood that Song Qingling, a lonely woman in a strange place, might feel insecure. She sincerely spoke from the heart. "Girl, we mean you no harm. Our 2 families live on the mountain. Usually we only come down when necessary, so we rarely see anyone. That's why we were so surprised to meet you today." There was another reason Tian Huilan didn't mention. She and her husband had long wished for a daughter, but had never succeeded. Seeing the young, fainting Song Qingling on the mountain, she felt compassion. That was a life, after all, and she couldn't just ignore it. "Auntie, thank you. I'll eat by myself," Song Qingling said, taking the porridge from Tian Huilan. She had considered that the porridge might be poisoned, but upon reflection, she thought that was overly cautious. If someone had bad intentions, they would have acted during her unconsciousness, when she was most vulnerable. Having experienced so much in her previous life and apocalyptic times, she was confident in her judgment of people. While eating the porridge, Song Qingling asked about Tian Huilan's family. During their conversation, she could tell from their stories that they were kind-hearted, honest, and simple people, trusting and unguarded. Living on the mountain, they rarely interacted with others, keeping their innocence. Unlike those below, who often faced schemes and manipulations, they stayed genuine. She also briefly shared her story, that her family wanted to sell her to a wealthy family as a concubine, and she ran away to escape marriage. She spoke vaguely about her past. Suddenly, outside, there were loud exclamations. The sky is so red, like blood. The sun has turned red too. Song Qingling's heart skipped a beat. She stiffened like a puppet, twisting her neck as she watched the red light rapidly fill every corner of the house. Buzz. A familiar scene suddenly appeared in her mind. It was the day before the apocalypse in her previous life, when the sky suddenly turned strange and blood-red. Was this blood-red light a normal phenomenon or a warning? Song Qingling put down her chicken-flavored porridge. Surprised, Tian Huilan gasped and quickly got out of bed, pulling on her shoes and rushing to open the door. When the wooden door opened, a towering mountain reaching the clouds came into view. Above, an unmissable red glow shone brightly. Everywhere she looked, vivid red light covered everything, creating a hazy and strange scene. This scene felt unfamiliar and frightening, as if she was no longer in her original world, but had suddenly entered a strange, magical land full of bizarre sights. Outside the house, 5 people stood in the yard. 2 teenagers, a middle-aged man, and a couple with gray hair. They were scattered, all looking up at the sky with worried expressions. Tian Huilan had just roughly described their family situation. They lived deep in the Tsongshan Mountains, in a mountain valley. Her father-in-law was Lin Fugue, her mother-in-law was Ma Shi, her husband was Lin Yuan, and their 2 sons were Lin Jian and Lin Kong. In the same valley, there was another family, a mother and her child, living opposite the Lin family. Tian Huilan looked around, then withdrew her gaze. Her long, narrow eyelashes drooped, hiding the emotions swirling in her eyes, but her serious face revealed some worry. There was the same ominous blood-red light as in her previous life. Tian Huilan, who had just come out of her room, sensed something was wrong. She tilted her body and leaned against the doorframe, standing steadily. "Ah! What is happening?" she exclaimed. The tallest teenager with thick eyebrows and big eyes turned around and called worriedly, "Mother." Tian Huilan steadied herself and, full of hope, said, "Jianer, I'm fine. It's been so dry for so long. The weather has changed. Maybe the gods are showing signs and will bring rain." Lin Kong, standing with Lin Yuan, sighed and said, "That's what I think too. I hope it rains soon. The water on the mountain is running out." Ma Shi trembled and knelt down to kowtow. All these years, life has been getting harder for the people. Heaven, please open your eyes and bless us all. Everyone in the Lin family knelt down and prayed sincerely. In ancient times, people were often superstitious. As a modern person, Song Qingling didn't believe in vague hopes like heaven. She knew that only relying on herself mattered. The stronger she was, the more confident she felt. Natural disasters couldn't be controlled by humans. If they really happened, no one could stop them. No matter what, thinking about these things was useless. The most important thing was to stockpile more supplies to survive. The blood-red light lasted for over an hour, until night fell heavily. It was getting dark. The Lin family prepared a hearty dinner with 4 main dishes, including some rare vegetables that are hard to find during a drought year. The Song family wouldn't even have such good food for the new year. The Lin family showed just the right amount of care for Song Qingling, neither too enthusiastic to make her feel awkward nor too cold to add pressure. After dinner, Tian Huilan brought a dark bowl of herbal medicine, saying that Madame Ma's father was a traveling healer who knew some medicine, made from herbs to reduce inflammation and relieve pain. When Song Qingling woke up in the evening, she felt much lighter, and the pain from her head wound had eased, probably thanks to the medicine she drank. Thank you, Auntie. After drinking the medicine, Tian Huilan took the empty bowl and left quietly, not disturbing Song Qingling's rest. Now that she had some privacy, Song Qingling quickly checked her space, counting the supplies she had gathered from the Song family. Her money totaled about 18 taels and a few hundred coins. 8 taels were hidden in a secret mouse hole. She guessed Lu's family took the deposit from the Zhou family. The remaining 10 taels were earned from embroidery she did herself, stitch by stitch. During a famine, farmers couldn't rely on farming alone to make money. Those days were like a fairy tale. She roughly estimated her food supplies: a small bag of coarse rice, about 3 jin, over 30 jin of cornmeal, more than 20 jin of white flour, 3 eggs, a 1 jin piece of cured meat, a small handful of wild vegetables, and 5 dead chickens. She also discovered her space could keep things fresh. Even in this hot weather, the chickens hadn't spoiled and looked just as they did before. Her seasonings were just 2 tiny grains, smaller than quail eggs, mixed with some coarse salt containing impurities. With so little supplies, she couldn't wait long. She needed to exchange all her money for useful goods before chaos broke out. In her past life, after the apocalypse, resources were scarce. Money became useless. People fought fiercely over a small piece of bread or a bunch of greens, even risking their lives. Tomorrow morning, she planned to go down the mountain to buy supplies in town. Lying on the bed, Song Qingling turned over, sleeping facing inward. When she woke up, she saw the sky was faintly light through in the window. She got up to stretch and move around. She felt refreshed, thanks to enough rest and the medicine. After breakfast, Song Qingling said goodbye to the Lin family, explaining she needed to go down the mountain for an important matter. The Lin family, worried about her leaving, hesitated to speak. Seeing her determined expression, they ultimately said nothing and didn't try to stop her. When the Lin family members took Song Qingling to the eaves of the house, she suddenly said, "Yesterday, I saw strange signs in the sky. I don't know if it's good or bad. Also, since it hasn't rained for a while, I think we should stock up more food at home. Food prices might go up in the future." "Yes, we are planning to do that too. Yesterday, we went down the mountain to buy some supplies," Tian Huilan replied. She then took Song Qingling's wrist and gently said, "Miss Song, if you go down the mountain and find it difficult or have nowhere to go, you can always come back up. The land here is spacious, and we can build a few more rooms. We have many people, so it won't take long. Thank you for your kindness, but I want to look around a bit more." In her past life during the apocalypse, Song Qingling saw many people with evil intentions. She was used to being alone and preferred to stay on the mountain rather than gather with others. All right, Tian Huilan said without insisting. She turned to Ma Shi, and the two whispered for a moment before entering their kitchen together. After a while, Tian Huilan and Ma Shi came out together. Tian Huilan carried a basket on her back. Lin Yuan naturally took the basket from his wife and took down a bow and arrow hanging on the wall. "Miss Song, the mountain paths are rugged and look similar everywhere. It's easy to get lost. Will you down the mountain? Most importantly, there are fierce animals on the mountain, and they don't want Song Qingling to go down alone." "Thank you very much." Lin Yuan and his father and son escorted Song Qingling out of the house and down the mountain. As she stepped outside the Lin family, she looked around and saw the landscape of the mountain valley. It was a low area between 2 large mountains, with the mountains acting as natural barriers protecting the valley below. About 50 meters from the Lin house, there was a building made of yellow earth bricks. The main hall was in the center, with 1 room on each side. There was no courtyard wall, only a fence around the outside, and the scene inside was clearly visible. A few chickens leisurely wandered in the yard, occasionally pecking at the ground for worms. Under the eaves, an elderly woman with a kind smile sat on a chair. Behind her stood a sturdy man with a square face. The man held a wooden comb and gently combed the elderly woman's hair, skillfully and softly. While Song Qingling was observing, they had already arrived at the man's house. Standing at the gate of the man's yard, the Lin father and son greeted the woman and child inside. Although Song Qingling didn't speak, she nodded in greeting to the mother and child. "That's the girl." "Such a pitiful sight," the elderly woman said with tender eyes. She supported herself with the chair's armrest and stood up. "Come in quickly and sit inside." "Sure to. Go pour some water." Yesterday, the Lin couple brought back an unconscious girl, and the mother and child had only a brief meeting. Dong Tianshi let out a sigh and was about to go to the kitchen to pour water when Lin Yuan spoke up at the right moment, explaining that Song Qingling had urgent matters and needed to go down the mountain. Song Qingling nodded. "Wait a moment, Stone, help me into the house." The mother and son entered the kitchen. After a while, they came out. Dong Tianshi was carrying a full cloth bag. The old woman handed the cloth bag to Song Qingling, her eyes full of encouragement. "Child, these are some snacks. Keep them with you. Life is hard for women in this world. No matter what happens, stay strong, look forward, and keep moving forward. Only then can you go far." The old woman was weak and sick. The cloth bag was a bit heavy, and her delicate, old hands trembled as she held it. Seeing this, Dong Tianshi gently lifted one corner of the bag, easily supporting its weight. "Miss, take it." "Child, please accept it," the old woman said kindly. "Thank you, Grandma," Song Qingling replied, accepting their kind gift. They truly wanted to give her something heartfelt. If she refused, it would look awkward to keep arguing, so she accepted it. Later, she would repay them within her ability. This way, they balanced each other out. After walking a short distance, Song Qingling looked back. Tian Huilan and Dong Tianshi were standing outside her yard, watching her leave. At this moment, the morning sun rose, shining brightly. The two houses in the valley, the farmland with crops, looked so beautiful bathed in golden light. Life was peaceful and calm. Seeing the scene, she felt curious again. How could these two families live deep in the mountains? On the way down the mountain, Song Qingling asked Lin family father and son about Songshan Mountain, learning where the wild animals were more numerous, and about the water sources on the mountain. They walked for over 3 hours until they reached a halfway point on the mountain where they could see the village below. "Uncle Lin, let's stop here." "I know the way down from here," Song Qingling said, panting, wiping sweat from her face, her cheeks red and sweaty. The Lin father and sons also looked flushed and sweaty from the heat. Lin Xie lowered the basket on his back. "There are medicines, food, and water inside. Miss Song, we usually take this route up the mountain. This is a necessary path. If you want to go up later, you can wait here for us." Lin Jian and Lin Kong nodded in agreement, urging her to accept. After thinking for a moment, she took the basket and sincerely thanked them. "Thank you all." Honestly, she felt a bit sad for the original owner. Family members with blood ties could be so heartless, while strangers they barely knew showed such kindness. It was past noon. Concerned about wasting time, Song Qingling quickly parted ways with the Lin family father and sons and hurried down the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, the father and his 3 children still stood in the same place, watching Song Qingling walk away, her figure fading into a small black. Miss Song is really pitiful. She's such a reasonable person. How could she have such family members? I hope everything goes well for her. Hearing his 2 sons speak, Lin Yuan also shared the same thoughts. He was angry at the Song family for being so unkind, even willing to mistreat their own flesh and blood. He and his wife had always wanted a daughter, but had not been able to have one yet. He thought more about it, how wonderful it would be if they had a daughter like Song Qingling. He sighed softly and said, "Let's go home. We've been coming down the mountain every day to check on things." Leaving the village and ensuring no one was around, Song Qingling took out a set of gray, patched cloth men's clothes from her space. These were taken from the Song family. She hid in the bushes to change, fixed her hair with a stick, and smeared mud from the ground on her face. Once done, she continued her journey. Having eaten breakfast early and traveled for so long, she was very hungry. She briefly looked at the items given by the Lin family, found some steamed buns, and ate 2 of them, feeling a bit better. About half an hour later, Song Qingling arrived at Xinping town. Under the blazing sun, She walked along a shaded path, still sweaty. Her back was soaked, and her face was red and hot. Passing by a street lined with trees, she saw a small stall selling noodles under the trees. There were no other stalls nearby, so she decided to ask about the prices. She ordered the cheapest plain noodles, costing 15 coins. The noodles were quickly cooked and served, thin, hand-pulled noodles in a slightly yellowish clear broth. It was rare to see a dish with more noodles than broth. The drought had affected the water supply, making the broth scarce and the noodles plentiful. Even such simple noodles, in her previous life after the apocalypse, would be considered more luxurious than a full banquet. Few could afford to eat them. Although she sometimes found flour, such supplies were rare, and as time went on, resources dwindled. Without a space freezer, many foods spoiled. The fragrant aroma of the noodles made her very hungry. The noodles were hot, so she blew on them with chopsticks before taking a bite. They crunched between her teeth, with some sand. It was clear the water used to cook the noodles was of poor quality. After 2 bites, she casually chatted with the stall owner. "It seems like you're the only one selling cooked food on the street." The stall owner was a man in his 40s. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and said helplessly, "It's dry, and there's little water. The well in my backyard is still producing water, but it's getting less and less. In a few days, I probably won't be able to sell anymore." Under the blazing sun and scorching heat, the wind felt like it was burning the skin, as if standing inside a giant steamer. Eating hot noodles, Song Qingling was sweating profusely. She longed for chilled watermelon, cold noodles, and cold noodles. At this moment, hardly any people were on the street. Most shops were closed. Usually, she stayed at home doing chores and rarely went out. While eating her noodles, she asked the stall owner where she could buy grains and about the prices. It was past mealtime, and there was only one customer at the stall. When Song Qingling politely asked, the stall owner honestly replied, "It's so hot that the ground is cracking open. Crops aren't growing well, and grain prices have gone up. Rough rice, plain white flour, and cornmeal cost about 40 coins per liter. Oil-producing peanuts and sesame are a bit cheaper, around 36 coins. Soybeans and green beans are about 28 coins per liter. Salt hasn't increased much, at about 18 coins per liter. Young lady, are you looking to buy grain? It might be hard to find now. A few days ago, several grain shops in town ran out of stock, and I don't know if they have any today." The wooden stool she was sitting on squeaked loudly as she shifted back. Song Qingling stood up and placed 15 coins on the table. "Thanks for the warning," she said quickly. She hurried to the grain shops the stall owner mentioned. The closest shop was closed, with no response at the door. The second shop was open, but they had no rice, flour, or oil, only some coarse salt, dried goods, and beans. In ancient times, salt was rationed, and the shop didn't have much, about 40 grams per jar, 10 jars in total. She decided to buy all of them. She bought all the soybeans and green beans, about 30 jin, roughly 30 pounds. There were only dried fish and dried chicken left, about 6 jin, around 6 pounds, so she bought those too. The drought was severe, and people were running out of water, let alone crops. Seeds were still available, so she picked some vegetable and fruit seeds. All these items cost her a little over 2 taels of silver. Luckily, the Lin family had given her a basket, which she carried on her back. She put all her purchases inside, then went to a deserted alley to store the items in her space. She carried the empty basket to another general store. Unfortunately, both shops at the market had no rice, flour, or oil. She only managed to buy 20 jars of coarse salt, 10 jin of peanut oil, and 2 jin of beans. Beans could sprout into vegetables or be mixed into main dishes, making them very useful. She decided not to buy dried goods anymore and save her money for other things. Later, she could hunt on the mountain and stock up on meat. The shopkeeper said rice and flour might arrive the next day and reminded her to come early if she wanted to buy some. Song Qingling nodded in agreement. After leaving the shop, she was thinking about how to spend the remaining 9 taels of silver. She decided to leave some money for buying rice and flour tomorrow, and also needed to buy some medicine. In chaotic times, medicine is just as important as food. It can save lives when it matters most. She thought as she walked into a pharmacy, picking out 5 packages of medicine for cold and fever, headache and body aches, along with a bottle of ointment for injuries. She spent over 2 taels of silver. Medicine is never cheap, no matter when you buy it. She sighed and looked up, noticing a blacksmith shop diagonally across the street. She still hadn't stockpiled self-defense weapons. Right now, her only iron items were a broken kitchen knife taken from the Song family, a rusty machete, 2 sickles, and 3 hoes. Unfortunately, she didn't have much money. Then she remembered that in her previous life, she learned from books how to make a bow and arrow. She could get wood from the mountain and buy some iron arrowheads, then she would have a bow and arrows. Song Qingling crossed the street and entered the blacksmith shop. She saw daggers, knives, and various tools displayed on a wooden rack inside. Her eyes lit up with excitement. A burly man was working in the corner, forging metal. The red-hot iron was hammered with sparks flying everywhere. He was shirtless, and under the firelight, his strong muscles glowed red. Sweat beads rolled down his elbows. When he saw a customer, he called out loudly for her to look around first. After a while, he finished forging the iron and wiped his hands before walking over. Song Qingling pointed at the iron arrowhead and asked, "How much does this cost?" 50 coins each. That's expensive. She couldn't buy many. As she hesitated about whether to buy, the blacksmith explained that there was a limit on the number of iron arrowheads one could buy at once. Anyone purchasing more than 20 would need to register. Registration? It's like a household registration. On the day she left the Song family, she couldn't find her household registration, which meant Song Shun and the others had hidden it carefully. In ancient times, household registration was like an ID card, very important. To prevent the Song family from causing trouble, she needed to find a chance to get her household registration back. Unless chaos came, then household registration would become useless paper. In the end, Song Qingling reluctantly spent 1 tael of silver to buy 20 iron arrowheads. She asked the blacksmith, "By the way, how much would it cost to make a set of silver needles?" It's hard to say. It depends on the thickness and length. The most common type costs at least 10 taels of silver per set, and some can go up to 20 or 30 taels. The price varies based on craftsmanship. If you want to buy, you'll have to wait half a month. That's very expensive. She secretly marveled. She thought it would be better to wait until she had more money. Half a month was too long, and she couldn't wait that long. After leaving the blacksmith shop, the sunset was fading, but the heat remained intense. She took a gentle breath, feeling the air inside her nose hot and dry. Her clothes were soaked and then dried repeatedly, carrying the smell of sweat. Cuckoo! Song Qingling's stomach growled with hunger. Several hours had passed since she ate the noodle soup at noon, and it was long digested. She needed to find a place to stay for the night, eat something, and once she bought rice and flour, she planned to go up the mountain tomorrow. She wanted to think of ways to earn more money and stock up on supplies.
Fräulein.
By talking with the innkeeper, Song Qingling learned that a top-quality room costs 140 coins per night, and she could stay until sunset the next day. The room is cleaned daily, with fresh bedding, a bucket of water, and a meal, either shredded meat noodles or meat pies. A standard room has only 1 bed, a table and chairs, and a window, costing 36 coins. Checkout time is the same as for the top-quality room. The worst option is the large shared bed, costing 15 coins. With limited money left, Song Qingling decisively chose the standard room. Fortunately, the room was cleaner than she expected. She closed the door and window, took out the white steamed buns and boiled eggs given by the Lin family from her space, and ate a few bites, then drank some water to settle herself. After a simple dinner, she took stock of the items given by the Lin and Dong families. The Lin family provided several white buns and boiled eggs, a 10-pound bag of brown rice, a few seasonal cucumbers, 3 dried chickens and rabbits, and a small jar of brown sugar. The Dong family gave about 10 pounds of cornmeal, 10 fresh eggs, 3 dried chickens, 3 dried fish, and a bunch of greens. They had surprisingly sent so many things. Items in her space were divided into 2 piles, One was miscellaneous items from the Song family, and the other was food. The food pile was stacked like a small mountain. She looked at it and felt a bit more at ease. She needed to wake up early tomorrow. She blew out the oil lamp beside her bed and lay down to sleep. She hadn't taken a bath. Her body felt sticky and uncomfortable, and it was very hot. The straw mat was no help, and she tossed and turned. Close to midnight, Song Qingling didn't sleep soundly. Suddenly, out of nowhere, she heard a dog barking from afar, which woke her up completely. She opened her eyes. Her eyes shimmered with a faint glow in the dark. She sat up carefully and listened closely. The dog barking stopped after a few sounds. Sometimes hearing dogs bark at night was normal. She listened for a while but didn't notice anything unusual and lay back down. But at this moment, she had no desire to sleep and felt strangely restless. She couldn't fall asleep in bed, so she got up and lit the oil lamp. She went to the window, opened it to get some fresh air. The hot wind blew in her face, and her long black hair fluttered in the breeze. Living on the third floor, which is quite high, she can see the distant scenery clearly at a glance. The moonlight is cold and bright, illuminating the outlines of the houses outside. She raises her head and looks into the distance, suddenly noticing a group of people approaching the main street with torches. From afar, the firelight flickers like a dragon, moving quickly. Her brow furrows as she leans out the window to look in other directions. She sees two more similar groups approaching, one heading toward the wealthy residential area nearby, and another toward the countryside where ordinary people live. The sky is filled with bright flames, and the sounds of shouting and birds calling can be faintly heard from a distance. What is this? She thinks quickly. She considers a possibility. Could it be an attack by the easterny country? Without dwelling on the question, she turns and walks toward the bed. As she moves, she gathers her long hair and quickly secures it with a wooden stick. After fixing her hair, she reaches the bed, pulls the bedding into her space, and then looks around the room. She takes everything useful. Next, she opens the door and quickly walks downstairs to the inn's main hall. She notices a young worker dozing behind the cash register. She glances at him briefly and then leaves quickly, heading straight to the blacksmith shop. She needs to gather weapons there as soon as possible. A sharp, piercing scream cuts through the night sky, breaking the silence. Hearing it, she immediately runs. Soon after, louder and louder noises follow the scream. The houses in the darkness seem to turn on switches, with flames bursting into the sky, lighting up one after another. People who were sleeping are awakened and come outside, confused and unaware that danger is already near. A group of people rushes down the street near the blacksmith shop. They run in all directions, shouting loudly. People are being attacked. The easterny country has launched a night raid. Some of them run towards Song Qingling. At this moment, the doors of nearby shops open and shop owners peek out, including the blacksmith's family. Hearing the commotion outside, the shop owners are shocked. The quick ones rush home to pack their belongings and prepare to escape. The slower ones grab those fleeing and ask for details. The blacksmith's man immediately closes his door and goes back to organize his family's belongings. The enemy soldiers are coming. They pack essential items quickly, knowing that escape is urgent. They abandon what they must, and within a short time, the blacksmith's family finishes packing and leaves from their backyard. Hiding in the dark, Song Qingling saw the scene. She climbed over the blacksmith's backyard wall into the back courtyard and ran to the shop in front. She didn't look carefully. She took away everything on the wooden shelves, the iron furnace, and other tools. In the backyard, she saw 5 large jars and thought they could be used to store water, so she collected them all. Outside the shop, more and more civilians fleeing for their lives were running. From the noise, she guessed the enemy army had arrived nearby. Song Qingling quickly left the backyard. Almost as soon as she left, a group of soldiers from the eastern country rushed in. They spoke a different language. She heard 2 phrases they said. Their voices sounded harsh and unpleasant. She thought to herself that it was a bit like the way dogs bark. She ran down an alley that led to the back of all the shops on this street. The alley wasn't much wider than the main street. More people fleeing gathered here, making the path narrower. She ran fast, passing shop after shop, leaving behind one person after another. Keep running. Along the way, Song Qingling caught up with a group of people running ahead. They were civilians escaping from different parts of the town. From them, she learned the general situation inside the town. The soldiers from the eastern country had taken over most of Ximping town. They controlled the only main gate, the North Gate. The town also had two small gates on the east and west sides used for official transport. To survive, the civilians desperately ran toward those two small gates. The closest one was the east gate. Song Qingling blended into the fleeing crowd and ran for about 15 minutes until she reached near the east gate.
There are so many people ahead.
Someone shouted. Everyone looked toward the east gate. Once they saw what was happening, their faces changed color. They hid behind thick grass and bushes. About 100 meters away, the east gate was wide open. On both sides of the road, burning torches cast a red glow. The soldiers from the eastern country stood in formation. The firelight made their armor look blood-red and very striking. Besides the guards, soldiers were coming in and out, carrying something. They moved their mouths as if talking, smiling proudly, as if they had just won a battle. On the open ground nearby, a group of civilians crouched on the ground, trembling with fear, looking like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In front of them, there were bodies lying on the ground, with bloody heads. The dirt was stained a shocking red. Several soldiers stand among a pile of corpses, holding long swords, cutting off the limbs of the dead, opening their stomachs, or stripping their clothes to take some organs from men and women for fun, laughing loudly. Ugh. Next to her, there are continuous sounds of vomiting. Song Qingling looks ahead with a cold face. An old man sitting at the edge of the grass crouch has red eyes and trembling voice, saying, "The Dongi people are very cruel and lowly, indulge in pleasures, unpredictable, unworthy of being human. They control Wu-wei. If we retreat a step, we will be worse off. Everything is over. Shuzhou is in danger. Everything is lost." A bird call interrupts with a sharp cry, signaling a group of soldiers approaching the east gate, spotting civilians hiding in the dark, trying to leave through the east gate. Hearing this, the civilians scatter in fear. In the chaos, Song Qingling does not run away. She hides under a nearby dirt mound, her back pressed against the earth. Many civilians are fleeing, making loud noises that attract more soldiers from the Dongi country. The soldiers see the civilians as prey, chasing and killing them one by one, laughing loudly. As they pursue one after another, civilians fall to the ground. The Dongi soldiers, having fun, herd the remaining few civilians toward an open space, like herding livestock. The last soldier in the group is about to pass by. Song Qingling, hidden in the shadows, flicks a small stone from her fingers. The soldier doesn't see her move and walks forward normally. The stone hits his kneecap precisely, then falls into the grass without making a sound. The soldier's painful leg uncontrollably tilts forward. Seizing the moment, Song Qingling appears behind the soldier, leaning forward, covering his mouth with one hand, pressing her elbow against his shoulder, and drawing a dagger across his neck with the other hand. A faint, sharp sound, hiss, and blood spurts from the large artery in his neck. The soldier dies instantly from blood loss. She uses all her strength to support the body and drags it to a secluded place behind. While dragging, she senses something unusual. She looks up and ahead. A heavily pregnant man, carrying several bags, squats in the grass, staring directly at her. The man's eyes widen in surprise. Seeing the corpse, he seems to think of something, and a dark light appears in his eyes. He sneers coldly at Song Qingling and says, "Now, all the exits in the town are guarded by the Dongi soldiers. If you try to pretend to be a soldier and leave, what do you think will happen if I shout now?" She loosens her grip on the corpse's body and looks at the man calmly. Seeing the situation, the man thought his threat had worked. She was smart and afraid, so she confidently lifted her chin and said, "If you kill one more soldier, we can leave together." She smiled faintly, but her eyes showed no warmth, cold as ice. "Come over." You can use this first. The man smiled smugly, trusting her, and walked straight over to squat down to remove the armor from the soldier. As he reached out his hand, a cold flash of light appeared. Song Qingling, standing behind him, held a dagger and quickly cut his neck. She looked coldly at the man as he fell to the ground in pain and died. To her, threats could not trap her. They only backfired. She took the man's bag, searched him, and found over 20 taels of silver, a weapon for self-defense, and 2 leather water bags. In no time, she quickly changed into the armor of a soldier from the Dongi country, crouched in the shadows, and waited silently. When she saw a group of soldiers approaching, she quietly followed at the back of the line. Passing by a group of civilians sitting in an open space, she heard desperate, sorrowful crying. She walked past without looking at them. This group was heading to the East Gate. Many civilians had previously tried to escape from here but were stopped and killed by soldiers. Many personal belongings were scattered on the ground. The leader of the soldiers pointed around and muttered a few words. Soon, the soldiers dispersed. Song Qingling moved slowly, observing secretly. She noticed they were either moving bodies together or picking up the belongings that had fallen. Understanding their actions, she mimicked them, but her real plan was to get close to the East Gate and find a chance to escape. There were also bodies and belongings outside the East Gate. She followed the soldiers and slipped out through the gate under the watchful eyes of the guards. She helped a soldier carry a body, glancing around to observe the terrain. While moving the body, something dropped from the chest. The soldier muttered in confusion and signaled Song Qingling to stop. They put down the body. The soldier picked up a small, bulging cloth bag from the ground and opened it. Inside was a full bag of silver ingots. The soldier's eyes gleamed with greed.
Yay!
Song Qingling said to the soldier. She spread her legs and pretended to urgently need to, pointing to the grass nearby with an anxious expression. The soldier, seeing she didn't mention the silver, thought she wouldn't share and secretly pocketed the bag of money, then gestured impatiently. Song Qingling nodded, then picked up her waistband and started running slowly. After slipping into a pile of bushes that could hide her, she looked back to see no one was following. She took off her armor, stored in her space, and quickly ran forward. No matter where the road ahead leads, as long as she can leave the town, it's good. Given the current situation, not only the town but soon the village might also be attacked. Only the deep mountains offer a glimmer of hope. Tonight, there is moonlight, and the sky is dotted with stars. The weather is good, and Song Qingling can see clearly what's ahead as she runs. Otherwise, it's so dark she can't see her hand in front of her face, making running pointless and dangerous because she might slip or hit something and get hurt. She runs until she reaches her physical limit, her throat making wheezing sounds, and she's so exhausted she starts to smoke. She stops, leans on a tree, and slowly slides down to sit. Once her breathing calms, she takes water from her space, drinking it sip by sip. After a few sips, she eats a steamed bun and 2 boiled eggs to regain her strength. She doesn't dare rest too long and gets up to keep moving. Before returning to Tsongshan, she plans to visit Shilio village to find her original friend, Zhang Hongyu, and tell her about the night attack by the Dongi kingdom. On the day the original owner died by hitting a pillar and committed suicide, if Zhang Hongyu hadn't been there, the matter would have been kept quiet and they wouldn't have spent money on treatment. The Song family wouldn't want to spend money on her, just cover up the incident, maybe return the deposit to the Zhou family and let her die on her own. Because Zhang Hongyu helped her and was kind to her, Song Qingling wants to help her once. After that, they won't owe each other anything. Since she came out from the East Gate, she doesn't know the way, so she runs along the main road. As long as she doesn't take a wrong turn onto a small path, she will pass through a village. An hour later, in the faint night, she sees a village not far away, with clearly shaped houses with sharp edges. Looking at the surroundings, Song Qingling recognizes it more and slowly realizes this isn't Li Xiaomei's family home, Donggu Village. Li Xiaomei is from the Li family. Speaking of which, Li Xiaomei's family is complicated. They have 4 daughters, and the youngest is her brother Li Yaozu. Li's father and mother are very traditional and favor boys over girls. They see the daughters as mere blood vessels. Even after marriage, they don't let go. If the daughters don't meet their expectations, it causes a big fuss, and everyone knows about it. Knowing this is Donggu Village, Song Qingling knows how to get to Shilio Village. Following her original owner's memory, she takes a small path towards Shilio Village. The distance between the two villages is not far, and she arrives after about half an hour. It's getting a little brighter now. The villagers are up early, and white smoke rises from chimneys. This is the Zhang family. Zhang Hongyu, as usual, picked up the broom to sweep the yard, but she swept absent-mindedly, her mind heavy with worries. Chunya, I don't know where you are now or how you're doing. After sweeping randomly, she opened her own yard gate. As soon as she opened it, she saw someone standing outside. When she recognized who it was, Zhang Hongyu's face showed surprise. She quickly looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then stepped out and pulled Song Qingling to a quiet spot. Her face was excited, and tears welled up at the corner of her eyes. Chunya, it's you. You've finally come back.
How are you?
A few days ago, the Song family was robbed, and they took everything. They said you were also kidnapped by the thieves. Hongyu, come with me, Song Qingling said, leading Zhang Hongyu to a secluded place. I wasn't kidnapped. I left the Song family. Listen to me, the Dongi people attacked Ximping town at night, and they'll soon attack the village.
What?
Zhang Hongyu looked shocked, full of questions. I know what you're asking, but those details aren't important. Do you want your family to survive? Zhang Hongyu nodded hard. Then prepare early and leave the village. Song Qingling handed her a small bag. Don't bring these things back to the Zhang family. Hide them outside secretly. The bag contained medicine, over a dough of beans, dried chicken and rabbit weighing over 3 jin, and more than 10 jin of white flour and cornmeal. Having said that, it was no longer her concern what Zhang Hongyu decided to do. Song Qingling turned to leave. Zhang Hongyu reached out and tugged at her sleeve, looking her up and down.
Tunda, what? You.
I feel like you're a little different now.
You.
Seeing the worried look in Zhang Hongyu's eyes, Song Qingling said meaningfully, leaving the dangerous Song family, I am now living quite well. Hongyu, don't worry about me.
I can take care of myself.
She forcibly pulled her sleeve back, and as she turned her head to the side, she caught a glimpse of the Song family gate nearby. By the way, what about the Song family? I heard their house is very quiet. Are they all gone? Before coming to Zhang's house, she had climbed over the wall into the Song family and found it empty. Yes, after the thieves robbed them, no one was there. Song Qingling guessed that the Song family members were probably hiding. First, their family was poor and couldn't keep their food. They couldn't stay at home starving. Second, they were probably afraid of the Zhou family coming to trouble them. She didn't know when the army from Dongi would arrive, but the earlier they went up the mountain, the safer they would be. Song Qingling quickly stepped away. Zhang Hongyu stood there, staring blankly at Song Qingling's retreating figure. She hesitated, then chased after her. She ran along 2 village roads but lost her. After searching the entire village, she still couldn't find anyone. She had no choice but to return home and tell her family about the night attack by the Dongi people. The Zhang family has many members. The oldest is Zhang Lao Yezi and Zhang Lao Tai. They have 3 sons and 5 grandchildren below them. Zhang Hongyu's father, Zhang Eru, is the second son. His wife is Wang. They only have 1 daughter. The other 2 wives have only sons. Because of this, they are not very important in the big family and have the lowest status. Under the eaves, Grandma Zhang crossed her arms and scolded harshly, You bad girl. What nonsense are you talking? Spouting dreams in broad daylight. You just came back from outside. Where have you been hiding or sleeping? No, I am telling the truth. Zhang Dazhuang said sarcastically, That's strange. Why hasn't this news spread in the village? How did you find out? Everyone except Zhang Eru and Wang looked at Zhang Hongyu with suspicion. Zhang Hongyu wouldn't say her friend told her. She was anxious and stomped her feet. Suddenly, she remembered, a few people fleeing from the town passed through the village. The family didn't take it seriously and just laughed it off. In the kitchen, Zhang Hongyu's family was preparing breakfast. Hongyu, are you telling the truth? Zhang Eru stared at his daughter, without blinking. Absolutely, Dad. Grandpa and Grandma don't believe me. We should leave quickly and pack our things. When the soldiers of the Dongi country arrive, we won't be able to run anymore. Yuer would never joke about such things, Wang said firmly, looking at Zhang Eru for his opinion. Zhang Eru looked troubled, hesitating for a moment. Leaving our parents behind would be unfilial. We can't bear such a big responsibility, but we can't do nothing. You all quietly pack some important things at home. I will go to the village to observe. As soon as I get news, I will come back. Meanwhile, Song Qingling had already reached Songshan. The Lin family had saved her life, and she wanted to go up the mountain to inform them about the night attack by the Dongi. Once they knew, they could respond in time. Yesterday, she remembered the route down the mountain, but human memory is limited. The mountain roads are long and winding. She had walked halfway when she started feeling dizzy. While marking the way and trying to find the path to the mountain valley, someone arrived. Miss Song, is that you? Miss Song. It was Lin Yuan and Lin Jian, father and son. Uncle Lin, brother Lin, Song Qingling greeted them. Lin Yuan saw her carrying a basket and asked, "Are you planning to go up the mountain?" "Yes, yesterday I went to town." That night, the Dongi people suddenly launched a surprise attack and many died. I was lucky to escape. Next, they are likely to attack the village. Hearing this, the Lin father and son were very shocked. Just after noon, the three arrived at the mountain hollow. Lin Jian called Dong Tianshi and immediately told everyone about the night attack. Although they live in the mountains, they go down every now and then. Besides selling hunted animals for money and buying daily necessities, they also inquire about the outside world. So, they know that the northern Yu country is gradually weakening and that the Dongi country is showing signs of unrest. For a moment, they felt quite emotional but didn't seem very panicked. Tian Huilan said, "Don't worry. We live deep in the mountains. We have houses, fields, and enough food. We can get through this. Miss Song, I cleaned the room you slept in yesterday. You can stay there peacefully. If it's uncomfortable, we can rebuild a house according to your preferences." Masher smiled kindly, with deep wrinkles layered on her face. "Yes, girl, rest assured. We have many people." Song Qingling thought they were being too simple and naive. She understood, though they lived in the mountains, simple-minded, and hadn't experienced the harshness of the end times. She hinted the Dongi people attack villages below the mountain. The villagers will definitely run uphill to escape. When that happens, a large number of people without food or water will flood up here. For them, this place is like a paradise. People might even fight each other for a bite of food or water. She paused briefly, then calmly said, "Thank you all for your kindness, but I want to go up the mountain to find a water source. I don't have a fixed place to stay." Perhaps her words were too strange, and the main hall fell into an awkward silence. "Miss Song, do you mean you want to go alone into the mountains?" Lin Jian asked. "Yes," Song Qingling replied calmly. Tian Huilan was very anxious. "But there are often wild animals in the mountains. It's very dangerous for you alone." Lin Fugue, Lin Kong, and Ma Shi quickly advised her, saying that the mountain was full of dangers, and she was too weak to face them alone. "It's safer to stay in the mountain hollow." Lin Yuan and Lin Jian looked at Song Qingling thoughtfully, but didn't speak. Dong Tianshi also remained silent. At this moment, Lin Yuan spoke. "All right, Miss Song, since you've thought this through carefully, we won't insist. Wouldn't it be forcing you if we try to persuade you to stay?" Lin Jian nodded in agreement. "You're crazy to say such things." Tian Huilan exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide. She reached out and pinched Lin Yuan and Lin Jian's sides, trying to hurt them. Lin Yuan's resolve was very strong. Even when pinched painfully, he didn't frown. "Huilan, Mom and Dad, come out. I have something to talk to you about." The person called out followed Lin Yuan outside. In the backyard, Lin Yuan shared his thoughts with his family. "We haven't known Miss Song for long, but have you noticed she's a sensible and reasonable person? The three nodded in agreement. Also, last night there was a surprise attack and many people died. It shows how dangerous it was. She said casually that she was lucky to escape, but in such a situation, how many people could come out unharmed? Huilan finally remembered. When she saw Song Qingling earlier, aside from the injury on her head, everything else was fine. Her face was still pale like last time, but her spirit seemed much better. Are you saying that Miss Song is not an ordinary person? Lin Yuan nodded. She has self-protection skills. While they were talking outside, Lin Kong kept trying to persuade Song Qingling. Dong Tianshi remained silent. Soon after, Lin Yuan, Huilan, and the others returned. Miss Song, please be very careful when you're outside alone. If you're tired, come back anytime. Huilan changed her tone.
Mom.
Lin Kong couldn't understand why his mother had changed her mind. All right, I'm leaving. Song Qingling nodded to everyone and turned to leave. As she walked away, Dong Tianshi hesitantly said, I'm going back now. Mom should wake up from her nap. Song Qingling didn't walk blindly. She followed the advice the Lin family had given her, avoiding places where wild animals gathered. Her injuries weren't fully healed, and her physical strength was limited. She wasn't suitable for adventures right now. Her plan was to rest and gather supplies on the mountain, then head south. After walking a short distance, she found a shady spot to stop. She hadn't eaten lunch and was very hungry, pressed against her back. She ate bread and boiled eggs with water as usual. She ate 2 meals, but the food had no taste. Still, the feeling of fullness made her very satisfied. There were chickens and dried goods in her space. Until she found a water source, she didn't want to waste water cleaning or cooking. After filling her stomach, she sat for a quarter of an hour to rest, then continued on her way, hoping to find water and a good place to settle this afternoon. She was currently in the sunny side of a deep mountain. If tall trees hadn't blocked the sunlight, she would be under the blazing sun. Most of the leaves on those trees were dried and yellowed from the sun. The small wild grasses were so dry that a gentle squeeze turned them into dust. Looking at the yellowing mountains in front of her, she muttered, if they catch fire, the mountains will all burn. She headed toward the shady side of the mountain, where water was more likely to be found. After the end of the world in her past life, she collected some books while gathering supplies. These included books on farming, survival skills, manufacturing, and medical encyclopedias, as well as novels. Before the apocalypse, she didn't read novels. She focused on studying and training. She was an abandoned orphan moving between welfare homes and orphanages as a baby. As she grew up, she settled in one orphanage. She was shy and had no friends. Over time, other orphans thought she was easy to bully and started to isolate and tease her. But they were wrong. She only seemed gentle and harmless on the outside. If someone dared to provoke her, she would fight back twice as hard. Why should she be the only one getting beaten and bullied? If others could hit her, why couldn't she fight back? She was still human, and she deserved respect. One day, when she was 5, a group of bullies who had been teasing her teamed up to trap her in a small dark room and beat her up. There were 4 of them, and she was outnumbered. She was badly injured but refused to give up. She fought with all her might, risking her life. In the end, she beat the 4 bullies nearly to death. Bloodied, she opened the door of the dark room. As soon as it opened, a bright, shining light flashed over her, dispelling the darkness behind her. Not far outside, some important figures from the orphanage were walking with a woman. When the woman saw her, she stopped in her tracks, a smile on her lips, and pointed at her with a delicate finger. It's her. Thus, she was adopted by that mysterious woman and moved into a luxurious mansion. The woman told her that she adopted her on a whim, just to pass the time and amuse herself. A few days later, she overheard the woman on the phone, saying that 2 of the 4 bullies who had beaten her up didn't survive and had died. The other 2 were left as a vegetable and a lifelong disabled person. Logically, this was serious, but it seemed like a bubble that burst easily, leaving no ripple. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. From then on, she realized that the woman was very influential. After being adopted, she went to school like other children, studying during the day and returning home at night. The woman was often absent, sometimes returning for a short while before disappearing again. This cycle continued until one night, the woman returned injured. Suddenly, 4 men in black broke into the house. She fought them on the stairs, each move deadly. A wounded woman fought bravely, knocking down one enemy after another. When only one enemy remained, she was exhausted and about to be caught, her life hanging by a thread. She quickly ran forward, picked up a wooden barrel on the ground, and threw it at the enemy's head, knocking him out. That night, while tending to her wounds, the woman confided that she was a killer, targeting high-profile individuals. In the end, the woman smiled charmingly and said, "Do you want to learn how to kill?" Without hesitation, she replied, "Yes." From then on, the woman trained her strictly, teaching her all her skills and secrets. Eventually, the woman got into trouble and died in her arms. Thinking about the past, Song Qingling looked sad, with no light in her eyes, and softly whispered, "Sister." After the apocalypse, she found a paper copy of a novel. At first, she was curious and flipped through a few pages. Later, after reading several books, she understood the patterns. The main characters in these stories seem ordinary but are actually very special. In the stories, the heroes often travel back to ancient times and find herbs like ginseng or sell rare plants for a lot of money. Sometimes, they hunt wild boars and have big family feasts. But here, there is nothing, no fur, no game. The mountain was scorched, and many plants had died. She saw a few familiar herbs along the way, but they were all completely dead. She also saw no sign of rabbits or wild chickens. We can only hope on the shady side of the mountain. Water, wild vegetables, herbs, prey, desperately needed. Carrying this hope, Song Qingling wiped the sweat from her forehead and quickened her pace. The shady side seemed close, but it took her over 2 hours to reach it. The sun was slowly setting, casting a warm orange glow across the sky. She had traveled a lot these past days, and her feet had several blisters. She popped some and walked on some blisters torn open. The weather was hot, and walking made her sweat. The sweat soaked into her wounds, making her feel uncomfortable. She limped as she walked. It was getting late, and she needed to find a safe place to stay for the night, preferably near water. By observing the terrain, vegetation, and soil moisture, she reached a creek about 2 meters wide as it was getting dark. She listened carefully. The faint sound of flowing water indicated the water was still flowing. She couldn't see the start or end of the creek, so she didn't know its length. Since it was almost night, her surroundings were not very clear. In the darkness, she groped around to find some dry wood. Using her instincts, she chose a relatively flat spot by the creek, stacked the dry wood on top, and stuffed some easily ignitable dry grass at the bottom. The flint she received from the Song family came in handy. She rubbed the rusty kitchen knife against the flint back and forth until sparks appeared, then moved closer to the dry grass. The fire caught and grew bigger. With the fire providing light, she looked toward the creek. She could see water flowing faintly, but it was shallow. She reached into the water. It probably wasn't deep enough to cover the back of her hand. Any water is enough, she thought. She could use a wooden basin or bucket to collect water, then pour it into a large jar. It's a pity there are so few containers to store water, she sighed. She knew how to make these containers, but it would take time. She would need to dig a small cave, find clay to shape, and then burn the clay with lots of dry wood. The whole process would take several days. Instead of burning the containers, she decided to wait. When the Dongi people attacked the village at night, villagers wouldn't be able to carry away large, heavy containers. They weren't valuable, and the soldiers from the Dongi kingdom wouldn't want them. The village had very few useful supplies, so the soldiers wouldn't stay long. She planned to gather more when they descended the mountain. She found a thick wooden stick, wrapped the top with dry vine repeatedly to make it more durable and burn-resistant, turning it into a simple torch. She lit it and took off her worn-out cloth shoes with holes, exposing her toes, then stepped down to the creek. The water was warm, and her injured feet felt both comfort and pain. She searched along the creek and found a bend where the water was about half a finger deep. Several wooden buckets were tilted and placed nearby, and a wooden basin was positioned lower to catch the slow drip of water from above. After waiting for a while, she collected about half a bucket of water. She reached in and scooped some up, estimating the water was clear but mixed with some mud, sand, and dry twigs. The water was less, and the quality was worse. She poured the 2 buckets together, barely filling half a bucket. She carried it ashore and found a few large stones to form a simple stove, making 2 of them. On top, she placed a large frying pan and a deeper ceramic pot, ready for boiling water. She hadn't bathed in several days. She boiled some water, washed herself, changed into fresh clothes, and prepared to boil more water for drinking. She set the water in the bucket aside to settle. Sitting nearby, she ate the last white bun. Wild animals in the mountains like to come out at night to hunt, so she decided not to cook strongly flavored dishes for now. At the same time, in Shilio village, the villagers didn't eat dinner at night. Without money for oil lamps, they finished their evening routines before dark and went to bed early. Zhang family, Zhang Eru, was not asleep. Instead, he climbed to the top of his family's highest tree and sat on the trunk, watching the distance. After staring at one spot for a long time, his neck became sore. He twisted his neck and was about to change his sitting position when he caught a glimpse of a moving firelight in the darkness, like a dragon, heading toward the village. "They're coming, they're really coming." He slid down the tree, knocked loudly on his family's door, and shouted, "The Eastern barbarians are coming." They planned to attack the village at night. Waking up his family, he ran into the kitchen, holding a pot and a pickaxe, and ran toward the village road, shouting as he ran. The Zhang family members, awakened by the noise, were furious and blamed Zhang Eru. No matter what Zhang Hongyuang said, they didn't believe him until they saw familiar villagers rushing past with bags, realizing something was wrong. They stood there stunned and confused.
Next door was the Song family.
Awakened by the commotion, Song Pingdi rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened the door, looking outside in confusion. What's going on? Could it be the Zhou family coming over? A few days ago, they couldn't find Song Qingling. The whole family hid in the mountains, eating tree roots and grass to survive, sleeping on the ground. They endured this for 2 days, feeling like years. The 3 grandchildren couldn't take it anymore and insisted on going home. Song Shunkai, caring for his grandchildren, decided they would hide in the mountains during the day and return home at night to rest properly. Song Pingbo was panicked and wanted to escape through the back door when he heard people outside shouting about a night attack by the Eastern barbarians, mentioning soldiers and such. He suspiciously went to listen behind the front yard door. Are the Eastern barbarians fighting in the village? Song Pingbo realized what was happening and hurriedly ran back to wake his family. Hearing the news, Fang Shi fainted to the ground, trembling, and said, "They're at war. They're at war." Song Genfu, Li Shi, Song Zhenliang, and others cried in fear. Lu Shi tried to stay calm, her legs trembling like a leaf in the wind. "We need to pack our things." "Yes, quickly pack our things." Song Shunkai, frowning and glaring, said, "Pack what? We have nothing at home. We must run." That's right, they had nothing. Everyone in the Song family ran out the back door, following the villagers fleeing toward the mountains. Those who hesitated to leave their belongings were quickly caught by the approaching soldiers of the Eastern barbarians, who cut off their heads with a single strike. Many people hadn't yet escaped the village. The soldiers, drawing bows and aiming arrows, teased them like dogs. Just when the villagers thought they might escape, the soldiers shot them with deadly arrows. A few who got separated from their families, including the elderly, women, and children who ran slowly, were surrounded by 5 sneaky-looking soldiers with sinister smiles. 2 boys, about 5 or 6 years old, and 2 soldiers, each with a sword, beheaded them. Their heads were still bleeding, and like balls, their legs kicked away. Ah! A scream of terror pierced the sky, and the timid fainted on the spot. The soldiers didn't care about this at all. They chuckled mischievously, grabbing the women's collars and roughly tearing their clothes apart. The village below the mountain was experiencing a terrible disaster. Song Qingling burned water and dug several traps around with setting up animal traps. The traps were bought from a blacksmith shop, more than 10 in total. She tied ropes around trees in a 3-circle pattern within the resting area at night. Iron weights were attached to the ropes, so if something approached, the weights would collide and give a warning. After completing the defenses, she was drenched in sweat from the heat. She quickly gathered some wooden planks to block the area, making a small partition for washing. Although she was on the mountain with no one around, she couldn't ignore everything. She simply stripped to wash herself. She took off her hairpin, revealing long hair down to her waist. The original owner was malnourished, with dull, greasy hair and split ends. Since she hadn't washed it for a long time, it was oily and dirty, forming dull gray strands. "There's nothing to wash my hair with. I have so much hair, and it's hot. Might as well cut it." She decided to do it immediately. Holding scissors in one hand and grasping her long hair with the other, she cut, feeling her way. She snipped until she could touch the back of her neck with her hair, with the sides just covering her eyebrows, then stopped. After cutting, she felt lighter and cooler. She picked up the fallen hair from the ground and stored it in her space. Maybe it would be useful later. In ancient times, the hair and body were gifts from parents, and damaging them was taboo. Cutting her hair short in this era made her an outsider, so she would have to wear a straw hat to hide it later. She collected some straw hats from the Song family, which were a bit dirty and smelled of sweat. Her face and body had many stray hairs. Song Qingling carried water into a narrow partition, took a comfortable shower, and changed into a set of clothes once worn by the original owner. She took the dirty clothes and a dirty straw hat, went to the creek, soaked them in water, scrubbed them with ash from plants, and hung them on a tree to dry. The weather was dry, so they would definitely be dry by the next morning. After finishing, Song Qingling laid a straw mat on the hay, which would be her bed for the night. There were many insects at night, so she added a large piece of firewood to keep the fire burning. Lying on the straw mat, Song Qingling, without sleep, began to think about her plans for the next day. She organized her schedule for tomorrow and closed her eyes to sleep. "Tomorrow, I need to wake up early to explore this area." At night, the mountain is a bit cooler than the valley below. She, exhausted in body and mind, finally falls asleep, but the buzzing of mosquitoes makes her miserable. Not long after, she half-drowsily swats at the mosquitoes, scratching the bites that have swollen up, repeating the cycle. Chirp, chirp. The clear sound of birdsong wakes Song Qingling. She opens her eyes. Through the gaps in the tree branches above, the sky is just beginning to lighten. She sits up, feeling the itchy bumps on her hand. The sun hasn't risen yet. After a night, some leaves on the trees have regained their vitality and are lush and green. She climbs the tree to pick many leaves and puts them into her space. When the sun comes out later, they'll need to be dried. The leaves are very useful. She packs up the straw mat and goes to the creek to pour out the water she collected overnight into a pot to boil. She boils 2 pots of water. While she has water, she processes the few chickens she caught. She puts the empty containers back to collect more water. The 2 pots of hot water are used to soak the chickens quickly to remove their feathers. She works alone, soaking 2 chickens at a time. Once the feathers are gone, she continues with the next. The clean chickens are immediately put into her space to prevent spoilage. The last chicken is cut open, and its internal organs are kept and stored in her space. The whole chicken is skewered on a stick and placed over the fire to roast. When it turns golden and starts to drip oil, she sprinkles some coarse salt on it. The aroma of the meat fills the air. She swallows her saliva, takes down the roasted chicken to cool, and waits. During this time, she checks how much water she has collected from the creek. After a night, the creek water has decreased. When she dips her hand in, her fingertips barely reach the water. There isn't much water left in the wooden bucket and basin, so she continues collecting. Then she goes back to eat breakfast. Having roasted chicken for breakfast is very luxurious and rare. She tears the chicken in half, puts one half into her space, and eats the other. The chicken is crispy on the outside and tender inside. Each bite releases a wonderful aroma, with juicy meat. It's delicious. The only downside is the coarse salt, which makes it taste salty and slightly bitter after the initial flavor. But she can accept it. Given the circumstances, having salt to eat is a small happiness. Long-term lack of salt would be unbearable for her body. She eats very satisfyingly, not leaving any meat on the bones, licking her fingers clean. She doesn't think her actions are exaggerated. In these chaotic times, resources are scarce, everyone fights for food, and many people die of hunger. Food is extremely precious. In her past life, she often encountered groups of people when searching for food outside. These groups would join the base, which seemed secure and stable. However, if daily standards weren't met, the food she found would be confiscated, and she wouldn't get any of it. Inside, there was a lot of scheming and complicated distribution. Without strong skills, she was just at the mercy of others. Whether in her past or present life, she never planned to join gangs or form her own team. People are tricky, and she couldn't predict what might happen next. Besides, she didn't have grand ambitions to save the world. Living her own life was hard enough. She had no time to worry about others. She didn't throw away the chicken bones after eating, nor the charcoal used for cooking. She kept everything that might be useful. The morning sun rose higher, shining with intense heat. Song Qingling packed up her things and planned to explore along the stream today. It turned out to be the right choice. Not long after, she saw a bunch of somewhat wilted but mostly green mugwort and purslane growing on the ground by the stream. These plants are valuable. They can be used as medicine or food. She pulled them all out. Then she continued walking forward, seeing scattered purslane and dried mugwort along the way. She kept pulling plants and collecting wild herbs, many of which she didn't recognize. After gathering about half a basket of purslane, she reached a place where the stream was almost dry. There was only a little water in the cracks between the stones. Sigh. She sighed, climbed ashore, and looked across both sides of the stream. Most of the plants were yellowed and withered. She turned her head and looked into the woods on her left. What she saw surprised her. Under some unremarkable weeds, she found a few dark brown, oval-shaped droppings, rabbit feces. Her eyes lit up with excitement. Limping slightly, she began searching around, confirming there were rabbits nearby. She also found herself back at the spot where she camped last night, further upstream of the stream. On the dry soil, there were rabbit footprints, some old, some fresh. She followed the fresh tracks until they disappeared into a thick patch of weeds. About 10 meters ahead was the stream. Thinking the rabbits might be going to drink water or eat nearby grass, she looked around carefully. Sure enough, she saw 2 gray rabbits resting and nibbling on green grass. There were 3 more rabbits near the plants by the stream. She quietly moved closer to the 2 nearest rabbits, holding a bow and arrow she had taken from the blacksmith shop. There were 10 bows and about 40 arrows. The blacksmith shop made these items in limited quantities. Producing more would be illegal. The distance seemed about right. She drew her bow, nocked 2 arrows, and aimed at a wild rabbit. The rabbit was eating grass, its eyes flicking around to check the surroundings. One was nibbling on the grass, the other also eating, but suddenly stopped, perked up its ears, sensing danger. Just as it moved its legs to run, a swift arrow shot from behind. The first arrow hit its neck, and the second arrow struck the nearby rabbit. Both arrows were deadly. Song Qingling picked up the rabbit, pulled out the arrows, and stored them in her space. Turning her head, she saw 3 rabbits on the riverbank, seemingly sensing something, scattering and running away in panic. She immediately drew her bow, ready to shoot. Just then, a strange noise came from a few meters away, and the tall grass there swayed and moved forward. In that brief moment, she shot 2 arrows, hitting 1 rabbit. The other arrow missed, passing by a rabbit, and 1 rabbit disappeared entirely. What a pity! Song Qingling walked over, picked up the rabbit, and silently stared in the direction of the strange noise. She pushed aside the grass with her hand, and amidst rustling sounds, 7 people appeared, men and women. The leader was a middle-aged man who, upon seeing Song Qingling's action, quickly stepped forward and said excitedly, "That rabbit, we saw it first." This group had been fleeing into the mountains, hungry for a day and night. They had finally spotted 3 rabbits and intended to catch them, only to find the rabbits had fallen into someone else's hands when they got close. Among them, a young woman shouted angrily, "Shameless thief! Look at you, you're just a poor beggar. How dare you steal our rabbits? Drop them now. Why should I give you the rabbits I caught?" Song Qingling looked at their dusty appearance, guessing they might have escaped from Xinping town. She didn't want to waste words and turned to leave with the rabbits.
"Stop.
Who gave you permission to leave? These rabbits are ours. No need to talk nonsense with the scoundrels. We'll take the rabbits back." 2 young boys, furious, quickly chased after her, each trying to hold her back. One on each side, attempting to forcibly stop her. The young woman saw this and clapped her hands happily. Just as their large hands were about to grab Song Qingling's shoulders, she suddenly turned her head as if she had eyes in the back of her head. She threw down what she was holding, raised her hands high, and precisely grabbed the boy's wrists. With a gentle twist, she heard cracking sounds, bones breaking, and her grip caused their wrists to bend into strange angles. The 2 boys cried out in pain, their faces turning red with agony. Song Qingling pushed away their hands, kicking each of them in the stomach. The 2 men, who fell to the ground like dogs eating dirt, spat blood and fainted, their eyes rolling back. The smile on the young woman's face suddenly disappeared. Fenger Zhao. The middle-aged man didn't expect such a thing to happen. He hurried to check on the young man, feeling for his weak breath, and looked at Song Qingling with a frightened expression. The incident happened so suddenly that everyone was stunned. Seeing Song Qingling about to leave, the young woman stomped her foot in place, her eyes full of hatred. "Big uncle, second uncle, she hurt my brother. Quickly catch her. Don't let her escape." 2 tall, strong men standing beside the woman looked grim as they chased after Song Qingling after she spoke. The young woman, full of anger, also wanted to chase her, but was pulled back by a middle-aged woman next to her, who dragged her to the injured young man. "Stupid beggar, stop. Today you won't leave here easily. Bring it on." The 2 burly men stepped forward, instantly making Song Qingling appear small in comparison. She was just tall enough to reach their chests, creating a huge size difference. They swung their hard fists, one aiming at her head, the other at her back shoulder. Song Qingling moved swiftly, her steps light and quick like a ghost in motion. Although her feet felt sharp pain, she could endure it. In an instant, she changed her position, easily avoiding the punches coming at her face, and she poked the waist of the strong man twice. After the poke, the 2 men's faces stiffened. They felt a slight pain from their waists downward, and a numbness spread through their lower bodies. They realized something was wrong and swung their fists again, trying to end the fight quickly. Song Qingling moved swiftly, shifting her position. Both men were ordinary people. Their strength was an advantage, but they were slow and clumsy. She seized the opportunity, leaning back. One of the men's fists hit the other man's head solidly. 1 man fell down. She swept her leg across, causing the other man to fall to the ground. Coincidentally, his back of the head hit a stone, bleeding heavily. It all seemed like a coincidence, but in fact, she had carefully planned everything before starting. Fighting isn't about brute strength alone. The human body has many pressure points. Knowing how to use them is like hitting soft spots and vital points. With the right technique, the damage can be much greater than just brute force. 3 people nearby are watching the fight. They see a strong man fall to the ground unconscious. A middle-aged woman, panicked, faints from shock. A young woman's eyes turn red with anger. She grits her teeth and shouts, "She killed my uncles. You terrible person, you beggar. I want to hurt you. Zhuer, don't go over there." The middle-aged man quickly stops his daughter. At this moment, He realizes that Song Qingling is not someone to be messed with. They cannot afford to offend her. He feels regretful and anxious, especially over a rabbit and their family's injuries. Zhuer, furious, struggles and yells even when held back. She says harsh words, "Heartless beggar. You kill without mercy. You're worse than animals. Living in this world is a shame. Everyone will despise and dislike you." Song Qingling bends down to pick up the rabbit and Bao she had thrown on the ground earlier. She hears the insults and laughs softly. Is that all? Someone is insulting her, but she doesn't want to tolerate it, nor does she have to. She walks calmly toward the father and daughter. The middle-aged man senses danger. He kneels and pleads humbly, "We were wrong. Please, kindly forgive us. We ask for your mercy." But I don't have that patience. I can't stand any trouble, Song Qingling says coldly. She holds the arrow that had just hit the rabbit. The blood on the arrowhead is still fresh. She grips the arrow's wooden end and uses the tip to hit Zhuer's mouth. The sharp arrow easily cuts her delicate skin, causing blood to flow. After the first strike, Zhuer screams painfully, her voice sharp and loud. Seeing his daughter hurt, the middle-aged man instinctively tries to push Song Qingling away. But before he can touch her, she kicks him down.
Ouch.
The man rolls on the ground. When he gets up, he sees Song Qingling holding his daughter's hair with one hand and hitting her with the other. Zhuer's mouth is badly injured, bloody and swollen. Knowing he is no match for Song Qingling, he immediately kneels and begs for forgiveness. Zhuer cries loudly, tears and blood covering her face. Her previous arrogance is gone. She keeps begging, "I was wrong. I said the wrong thing.
I shouldn't have said that about you.
It's my fault.
Wah.
I was wrong." Before she finishes, Song Qingling smells a foul odor. She looks down and sees Zhuer's pants are wet. She stops hitting her and takes a few steps back, her face calm and steady. Suddenly, she raises the blood-stained arrow and thrusts it into Zhuer's neck. The crying suddenly stopped. Zhuer widened her eyes, face full of pain, but she didn't manage to make a sound.
Zuer.
The middle-aged man yelled in despair, kneeling and crawling toward his daughter. Song Qingling drew her arrow. Blood spurted out. Some splashed onto her arm and clothes, and onto her hand back, but she seemed unaware. The middle-aged man hurriedly supported his daughter, shouting anxiously, preparing to carry her away to escape. But he was too late. Song Qingling took out a dagger and cut his neck. She finished off everyone else as well. If the threat isn't eliminated, it will cause endless trouble. These people didn't carry bags. They might have dropped them accidentally while fleeing up the mountain or been robbed. However, they found some scattered silver coins, about 12 taels in total. Half an hour later, Song Qingling reached a relatively shady spot, sat on a large rock, took off her cloth shoes to let her feet breathe. The blister there was wrinkled and red. After resting, she observed the vitality of the plants and moved through the forest. The forest was mostly grass or trees, all looking similar. She marked trees along her path after walking a while. Along the way, she found some grayish vegetables and purslane, but nothing else. The sun was scorching, making the leaves of the trees curl up and shrink, increasing the heat. The chirping of cicadas added some lively noise to the forest. After walking for a long time without seeing any water source, she looked up at the sky. It was probably noon. She found a relatively shady spot to sit, held her water bowl, and drank a bowl of water. She finished it in one gulp, soothing her dry, burning throat, which felt less uncomfortable. Noon is the hottest time of the day. She decided to eat first, rest a bit, then continue walking. She took out the remaining half of a chicken from the morning and ate it quickly. After eating until she was about 70 to 80% full, she leaned against a tree behind her, thinking about making some dried food to store. More people were coming up the mountain, making it inconvenient to light a fire, so she wanted to prepare some for later. If she couldn't find water in the afternoon, she planned to find a place to settle down and make more dried food. Yesterday, she filled half a jar with water at the creek, about 30 liters. After boiling, She had enough drinking water for several days, about 6 liters. She had 3 buckets of water from the Song family, but the quality was poor, yellowish, sandy, with small stones, so it needed filtering before drinking. I need to make a filter. Currently, she has some free time. She prepared an old wooden bucket, drilled a few holes at the bottom, and 2 holes on each side at the top. She threaded a rope through the holes and tied it securely to make a handle. Then, she placed charcoal, broken stones, and sand into the bucket in order and covered the top with gauze. This made a simple filter. She hung the handle of the filter on a tree trunk at a certain height. Below, she placed a clean container to catch the filtered water. She slowly poured the dirtier water from 2 buckets into the filter. Larger debris like broken branches, leaves, and stones were caught on the gauze at the top, while the water flowed down through multiple layers of filtering. After a while, water started dripping from the bottom of the filter into a wooden basin below. The water looked clearer and no longer yellowish. After about 15 minutes, the basin had about as much water as a fingernail deep, and it was very clear. While filtering the water, she was busy. She found some dried, flexible grass nearby, cut many pieces with a sickle, and placed them in her space. She planned to weave them into grass shoes and hats for sun protection. Her cloth shoes wouldn't last long, so she wanted to make a few more pairs and 2 hats for shade. Before starting, she sprinkled some water on the dry grass to make it moist, then hammered it to soften it for weaving. She hoped to find a water source in the afternoon, as she didn't want to use the water from her space. Seeing that it was about time, she packed up and prepared to leave. The afternoon was much hotter than the morning. She picked a few large leaves and held them over her head, but they wilted and shrank quickly. Sweat kept dripping down her face. Luckily, her forehead wound was scabbing over and healing well. She walked and stopped frequently, drinking a few sips of water each time. She wanted to find some herbs to make mosquito repellent, or she'd get bitten again at night. Mugwort, sweet flag, mint, and cloves all have mosquito-repelling properties. She really hoped all the mosquitoes in the world would die. After searching diligently, she found some rushes on A. The roots of rushes have a special smell that mosquitoes dislike. As the sun set in the west, she used her to dig up the rush roots. She took all she could see, enough for now. How can a whole day pass so quickly? It's almost dark again, she thought. She felt she hadn't done much today. Let's finish for now and make some mosquito-repellent dry food, she muttered to herself. She turned to walk toward the side away from the sun, heading to the tallest, most leafy tree. After sunset, mosquitoes will appear. She first makes mosquito coils, which require charcoal, dried mugwort, and dried grass roots. All the materials are crushed together. She holds dried mugwort in her hand and asks, where should I crush this? Got it, in the chicken trough. The chicken trough is a large oval stone with a hollowed-out center, used by the Song family to feed chickens and hold water or feed. She takes the water container, which looks cleaner, and puts the mugwort inside, then pounds it with a stone. She repeatedly pounds the 3 materials into powder. Her hands become sore, and sweat drips down her face as she gasps for breath, saying, "So tiring, so exhausting." She wipes the sweat from her face, then pours all 3 powders into the stone trough and mixes them well. After that, she slowly adds water multiple times until the mixture reaches a dough-like consistency, then stops adding water. The mixture is dark and has a strong smell of mugwort and grass roots. These 2 ingredients are in larger amounts, with charcoal acting as a binder to help it burn. She rolls the dark dough into long strips about the thickness of chopsticks. Once the length is right, she coils them into circles. She works quickly, finishing all of them in one go. By nightfall, she has made over 40 coils of mosquito coil, all placed in a large iron tray. This isn't the end yet. They need to be dried by baking or sun-drying to finish. It's already evening and sun-drying isn't possible, so she can only bake them. During the day, she saw some good dry firewood along the way and stored it in her space. Now she doesn't need to look for it. She takes them out to start a fire. On top of the fire, she places a triangular iron stand with a large iron pan about 20 centimeters in radius on top. She watches the coils baking and feels grateful that she went to the blacksmith shop earlier. Many iron items she collected there have been useful. She collected a lot that day, but due to the urgency, she didn't have time to examine everything closely. She plans to check carefully when she has more time. She lets the mosquito coils bake while she washes some wild vegetables and pigweed collected by the Song family. She keeps the washing water to rinse her feet or wash her hands. After washing, she blanches the vegetables, then wrings out the water and cuts them into fine pieces. She puts them in a large basin, adds an appropriate amount of cornmeal and some coarse salt dissolved in water, and mixes everything well. The amount of cornmeal should be enough to form a dough. She shapes the wild vegetable and cornmeal mixture into small, fist-sized dumplings, setting them aside. She makes red bean buns using white flour and red sugar water. Since there's no fermentation, they are made with a stiff dough. She molds over 50 small, fist-sized dumplings and more than 40 buns of similar size. They are steamed in batches using a 3-tiered steamer from the Song family. For these two types of dry food, she uses about 10 jin, around 5 kilograms, of cornmeal and 10 jin of white flour. She was holding a cucumber given by the Lin family, biting into it raw. It was crispy, sweet, juicy, fragrant, and delicious. With a crunch, she ate while using her other hand to flip the mosquito coils in the iron tray, one side already dried out. Perhaps the scent of the mosquito coils drifted away as no annoying buzzing sound was heard around her. After steaming the steamed bread and buns, she kept the ones for tonight and stored the rest in her space. If she ate later, they would still be warm and fresh. After doing so much work, she was very tired, with a sore back and waist. Luckily, the steamed bread and brown sugar buns were very tasty, salty and fragrant for the former, slightly sweet for the latter. For dinner, she ate 2 steamed breads and 1 brown sugar bun, feeling about 70% full. Starting tonight, she planned to strengthen her physical training every morning and evening. Since she had just eaten, it wasn't good to exercise now. She sat down with her training gear, filling 2 suitable-sized cloth bags with fine sand. She had just begun, with 3 jin, about 1.5 kilograms, in each bag, gradually increasing later. She sewed the sand-filled cloth bags with needle and thread, preparing to tie them to her legs for travel tomorrow. She hadn't yet set up her defenses. She went to various directions around her camp, setting up animal traps, snares, and iron blocks as alarms. After finishing these, she began her evening workout, starting with the basics. During the exercise, her mind unconsciously recalled her sister's training scenes from the past. It all felt like it was happening again, but her sister was no longer here. She was alone. Since crossing over, Song Qingling often felt unreal during her free time. She felt unfamiliar with this place and lacked any sense of belonging. Her sister's final words before passing, and the rare chance to live again, motivated her to live well. Half an hour later, drenched in sweat and panting, Song Qingling stopped. She sat on a grass mat, using a needle to pop the 5 blisters on her feet, and applied some medicine for her wounds. She added enough firewood to the campfire, then lay down on the grass mat, too exhausted to move. She watched the crescent moon in the night sky gradually shrink, closed her eyes slowly, and fell asleep. When she woke up, it was not yet dawn. She guessed it was the end of the evening hour and got up to put on her shoes. Last night, she lit the mosquito coils, which helped her sleep peacefully. She exercised on an empty stomach for half an hour, then drank water and had breakfast. She remembered there were several swords and knives from the blacksmith shop in her space. She chose a handy long sword. The sword was a good one, with a thin, shiny blade and a cold gleam flowing across it. A few days ago, when she was traveling, she carried a basket to hide her identity, smeared her face with black mud and dirt, and had a dark complexion. Today, her hands held a sword, and if ordinary people saw her dressed like this, they would surely keep their distance. Over the next 2 days, Song Qingling searched deep in the mountains for a water source, but couldn't find one. After 2 more days, she finally discovered a river. The good news was that there was water, but the bad news was that many people had set up camp there. She hid in the shadows and watched the people along the riverbank. So many people. It looks like the Dongi people are here. The refugees have gone up the mountain. Having finally found water, she naturally didn't want to leave it behind. It was clear that the groups camping by the river were small and hard for outsiders to join. Most importantly, Song Qingling didn't want to join them. Since there were many people here, she decided to follow the river to another place. People like good things, and water is no different. Places with plenty of good water tend to be crowded, while less ideal spots are quieter. Anyway, she had a water filter, so the quality of the water didn't matter much. She headed in the opposite direction, walking from morning until afternoon, until she reached a spot where the water was ankle-deep and of average quality. "This is it," she said, putting down her basket. She planned to take off her sandbags, remove her shoes, and wash her feet. After walking so long, her soles were sore and hot. For the past 2 days, she had been walking with sandbags tied to her, which made her slow and uncomfortable at first, but she had gotten used to it. Still, she was tired. As she was about to take her shoes off, she suddenly turned her head, her eyes cold. On a small hill, a chubby boy, about 12 or 13 years old, was shouting loudly, "Who are you?
This is our land.
Don't touch our water."
Get lost.
He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at Song Qingling. He was small but surprisingly strong. The stone flew toward her face, but she remained still. Her eyes seemed like scanning machines, precisely locating the stone. She casually reached out and caught it in her hand. The boy was surprised but not convinced. He picked up 2 more stones and threw them at her, grinning proudly. This time, Song Qingling caught the stones again. They spun between her fingers, her eyes cold. Suddenly, she raised her hand, and all the stones shot toward the boy. The stones brushed past the boy's face, leaving several cuts and bruises. His skin peeled back at the wounds, and he cried out in pain. At that moment, 2 sneaky people, a man and a woman, who had been watching from the shadows, ran out. The woman helped the boy up and shouted sharply, "Songer, are you okay?" The man strode towards Song Qingling, pointing his finger at her fiercely, and said angrily, "You brat, you came onto our land and hurt my son. I will beat you to death." He raised his fist and walked over, his eyes fixed on Song Qingling's back basket without moving at all. Song Qingling didn't want to argue with these people or waste time. She was about to leave when a group of people approached from the other side. Her steps paused when she saw some familiar faces in the crowd. "Nyotia, stop right there." The leader was a stern-looking old man in his 50s. Seeing the visitors, Nyotia hesitated and stopped reluctantly. On the small hill, a woman saw so many people coming and quickly thought of a plan. She helped her son up and whispered, "Cry louder. Cry as much as you can. If you do, maybe we'll get something to eat." She helped her son down and approached Nyotia, pretending to wipe tears from her face, tears that weren't there, and cried to the old man, "Village chief, this outsider has a cruel heart. Look at how she hurt Songer.
My poor son."
She deliberately showed the injury on her son's face and sneaked a sinister look at Song Qingling's back basket. Everyone saw this and was momentarily surprised. The injury looked small but deep and shocking to see. "Young man, tell us what happened. Don't be afraid." "We're not unreasonable," said the old man kindly, secretly observing Song Qingling. His eyes suddenly brightened when he saw her holding a long sword. Since he recognized someone, Song Qingling deliberately changed her voice. She had been specially trained in her past life to do this, so it was not difficult. Based on her current male disguise, she lowered her voice to sound like a man. She calmly recounted what had just happened. "I was passing by here and saw no one around. I was about to go down to the river to look, but they said this was their territory and told me to leave. They threw stones at me, so I fought back. Village chief, villagers, you heard it yourself." She said it herself. She hurt Song. Nyotia rushed forward, showing he wouldn't rest until justice was done for his family. The old man spoke in a deep voice. That's also because Nyotia's own son, Nyotsong, was being malicious. He's young but already has a bad heart and hurt someone. This young man saw danger and acted. Would you expect him to just stand there foolishly? It's natural for her to fight back. If you want to blame someone, blame Nyotsung for not being able to dodge. And your own child wasn't well looked after. Who else can you blame? Song Qingling raised an eyebrow. Village chief, how can you be so biased against outsiders? Isn't that going to discourage the villagers? We all fled from the same place, said Nyotia's wife, not giving up and pulling everyone into the argument. Unexpectedly, the villagers refused to give her respect and started criticizing her one after another. Nyojia, you lie so easily. Just say whatever comes to mind. Don't think we don't know what your family has been up to behind our backs. You threatened passers-by in our name, saying they had to give you things for water, and then you kept everything for yourselves. Little Maya Chongchong, such a young child, has been turned into this because of you. Not a single good person in your family, all rotten to the core. Village head, people like this shouldn't stay. One rotten apple spoils the whole barrel. Yes, drive them away. Drive them away. Drive them away. There is no wall that doesn't leak, and through clues and careful observation over a few days, the villagers discovered what the Nyojia family had done. Today, they found witnesses, passers-by who had been extorted by the Nyojia family. The group came specifically to settle accounts with the Nyojia family. The villagers were very angry. They shouted and pushed their way forward, forcing a few frightened people from the group, those whose hands and feet were tied with ropes, out of the crowd, pushing them toward Nyojia Taisan and the others. These people were from the Nyojia family. When the truth was exposed, Nyojia Taisan and his wife no longer maintained their previous stubborn attitude. They knelt down, crying and pleading, trying to appeal to their feelings. The villagers refused to listen. Seeing a fight about to break out, the village head stepped in to stop it. He told the Nyojia family, Nyojia, given your terrible actions and the public outrage, since we all come from the same village, your death penalty can be avoided, but you cannot escape the punishment of a lifetime. Everyone agrees to expel you, and you are never allowed to return. Hearing this, Nyojia Taisan and his family were truly frightened. In troubled times, when there are many people, strength is greater. When few, they are easily bullied. Get out of here. The farther, the better. The villagers raised their sticks to drive the Nyojia family away. Reluctantly, the Nyojia family had no choice but to flee in a panic. Young man, please wait. We are originally from Xinghua village at the foot of the mountain. We were attacked by eastern barbarians and had to escape to the mountains. If you have nowhere to go, you can come with us and stay by the river. There are over 40 of us. We seem many, but most are old, weak, women, and children. Honestly, I have some personal reasons for wanting you to stay. Young people are quick to react and can resist enemies. If we live together, sharing food and drinks, facing enemies together, you won't have to face those dangers alone. The village head spoke sincerely, with hope in his eyes. The villagers looked eagerly at Song Qingling. Young brother, if you have nowhere good to go, why not stay with us for a while? There is water here, wild vegetables can be found, and with luck, you might catch some game. The houses above the river are inhabited by wealthy people, protected by servants and guards. In the middle area, other villagers live in groups. Our place is relatively lower. Even further down, people also live there, but the water is less and filled with mud and sand. This place is better than other parts of the mountain. If you want to leave later, it won't be a problem, a familiar voice said. Song Qingling looked over directly, meeting the person's gaze. They looked at each other. Song Qingling didn't avoid or shy away, but the other person found it strange after staring for a while and scratched the back of their head. Good. They didn't recognize her, which meant her disguise was successful. Song Qingling slightly tilted her head, her gaze falling on the river. The sunset reflected on the shallow water, casting a warm yellow glow, and the ripples shimmered beautifully. It's getting late today. If we keep going, it will be dark, and we might not find a good place to stay. She decided to stay overnight, stock up on water, and leave tomorrow. She turned her head and said, "Sorry to trouble you. I want to stay here tonight." All right, the old man replied, a little disappointed, but not saying much. He warmly led Song Qingling away. The villagers followed closely. Among the crowd, a beautiful young woman said to the person beside her, "Brother Lin, that person is holding a sword and looks very powerful." Lin Jian nodded, recalling the scene of their eye contact. Her eyes are very calm and cold, giving me a sense of pressure. Most people wouldn't have that kind of look. The woman on his right was Lin Kong. I wonder if she will stay. Seeing her, I thought of Miss Song. I wonder how she is now. Miss Song? The woman showed a hint of caution and asked curiously, "I heard Aunt Hui Lan mention her before." "Who is she?" Lin Jian and Lin Kong both said, "Actually, we don't know either." Meanwhile, Song Qingling followed Yang Lijing to their camp. On the way, Yang Lijing asked about her situation with concern. Song Qingling quickly responded that she got separated from her family while fleeing and played it down. They sighed and looked at her with sympathy. The camp was set up in a shady place by the river among many trees. People had built simple tents with wood and rough cloth, some laying mats on the ground to sleep outside. Not far from the tents, a few pots were boiling, and some women were cooking dinner, including Tian Huilan. Tian Huilan was cooking with two women, holding large wooden spoons, chatting happily. Her face was full of smiles. Suddenly, she saw a tall, strong figure, Dong Tianshi, chopping firewood with a hatchet. A few meters behind him, Dong's mother sat on a chair, and a middle-aged woman squatted beside her, chatting happily, especially Dong's mother, who looked very happy. The middle-aged woman took a small cloth from her waist, walked over to Dong Tianshi, and gently wiped the sweat from his face, her eyes full of affection. Whether intentionally or not, the woman's body occasionally leaned toward Dong Tianshi and then moved away. Song Qingling squinted slightly. She noticed that although the woman wore simple rough cloth clothes, they were tight-fitting, highlighting her curvy figure. She looked away after a quick glance. Yang Li pointed out a few empty spots to Song Qingling, saying those places were unoccupied, and she could choose freely. Looking around, the best spot seemed to be under a tree, just enough for one person, near the Lin family's area. Just as she was about to go over, Lin Jian Lin Kong came with a woman. The woman's features looked about the same as that middle-aged woman. "Hey, you're here. Dinner will be ready soon," Lin Kong said kindly. "Are you with them?" Song Qingling asked, knowing the answer, but still curious. "Are you family?" "No," the woman answered first. "We are brothers." Lin Jian patted Lin Kang's shoulder, then pointed to another side where Lin Fugui, Ma Shi, Lin Yuantian, and Huilan were. "Our relatives are over there. This is Chun Yu, and the woman chopping firewood is her mother. By chance, we met them, and our families came here together." "Oh, so you're not from Xinghua village," she said. Based on what Lin Jian said, Song Qingling could roughly imagine the story. Refugees went up the mountain. The mountain valley was dangerous. The Lin and Dong families had to leave, and along the way, they met Chun Yu and her daughter. "Let's go. Dinner is ready." Lin Jian invited Song Qingling to join the queue for food. Eating others' food seemed like joining their group, but she didn't want to get involved and firmly refused. Lin Jian and the others didn't insist further. She looked at the place where she planned to go and saw the people lining up for food. She guessed that each day, some people stayed behind to guard the camp, while others went out to find food. The collected food was shared and used as daily supplies. Any extra was kept for later. Overall, it is similar to the base from a previous life. Walking to the foot of the tree, Song Qingling put down her basket and planned to use a wooden bucket to fetch water from the river. At this moment, Tian Huilan, who had finished serving food to the waiting people, saw Song Qingling, who had just arrived and was sitting alone eating a bowl of food. She approached with a kind smile and said, "Child, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Feel free as if you are at home. Here is some food, take it and eat." She was holding a large bowl of wild vegetable soup, which was their dinner. Song Qingling was holding 2 sets of dirty clothes she had just found. "Thank you, but I don't need it. I have my own food." "Child, come over here and eat," called out Su Xiuxiu, Dong Tianchi's mother, from about 2 meters away. The Lin family, the Dong family, and Chun Yu and her daughter sat together. Song Qingling shook her head and refused again. She carried the 2 wooden buckets and the 2 sets of dirty clothes, walking straight past Tian Huilan toward the river. The water here was a bit deeper than where the Nyoja family was, but it was okay. The water was warm. She bent down, tilted the wooden bucket, and lowered it to fetch water. There were large stones on the riverbank. She threw the dirty clothes onto the stones to scrub them and dipped her hands into the water to soak them. The surface looked normal, but in fact, all the water her hands touched went into the big jar in her space. After washing the clothes slowly, the remaining few large jars were filled with water. She carried the 2 full buckets back, hung the cleaned clothes on nearby tree branches to dry. People finished eating, some rested, some went to the river to wash things or boiled water to cool and store in bamboo tubes. Due to a severe drought, everyone wanted to store more water when they finally found some. Song Qingling did the same. Not wanting to attract attention, she took out a clay pot from her basket, dug a small fire pit, and boiled the water directly, without filtering it. As soon as the water boiled, Chun Yu and her daughter each carried a basin of dirty clothes and went to the river. It looked like they were heading to wash clothes. Not long after they left, Tian Huilan and Lin Jian's mother and son also arrived. Tian Huilan hurriedly said, "Feng Mei and Chun Yu took our dirty clothes to wash again. Didn't I tell you to stop them? I tried, but I couldn't stop them. They said it was to repay us for taking them in." "It's just a small favor," Tian Huilan said with a smile and shook her head. "Chun Yu and the others are really hardworking." Hearing this suddenly, the mother and son stopped and looked at the speaker. It was Song Qingling, sitting on the ground, twisting grass ropes. Lin Jian didn't catch the deeper meaning and smiled. Yes, they always rushed to help with chores every day. Holding a grass rope in her hand, Song Qingling looked up at the mother and son. "You have no relatives or connections, yet in such a short time, you've become like family. That's wonderful. A family all together. Chun Yu and the others are capable people. No difficulty can stop them." Tian Huilan and Lin Jian initially thought Song Qingling was missing her lost family members. Gradually, they realized her words sounded a bit strange. "Why do you say that? What happened to Chun Yu and the others? Are they capable?" Tian Huilan asked with confusion. Song Qingling calmly replied, "I heard you say you met them on the mountain, a mother and daughter. There are wild animals and many refugees there, and danger is everywhere. For them to stay on the mountain until they met you, I guess they must have some special skills like self-defense." After speaking, she lowered her head and focused on twisting the grass rope. Whether making grass shoes or hats, she first kneaded enough grass rope, then combined them together. She had already given all the warnings she could. Whether the Lin family realized it or not, and what they did afterward, had nothing to do with her. Getting involved in others' affairs can pull you into trouble, making you suffer others' hardships and become unhappy. She could tell that Su Xiuxiu from the Lin family was kind-hearted and helpful. In troubled times, being too kind isn't always good. It can lead to disaster and harm. Her words made Tian Huilan and her son think for a moment. They didn't go to the river to find Chun Yu and her daughter. Instead, they greeted Song Qingling and returned the way they came. She twisted more than 30 grass ropes, her palms red and sore. Today, she decided to stop here. The hot water in the pot was cooling and settling. Every so often, a fire was lit in the camp to provide light. The night was thick, and the light was dim. Most people were already asleep, snoring loudly, while some patrolled and kept watch. Song Qingling had no sleepiness. She sat on the ground, holding a full leaf between her index and middle fingers. She flicked her fingertip, sending the leaf flying. She kept this motion for about half an hour, then stopped, rubbed her wrists and shoulders, and lay down on the grass mat to sleep. Lying on her side, she stared at the pile of green leaves a short distance ahead. She whispered softly, "Keep going." By practicing leaf throwing and embedding leaves into wood, whether using thick or thin iron needles, she could do it effortlessly. A deadly strike. Having lived again, she had to start mastering these skills from scratch. Although she didn't have many iron needles now, that didn't mean she wouldn't have more in the future. This skill was from her past life, a special ability she wanted to recover and practice again this time. After all, having many skills is never a bad thing. After a tiring day, Song Qingling closed her eyes to sleep. In the middle of the night, she suddenly woke up, sat up straight, looked around, and listened carefully. She heard sounds approaching their camp. Meanwhile, at the Lin family's resting place, Lin Yuan also seemed to sense something and woke up. In the dark, there was the rustling sound of dry leaves underfoot. The moonlight was faint, and in the small woods, two dark figures, one tall and one short, ran out, one in front of the other. "There are wolves coming. Many wolves. Help! Help! Help!" The noisy shouts woke everyone. Song Qingling stood up, ready for action. Running to shout for help was Niu Tai, but some family members were missing, leaving only Niu Tai and Niu Tsong. "Village chief, quick! Wolves are coming!" Niu Tai, looking disheveled, hid behind young village chief. Niu Tsong, exhausted from running, couldn't keep up and fell to the ground. Howling, loud wolf howls echoed through the night. People panicked, shouting and crying. At a critical moment, Lin Yuan shouted, "Don't panic. Everyone grab something to defend yourselves. The elderly, women, and children hide at the back. The young and strong go to the front. Wild wolves are fierce, but they have weaknesses. Their waists are most vulnerable. Hit the waist." Having lived in the mountains for a long time and often dealing with fierce beasts, Lin Yuan remained calm and gave orderly commands. Young village chief had never faced such a situation before. He shouted loudly, "Listen to Lin Yuan." Everyone followed his instructions and adjusted their positions. Song Qingling looked at the wolves with shining eyes. Wolves are good to eat. Wolf meat can be cooked, and wolf skins can be dried to keep warm. But before they could organize their defenses, the wolves arrived. In the dim light, their glowing green eyes looked like clusters of ghostly fire. The wolves leapt and pounced, 1, 2, and so many that they couldn't count. Several men from the Lin family and Dong Tiancher each held a large knife. Seeing the wolves rushing over, they charged to fight. Young villagers were stunned. Some, scared, dared not move forward, trembling with their knives. Others gradually reacted, forcing themselves to charge ahead. They had no choice. If they didn't fight, their families behind them would be in danger. Two wolves saw Song Qingling alone on the side, separated from the others. They bared their teeth and snarled, rushing towards her from both sides. A nearby villager kindly warned, "Be careful." Song Qingling drew her long sword. The cold, shimmering blade reflected her expressionless face. Howling, one wolf landed on its hind legs and lunged at her neck. The other wolf followed closely, aiming at her feet, attacking her from both sides. She moved her steps backward, creating distance from the wolf. After days of traveling with her feet bound to a sandbag, her movements became lighter. The wolf that failed to catch her fell to the ground and lunged again. This time she didn't retreat but advanced. She ran a few steps, bent her knees, tilted her head back, and quickly a dark shadow covered her face. She leapt at the wolf above her, belly down, and tightly grasped her long sword, stabbing it forcefully. As she pulled out the sword, she rolled to the left and kicked another approaching wolf with her foot. The wolf with its belly cut open spilled blood mixed with internal organs, falling with a loud thud. Immediately after, the wolf hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At the same time, Song Qingling rolled over, supported herself with her hand, and quickly stood upright. The wolf she kicked back several steps, opened its mouth wide, and lunged again. She bent down, picked up a stone from the ground, and smashed it into its mouth. The stone was larger than the wolf's mouth, and its teeth clamped tightly around the stone. This caused the wolf to slow down as it tried to shake the stone loose by tossing its head. During this moment, she swiftly advanced with her sword and stabbed it into the wolf's back. The sharp blade scraped past the wolf's internal bones, producing a screeching sound of friction and cracking bones, accompanied by howls of pain. She withdrew her sword, and blood gushed out of the wolf. In a short time, She had killed 2 wolves with precise strikes to vital points, showing no unnecessary moves. Meanwhile, 3 wolves bypassed the front line and ran past. Fortunately, Tian Huilan remained calm under pressure, quickly directing people to dismantle the tent's wooden poles and pile them together to ignite a fierce fire, temporarily blocking the wolves. The villagers lacked combat experience. Most fought in groups of 3 or 5 against a single wolf. As the battle continued, some fell one after another. The 3 men from the Lin family, experienced hunters, were less panicked when facing wolves but were somewhat overwhelmed trying to protect the villagers. The strongest fighter was Dong Tianshi, who wielded a large iron hammer with one hand. Wherever he struck, wolves were hit. Sometimes, he knocked one flying with a single. Next was Song Qingling, who watched Dong Tianshi's skill with a look of surprise. Unknowingly, dawn arrived, and all the wolves had fallen. The villagers suffered heavy losses, with 11 dead and many more injured. "Yue, how are you? You're bleeding." A loud, exaggerated scream caught Song Qingling's attention. She looked toward the sound. A few meters away, Chun Yu's mother was holding the unconscious Chun Yu in her arms. On the ground, there was a large bloodstain on Chun Yu's left leg, near her calf. Tian Huilan's eyes were red and her face full of guilt. At that time, a wolf lunged at me. It was Chun Yu who pushed me away and saved me, so I was injured. Hearing this, Chun Yu's mother burst into tears, crying uncontrollably. From her angle, Song Qingling just happened to see Chun Yu slowly open her eyes, while leaning in Chun Yu's mother's arms.
Haha.
Song Qingling immediately understood the tricks of Chun Yu and her mother. She turned to handle the wolf, not caring about anything else. She found Yang Lijing. "Lijing, I killed more than 10 wolves. Is it okay for me to decide what to do with them?" Yang Lijing was busy tending to the injured and looked overwhelmed. When he heard Song Qingling's words, he paused, then responded, "No problem." He had seen clearly earlier that this young man was killing wolves with 1 sword each, very skillful. Throughout, he was unharmed. Yang Lijing sincerely said, "Tonight, thanks to you. You've worked hard." She nodded and went to deal with the wolf carcasses. All the wolves she killed were piled up. She used a small dagger to cut open the skin, first slicing each limb, then pulling the fur upward, and finally cutting around the neck and pulling back little by little. The wolves, skinned and bloodied, looked very ugly. She peeled 5 skins in one go, feeling a bit tired, so she paused to rest. Suddenly, she sensed someone watching her. She looked around and saw Nyotia and his son approaching from across the way. When they saw her and her bloodied hands, they were so frightened they fell to the ground. Nyotia and his son, having gone through all this, were overwhelmed and started crying loudly. Song Qingling ignored them and continued skinning. She put the peeled skins together, planning to wash them clean later in the river. The wolf meat was a problem. The space could hold it, but it was crowded and not easy to store. That was one of the disadvantages of being in a crowd. It's more comfortable alone, with fewer worries. Song Qingling stuffed 1 wolf into her backpack. Although she couldn't take the rest, she didn't want to waste it. Maybe she could trade it for supplies. She was wearing clothes from the Song family, which would be easy to recognize if they met on the mountain. In the end, Song Qingling traded wolf meat for over 20 sets of clean, worn-out clothes, several pieces of burlap, 3 straw hats, 2 raincoats, 5 pairs of straw sandals, about 10 ropes of various thicknesses, some needles and thread, 6 bamboo fans, and a few pounds of cornmeal. Luckily, she also got 2 water bags made from cowhide. Because she traded meat, people were very happy and willing. By the river, Lin Yuan-Tian and Hui Lan, the married couple, each carried water buckets and headed back home. Hui Lan accidentally glanced and suddenly saw a bulging bag near the edge of the grass. "Brother Yuan, look over there?" Lin Yuan looked and said, "It seems to be a burlap sack." They both walked over together. Lin Yuan picked up the sack, opened it, and saw some steamed bread, more than a bushel of beans, dried chicken, rabbit, and fish weighing about 3 jin, 2 cans of coarse salt, 2 recently dead wild rabbits and domesticated chickens, and about 2 jin of cured meat. Seeing these items, they were both shocked and looked at each other in surprise. Hidden nearby, Song Qingling watched as the Lin couple took the sack and quietly left. She didn't have many supplies on her. She decided to use these items to repay the kindness they had shown her by giving her food earlier. The domesticated chickens and cured meat were from the Song family, which she had not dared to eat before. The Lin family had saved her, which was an undeniable fact. She had already repaid their kindness within her ability, and from now on, they owed each other nothing. Once everything was settled, Song Qingling went back to pack her things and prepare to leave. After last night's incident, Yang Lijing was even more determined to keep Song Qingling. He kept a close eye on her and quickly caught up when she tried to leave. "Hey, young lady, are you leaving?" Song Qingling nodded. Yang Lijing wanted to say more but noticed her cold expression and slight impatience. He had to stop. "Well, take care on your way. We're here, and you can come back anytime." Song Qingling didn't speak and simply walked away. After walking a short distance, she looked back toward the place where the Lin family was stationed. Chun Yu seemed to have just woken up, smiling like a small white flower, fragile and delicate, evoking a desire to protect her. She was supported by Chun Yu's mother, with the Lin family members surrounding them like stars around the moon. Song Qingling only glanced briefly and then turned her head to continue walking. Everyone has their own fate. Just focus on yourself. Last night, she subtly reminded Hui Lan and her son, which made them more alert. After returning, they probably became a little cold toward Chun Yu and her mother. Later, Chun Yu risked her life to save others because she was clearly of a higher rank. The Lin family members, being simple-minded, fell for it again. Now, she was dressed as a man, a stranger to the Lin family who only had a brief acquaintance with her. They had spent more time with Chun Yu and her mother. If she told the Lin family everything, would they believe her? Unquestionably not. It would only cause her trouble and might even expose her true identity. After all, they didn't know each other well, so why bother getting involved in these matters? Currently, all the water containers in the space are full. Soldiers from the eastern country attacked various villages below the mountain. The villagers ran up the mountain, and the soldiers have probably left. It's time to go down the mountain and gather more water containers for storage. Then, she headed south, as the drought was even worse to the north. With the eastern country continuing their victories, they might pursue their enemies, either heading north, south, or both at the same time. No matter what, she couldn't stay in Zhuo Prefecture anymore. After walking a distance, she found a safe place to hide. She quickly changed into new clothes and pants and put on straw sandals. The sandals had some holes on the top part to let air in and keep her cool. She felt comfortable wearing them. Next, she packed her basket and wolf into her space. She changed to a clean basket because the old one was stained with blood, which could attract wild animals in the mountains. In the new basket, she kept some common daily items. On top, she tied a straw mat, which could cover the basket and was easy to carry. She hadn't finished her breakfast yet. She ate a steamed bun while walking quickly. As she moved, sounds came from the nearby woods. Those 2 women are very close, especially the little one. She has pretty features, big eyes, fair skin, and a slim figure. Look at her pink lips. She looks healthy. And she can do chores like washing clothes, cooking, warming beds, and even having children. She's good at everything. The older one isn't bad either. She looks decent and is quite agile. The speaker's voice was a bit sharp and sounded eager. Song Qingling slowed her steps. The voice sounded familiar. A man said, "They only have 1 bushel of rough rice. Nothing more." 1 bushel? That's so little. Do you think I'm stupid? Trying to trick me? When she heard this, Song Qingling remembered who the person was, Grandma Zhang, Zhang Hongyu's grandmother. She also thought about who the people discussed selling might be. From her memory, she guessed it was likely Zhang Hongyu and Wang Shi. Zhang Eru was the second son in the family, in a middle position. No matter what happened, Zhang's parents often ignored him and didn't favor him. Plus, Wang Shi only had 1 daughter. Their family worked hard in the Zhang household, being like laborers. Another man spoke, "No more selling. If we sell to someone else, we can get a higher price." Based on the voice, she thought this person was probably Zhang Hongyu's eldest or third uncle. In troubled times, some people act only for their own benefit. Whether they know the others or not, including family members, as long as it benefits themselves, they will sometimes push others aside. They rely on others to go further and live longer. This is why people say good people often don't last long, and troublemakers leave a lasting impact. Song Qingling shook her head, not wanting to get involved. As she took a step forward, she suddenly felt a sharp, stabbing pain in her chest. It was the emotions of the original owner. The Song and Zhang families live next to each other. The original owner is the same age as Zhang Hongyu, both just turned 15. Since neither of them is loved by their grandparents, they share similar fates. They have supported each other since childhood, sharing joys and hardships. Their bond is so close that they are like real sisters, even without blood relation. In fact, compared to the others, the original owner is the most unfortunate. Zhang Hongyu still has her parents' love. We're not selling anymore. There are plenty of people looking to buy. You're just dreaming. The current market outside is terrible. 1 bushel of grain is considered a good deal now. Let's go. 2 men said this and started to leave. Old Lady Zhang and Zhang Dazhuang looked at each other anxiously. They had been asking around for a long time. Only this group was willing to trade openly, one hand giving the grain, the other taking the people. They settled the deal right there. Mother, what if more people come to sell later? Won't that make the grain even scarcer? Many are short of food now. Old Lady Zhang knew this well. She clenched her teeth and stomped her foot. She then called out to the 2 men heading away, "Wait."
We.
The voices continued from that side. Song Qingling raised her hand to press against her aching chest, her brow furrowed, her expression calm. Honestly, she didn't like this feeling. It was like being forced and oppressed. She was always influenced by the original owner, unable to be her true self. So who is she really? Song Chunya or Song Qingling? She wasn't the original owner. She had no feelings for Zhang Hongyu. She had already helped her once before, repaid her kindness, and couldn't keep helping forever. Just because the original owner and Zhang Hongyu were close and she traveled here, didn't mean she had to become exactly the same or be as close as sisters. Every time Zhang Hongyu needed help, she stepped in. If she took on everything herself, wouldn't she become like a mother figure? Just as Song Qingling was about to leave, she heard something strange. She took a few steps forward and looked through the bushes to see what was happening. Old Lady Zhang didn't say the word "sell" out loud, because Zhang Hongyu, who had fainted on the ground earlier, suddenly woke up and broke free from her bonds. She grabbed a large stone and hit the back of Zhang Lady's neck. Zhang Lady was in so much pain she could only open her mouth. She didn't even have time to scream before she fainted. Zhang Dazhuang did not expect such a sudden change. He froze for a moment, his face fierce as he raised his fist and struck Zhang Hongyu. "You reckless girl, you're asking for trouble." Unaware, Wang Shi also woke up. She was behind him, holding a thick wooden stick, and with a loud bang, she hit him on the back of the head. Wang Shi shouted loudly, "No one can bully my daughter." Zhang Dazhuang was struck and saw stars, his body trembling as he fell to the ground. "Mother!" Zhang Hongyu ran over to support her mother, who was sitting stunned on the ground. "Mother, are you okay? Are you hurt?"
"I've fine. I'm okay."
"Luckily, I noticed their suspicious looks at me these past few days. I secretly hid a small knife on me. Mother, did you hear? They plan to sell us." Zhang Hongyu trembled with anger. After waking up, Zhang Hongyu took advantage of the distraction while Zhang Laotai and Zhang Dazhuang were bargaining. She first cut the ropes binding her hands, then cut Wang Shi's. Fortunately, she was quick enough to defend herself, or she couldn't imagine what might have happened. "Sniff, sniff, they're so cruel," Wang Shi cried sadly. Not long ago, Zhang Hongyu and Wang Shi were gathering wild vegetables in the woods, each searching in different directions. Suddenly, Zhang Laotai and Zhang Dazhuang ran over and told Zhang Hongyu that her mother had fainted. Worried, she believed them and followed without hesitation. On the way, she suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of her neck, as if hit by a heavy object, and then everything went black. Wang Shi, meanwhile, overheard a secret conversation while gathering vegetables. She realized it was the Zhang family plotting secretly. Terrified, Wang Shi wanted to slip away and warn her daughter, but she accidentally stepped on a dry branch, making a noise. The Zhang family saw her. She ran, they chased her, and she was eventually knocked out. Mother and daughter shared their stories, understanding that Zhang Laotai and her family had planned this all along. The hot sun hung high in the sky. Even the cicadas on the trees seemed weak and exhausted, only making faint sounds after a long time. The plants suffered from the heat. Many had withered and died. The remaining ones looked weak, bending down, with curled grass tips hanging to the ground. Mother and daughter hugged each other and cried bitterly. Zhang Hongyu was heartbroken. The situation reminded her of her close friend. She cried even louder, "Mother, I miss Chunya so much. Where is she now? The Song family may have been punished, but they are still alive. I'm afraid Chunya might have met the Song family on the mountain." In the shadows, Song Qingling heard those words, her eyes darkening as she approached the mother and daughter. The crying mother and daughter, feeling sad, heard footsteps and stopped crying in surprise. They helped each other to stand and looked cautiously at the approaching person.
Who are you?
Zhang Hongyu, holding a small knife in defense, stared at the person and felt increasingly familiar. The stranger had messy short hair that looked a bit unkempt, covering their eyebrows. Their deep, cold eyes resembled a moonlit lake. Their small face was only palm-sized, with dark yellowish skin. They appeared thin and loose-fitting clothes, washed until white, looked large and somewhat empty. The person seemed casual but exuded a cold, distant aura, making it feel like they were separated by a vast, icy mountain. Zhang Hongyu bit her lip, doubting, "Are you Spring Girl?" Even if she was recognized, Song Qingling remained calm, like an undisturbed ancient well, showing no reaction. Those familiar with the original owner could recognize her, which also meant the Song family would recognize her. She appeared here mainly to test if those who knew the original owner could recognize her, and also to find the Song family. The trouble from 1,000 years ago, especially the Song family, was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Now, if they hadn't encountered them, it was fine. But if they met again, they would cause trouble. She couldn't tolerate such risks and had to eliminate them completely to prevent future problems. This principle was learned from her past life, after experiencing the chaos of the end times, fighting with swords and blood, and she was determined to follow it strictly. Do you know where the Song family is now? This question indirectly confirmed Zhang Hongyu's suspicion. She immediately ran to Song Qingling, tears of joy in her eyes. "Spring Girl, it's really you. That's great. I thought I would never see you in this life." Later, Wang Shi heard this and exclaimed in shock, "Spring Girl, is it really you?" Zhang Hongyu reached out to try to hold Song Qingling's hand, but she just moved to the side to avoid it. "Did the Song family go up the mountain with your people?" When asked again about the Song family, Zhang Hongyu was distracted and ignored her raised hand, which was slowly lowering. She truthfully replied, "That night, the Dongi soldiers attacked secretly. Some villagers escaped, including members of the Song family. Those who escaped went up the mountain and now live by a river. But the Song family isn't with us now. They are upstream, together with the Zhou family. At that time, we had just reached the mountain when we met the Zhou family fleeing too. The Song family looked like mice seeing a cat, they ran. The head of the Zhou family ordered 10 or so servants to chase after them, blocking the road and surrounding everyone." Speaking of these events, Zhang Hongyu looked very happy. After all this, everyone knew that the Song family owed money to the Zhou family. The Zhou family's head was very angry and ordered his people to beat them. Old Master Song Lu, the oldest, was beaten almost to death. "Uncle Song, your father, and Song Ginfu and Song Gingue, Your brothers had one leg broken. Feng Shi and your mother. In the past, Chanya cared most about her mother. If she knew Li Shi also had her leg broken, she would be very sad. Zhang Hongyu couldn't bear to say more. She carefully looked across but didn't see any sadness or anger on Song Qingling's face, just her usual calm. Song Qingling asked, "And then?" The Song family's suffering seemed related to her, as if they were involved in her leaving the Song family. But in truth, it also had to do with Lu Shi and their greed. Every cause has its effect. Then, the Zhou family probably didn't dare to cause a death. They fled quickly, and many servants got separated from them. They forced the Song family members to mark on their faces, making them serve as slaves. The young ones like Uncle Song could be ordered around, and with some medicine and food, they managed. But old Master Song Lu and the others, being old, weren't cared for by the Zhou family. The Song family couldn't protect themselves and didn't want to bother with the two elders. They didn't say a word in front of the Zhou family. Some kind villagers took them in temporarily, but the injuries were too severe, and they died the next day. Later, we found a river. The Zhou family monopolized the best water areas and drove the villagers away. We moved downstream. We parted from the Song family for several days, and don't know how they are now. After hearing all this, Song Qingling nodded and turned to leave.
Hey, Tsunya, Tsunya.
Zhang Hongyu ran up to catch her. Thinking for a moment, Song Qingling stopped and turned around. I almost lost my life at the Song family, like crossing the gates of. Since then, I've understood many things. From now on, I want to live alone, wherever I go, like a bird flying freely in the sky. Hongyu, after I escaped to the mountains, a kind person taught me some self-defense skills. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. But you, after what happened today, do you still want to stay at the Zhang family? The original owner had told Zhang Hongyu more than once that she wanted to become a bird and fly to a wide world. Zhang Hongyu shook her head. She had long wanted to leave the Zhang family, but filial piety kept her there. Chunya, without the Song family, we can stay together. I can't rest assured if you're alone. Zhang Hongyu burst into tears, feeling helpless. Fate will bring us together someday.
Hongyu, take care of yourself.
I'm leaving, Song Qingling said without looking back. Spring girl. Zhang Hongyu shouted heartbroken, trying to chase after her, but behind her, old lady Zhang's weak voice scolded. Wang Shi, so you too are ungrateful. Dare to hit my mother, you heartless people. You'll be struck by lightning. Hearing these insults, old lady Zhang tried to get up but couldn't due to her injuries. Zhang Hongyu hesitated for a moment, then turned to look for her, but she couldn't find her. She ran farther, but still couldn't find her. After a while, Zhang Hongyu, her eyes swollen from crying, returned. Did you catch Spring Girl? Wang Shi asked. Seeing her daughter looking lost and sad, Wang Shi felt upset too. Old lady Zhang struggled for a while longer, and then fainted again. Zhang Hongyu picked up a rope, dragged old lady Zhang to a tree, tied her hands behind her back, and secured her to the tree. Mother, let's tie them up. Wang Shi hesitated but finally decided to follow her daughter's plan, and also Zhang Dazhuang. Zhang Hongyu stared coldly at Zhang's mother and son, her eyes sharp like knives. She hated them deeply, hated having such family members, and also hated herself for being unable to escape. She felt responsible for forcing Spring Girl to leave alone. With such terrible family members, it was like having another version of the Song family. If Spring Girl stayed, she would just be jumping from one trouble into another. Wang Shi didn't know how to handle the situation and paced anxiously. Zhang Hongyu had already made up her mind. She grabbed some dry grass, stuffed it into the mouths of Zhang's mother and son to silence them. Mother, wait here. Don't leave. Don't untie them. Wait for me to come back. Wang Shi didn't understand what her daughter was planning. Half an hour later, Zhang Hongyu returned with Zhang Eru. Seeing her husband, Wang Shi wanted to speak. Mother, just listen to them, Zhang Hongyu said as she pulled the dry grass out of Zhang's mother and son's mouths. They had just woken up and their mouths were free, so they immediately directed their anger at Zhang Eru, accusing him of being unkind, unfilial, and saying he was helping his wife and children at their expense. These two have been eating and drinking at Zhang's house for so many years. Now that the family is in trouble, it's time for them to repay us. Your father is in charge, and he agreed to this. So, second brother, are you going to oppose him? Are you going to disobey your father and watch the whole family starve? Grandma Zhang tilted her head and asked harshly. Saying these few words took a lot of effort, and she felt so uncomfortable she cried out loudly. Zhang Dazhuang continued, a hen that can't lay eggs, a girl who eats for free. Sell them if you must. Get through this tough time first, and later, you can marry again. You can still have children, and after you're gone, others will remember. Shut up. Second brother Zhang shouted angrily, his face dark like storm clouds before a thunderstorm. His lips were pressed tight, and his features twisted with suppressed anger that he couldn't fully express. Earlier, his daughter told him that auntie and uncle wanted to sell her and her mother. He didn't believe it. How could a family do such inhumane things to sell their own kin? But after hearing those words just now, he realized his daughter was telling the truth. Mother, elder brother, she is my wife, and she is my daughter. How can you do this? How can you be so cruel to your own family? After all these years of our sincerity, this is how we are repaid? Second brother Zhang laughed bitterly, tears falling from his strong, brave face. Second brother, how can you say that? Our parents raised you, and it's right to be filial to them. I see now, you've always been calculating these things deep down, pretending to be honest on the surface, Zhang Dazhuang accused. Second brother Zhang couldn't believe his older brother would say such things. Since childhood, Zhang's family favored Zhang Dazhuang and Zhang Sandy, giving them all the good things, while he was left with the bad. He used to think we're all one family, so there's no need to be so clear about it. But now, it's all a joke. People not only forget your kindness, but also blame you for being too calculating, feeling unsatisfied, and demanding more. Tears welled up in second brother Zhang's eyes as he laughed bitterly. He seemed drained of all strength, his back slowly bending forward. Next to him, Zhang Hongyu couldn't stand it anymore and shouted angrily, Uncle, you have no right to speak like that about my father. A few days ago, when the Dongi soldiers raided at night, you delayed for so long just to get that quilt. If it weren't for my father saving you and Grandpa in time, you would have been dead. My father took 2 blows for you, and his back is still injured. Zhang Dazhuang shrugged. That was his choice to rush forward and block them. I didn't ask him to do it. What does that have to do with me? Wang Shi was crying silently on the side.
Dad.
Zhang Hongyu quietly cried, her tear-filled eyes looking earnestly at her father. Looking at her daughter, and then her wife, Zhang Eru felt a deep pain in his heart. He lowered his gaze, his fists clenched and trembling badly. After a moment, he took a deep breath, looked up, and a relieved smile appeared in his moist eyes. He said to his wife and daughter, they don't want us, and we don't need them. It's time to cut all ties with them. Then let's go now, Zhang Hongyu said happily, her tears turning into a smile, eager to leave. Mrs. Wang was still a bit confused. Zhang Eru kicked a stone toward Zhang Dazhuang. Then, holding his wife and daughter on each side, he walked away, ignoring the curses behind him. After walking a short distance, Zhang Eru said, let's go. We'll return to our base, find our household registration, grab some daily supplies, and leave. We've given so much to that home, just walking away like this, how foolish would that be? But if we leave like this, what if others find out? Mrs. Wang was worried and hesitant. Human trafficking is a crime. Now, how many people in the mountains are involved in this? If the law was enforced in the mountains, would they dare to do this? Man Yang, don't worry. I have everything under control. Once we leave, we'll go find my father-in-law and the others. Mrs. Wang's family was in another village. Since fleeing, she worried about her family every day. Yes, we should find Uncle and Annie and Chunya too. Zhang Hongyu was very happy. She remembered something and said, Dad, Mom, after we return to the back of the village, we need to go there. Chunya gave me a small bag before with medicine and food inside. I buried it underground. We'll dig it up later. Meanwhile, Song Qingling was on her way to find the Song family, with clear clues and a definite goal. She had found them by the early morning. She was hiding in a concealed spot, holding a steamed bun to eat, her eyes fixed ahead. By the riverbank, there was a row of trees, and beneath them, a few simple wooden houses. Nearby, some open space close to the woods was busy with people working, cutting wood. Among them, two dressed better, each holding a whip, clearly managers from the Zhou family. The others wore plain clothes. Looking at the overall view of the Zhou family's camp, 7 people with crutches stood out. After finishing lunch, she clapped her hands and walked toward the woods behind. 2 hours later, Song Qingling deliberately washed her face with some water, not wearing her straw hat, and strolled near the Zhou family camp. Mrs. Fong, who had just finished washing 2 large buckets of dirty clothes, was limping back home. As she walked, she saw someone nearby, facing her directly. At first, she thought she saw wrong. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. Spring, it's spring. She was so excited that the 2 buckets of clothes in her hands fell to the ground. No, I must catch her. If I catch her, I can report to Lord Zhou and young Master Zhou. Mrs. Fong was very excited, but then quickly thought wisely, I can't let the second brother and the others find out. Otherwise, they might steal my credit. I have to do this secretly. She worried she couldn't catch Song Qingling alone, so she picked up the 2 buckets of clothes and went back to find Song Pingbo. Song Pingbo was chopping wood with Song Genfu and Song Zhengui because Lord Zhou wanted a bigger, better wooden house to live in. Mrs. Fong didn't want to disturb others. She quietly hid in the dark and saw Song Pingbo look over. She beckoned him with her hand. Although Song Pingbo was confused, he suddenly felt the urge to. He ran to the overseer who was watching over them and humbly explained that he needed to go to the toilet. The overseer impatiently urged him to go quickly and come back soon. As Song Pingbo walked toward the bushes to relieve himself and unfastened his belt, Mrs. Fong, who was following behind, suddenly pulled him into the dark and whispered in his ear. After hearing her, Song Pingbo's eyes lit up. This is our only good chance to turn things around. We must plan carefully. Let's also call Fuer and Guer. With so many people, we can definitely catch her. Then the credit will belong to our family. But how will they let so many people leave together? The woodcutters were servants, supervised by 2 overseers who watched over their work. If anyone slacked off, they would be whipped with 2 lashes, leaving them bloodied and battered. Song Pingbo had already thought of a plan. Just say that the young master is causing trouble again and needs a few people to go and take care of him. The Zhou family's young master was moody and unpredictable, often changing his mind. He always needed many servants to serve him. He was temperamental and ruthless. The servants didn't dare to speak openly, but they all feared him deep down. If they could, they wouldn't want to deal with such trouble. So, Song Pingbo's family of 4 successfully used this excuse to sneak away. As they left the Zhou family's camp, Song Genfu couldn't wait to ask, Mother, where's Spring? I saw her walking that way. Mrs. Fong pointed in a direction. The family of 4 headed in that direction to chase her. The one with the limp didn't run very fast, but they tried their best to catch up, moving just a little slower than normal. Before long, Mrs. Fong saw the short-haired person ahead. That's her, Spring. She's over there. The 4 of them saw Song Qingling like hungry wolves seeing meat, their eyes shining with excitement, and they sped up to catch her. They surrounded Song Qingling closely. Song Pingbo looked at Song Qingling's face and smiled confidently. Chunya, it's really you. Hee, I caught you, Song Genfu said proudly. This is what happens when you come to deliver yourselves. It proved that when given the chance to recognize her, they still wanted to harm her. Song Qingling calmly drew her long sword from her hand. Seeing the sharp, reflective sword, Song Pingbo and the others changed their faces, but soon they all showed disdainful smiles. In their eyes, Chunya only embroidered with needles. They didn't think she had the courage for more. Suddenly, the sword pierced through Song Pingbo's chest, and his smile froze. She drew her sword, and he fell. Blood splattered onto Fong's face, spreading like a spider web and flowing downward. She screamed in fear. Ah! Song Gunfu and Song Jengui, who had never seen such a scene, turned pale with fear. They wanted to run, but their minds wouldn't obey. Their legs seemed glued to the ground. Blades flashed and swords swung. Song Gunfu's eyes widened, and he felt a hot sensation beneath him. Without hesitation, he pulled Li forward to block himself. The long sword pierced through Fong's chest. Song Jengui thought he could escape, but the sword didn't stop. It stabbed straight into his body.
Ah!
Having witnessed his relatives being killed one after another, Song Gungui's mind broke down. He finally regained some composure, pounding his thigh with his hand to pain himself and stimulate his mind, then staggered away, wobbling and unsteady. After finishing what was in hand, Song Qingling didn't rush to chase Song Jengui. She took out a bow and arrow from her space, aiming at her target.
Bang!
Song Jengui fell to the ground, lifeless. Although he was down, she followed her habit and delivered a final to the large artery on his neck, then checked for breath. Wild grass cannot be burned out. Spring wind blows, and it grows again. Song Qingling returned to the Zhou family's base and deliberately appeared in Song Pingtao's line of sight using the same method. Sure enough, not long after, Song Pingtao, who was working, noticed her figure. He blinked repeatedly, looked again, and confirmed he hadn't mistaken her. The steward saw him stop working and whipped him. Hurry up and work. If you slack off again, there will be no food tomorrow. Song Pingtao grimaced in pain. Manager Liu, I saw someone acting suspiciously over there. Let me go check it out, so I don't disturb the noble person. The Zhou family is the most powerful people living by the river. They have many servants and workers, and their team is large. Most people don't dare to come near. At first, their patrol guards didn't encounter any problems, and everything went smoothly. Old Master Zhou wanted to move into a comfortable big house as soon as possible, so a few days ago, he sent the patrol guards to help build a wooden house. The steward looked in the direction his finger pointed and saw a suspicious person wandering near the camp. He ran over to check, but it was a hot day, and it was uncomfortable. The steward knew that the Song family had no money, and once they left the camp, they wouldn't have anything to eat. He was sure they wouldn't run away, so he angrily said, "Hurry up and come back quickly." Yes, yes. Song Pingtao forced himself to hide his happiness, but the slight smile on his face showed how he felt at that moment. He started running, but after a few steps, he suddenly stopped. He looked back and saw the steward wasn't looking at him, so he quickly turned right and ran toward the kitchen area. Spring Girl cared most about her mother. Bringing Li Shi along would make things easier. Li Xiaomei was heating water in the kitchen. She tried to fill a dry branch into the stove but couldn't fit it. Suddenly, a rough big hand grabbed her and lifted her up. Seeing Song Pingtao suddenly appear, Li Xiaomei trembled all over. "Come with me quickly."
Chun Girl is nearby, he said.
Chun Girl. Li Xiaomei was stunned.
If you go, be smart about it. Talk nicely.
If we catch Chun Girl and hand her over to young Master Zhou, our family won't have to live so miserably anymore. Don't make a fuss. If the older brothers get there first, it's over, he warned. Li Xiaomei's eyes looked dazed. Song Pingtao held her hand tightly and gritted his teeth, saying, "Think more about Lianger. He's still young. If he can turn things around now, he's our family's only hope. Our daughter is married and gone. She's like water spilled on the ground." When he mentioned Song Zhenliang, Li Xiaomei's expression slowly changed. "Then let's go quickly." Behind them, Song Zhenliang, who was not very tall, looked very thin and haggard, with his cheekbones sticking out on both sides. He was holding 2 stinky night pots, one in each hand. He was originally heading to the river, but saw his parents sneaking around together and became curious. He quietly listened to their conversation. Song Gunliang's eyes shone brightly, as if he had been stuck in mud, and finally grabbed a lifeline. "Dad, Mom, are you going after Big Sister? I want to go too." Song Pingtao hesitated for a moment. "Then let's go together, Lianger. When we catch her, cry as hard as you can. Make it as sad as possible." Okay. 3 people quietly left the camp and followed the direction where Song Qingling was last seen. They successfully caught up with her.
Chanya, stop.
If you run again, I will beat you to death. Song Pingtao shouted at Song Qingling. He grabbed Li Xiaomei and punched her several times, making dull sounds. Chanya, it's me. I'm your mother, Li Xiaomei said through her pain, trying to cooperate and crying softly. Big sister, Song Zhenliang also cried. Song Qingling turned around. Chanya, come quickly. Let's go home with mom and dad. Our family should live happily, Song Pingtao coaxed gently. Yes, big sister, come back quickly. Liang misses you. Song Qingling sneered coldly. The same age as the original owner, Song Genfu, Song Zhengui, and Song Zhenliang are good at reading people's faces. They knew the original owner was not loved at home and often bullied and exploited her. They never regarded her as family. Bored, they found bugs, cauliflower snakes, and threw them onto the original owner's bed, scaring her many times. When they were unhappy, they took their anger out on her, deliberately causing trouble and blaming her. They watched Lu Shi and Song Shunkai beat her and laugh loudly. She usually ate little and often had her food snatched away. Such incidents were countless and hard to count. Chanya, your younger brother was young and naive before, easily influenced and learned bad things from Genfu. He is your real brother. Blood is thicker than water. Li Xiaomei emphasized the word brother heavily. Haha. The original owner used to treat him as her real brother. No matter what he did, she silently endured because he was her mother's beloved son and her real brother. But when did he ever regard her as an older sister? Now, he pretends to be friendly on the surface, but actually wants to use her as a stepping stone to change the situation. Seeing that Song Qingling was slow to move, Song Pingtao was anxious. Chanya, come quickly, or your mother will suffer because of you. After speaking, he punched Li Xiaomei repeatedly, smiling confidently. In the past, whenever he said this and beat Li Xiaomei, Chanya would kneel and beg for mercy. This time, it would be no different. After a few punches, Li Xiaomei was beaten black and blue, bleeding from her mouth. She cried tears and repeatedly called out for Chanya. Chanya, sob, mother is in so much pain. Please listen and be good. I only have you, 2 children. You are siblings, and you should support each other.
Tunda.
Song Zhenliang didn't even look at Li Xiaomei and kept begging Song Qingling to stay. Seeing this scene, Song Qingling's eyes showed a cold mockery. Without saying a word, she turned and ran away. Song Pingtang was stunned. Things didn't develop as he expected. He couldn't understand why. Feeling angry and ashamed, he shouted loudly, Chun, stop. You dare to run. At the same time, he pushed Li Xiaomei and shouted, hurry, chase her. Don't let her escape. The 3 immediately chased after her. Song Qingling, hearing their footsteps behind, deliberately slowed down to make them think they could catch her. After running for a while, Song Qingling seemed tired. She stopped, gasping for breath, and bent over, placing her hands on her knees. That stubborn girl, I see where you're running to. Song Pingtang quickened his pace. Song Zhenliang followed closely, very eager. He thought that catching his older sister would improve his life, and he was so excited he was almost in tears. Li Xiaomei, not as physically strong as them, was a little behind. As Song Pingtang and his son got closer to Song Qingling, about half a meter apart, they only focused on her ahead, ignoring a patch of dry grass covering a shallow pit a few steps away. There was more dry grass around, but so much of it. Suddenly, the father and son stepped onto the dry grass, but their feet didn't land on solid ground. They stepped into the empty space and fell down with loud screams. Seeing this, Li Xiaomei, a step behind, lunged forward and caught one of Song Genliang's hands at the critical moment. Mom, help me up. Song Pingtang, who fell into the pit, let out a terrifying scream. Ah.
Ah.
Hearing the scream, Song Zhenliang was terrified. He tightly grabbed Li Xiaomei's hand, even leaning most of her body into the pit, about to fall, but he didn't let go. Finally, with Song Genliang's persistent effort, Li Xiaomei fell down. The whole family of 3 fell into the bottom of the pit together. This was a deep hole that Song Qingling had dug over 2 hours. It was just wide enough for 3 people to stand side by side, about 2 meters deep. The main effort was digging, and the soil was directly collected into a space, saving the step of hauling it out and speeding up the process. At the bottom, she had prepared a big surprise for them. 6 venomous snakes she found on the mountain. A banded kite, a bamboo green snake, and a 5-step snake, all quite large.
Ah, ah.
The screams from the bottom of the pit continued. Song Qingling slowly walked over and looked down. Sure enough, she saw what she had long expected, a funny scene. Below, Song Pingtang was shirtless, trying to beat the snakes with his clothes. Song Genliang's face turned pale with fear. He hid behind Li Xiaomei, using her as a shield. Li Xiaomei endured her fear bravely. Even after being bitten and suffering intense pain, she still picked up her child to protect him, willing to block the danger for him. At this moment, 2 snakes had somehow climbed onto the wall of the pit, slithering and twisting. Their heads and upper bodies arched gracefully, and their dark eyes met Song Genliang's gaze. Because Song Genliang was higher up, he accidentally made eye contact with the snakes. He was so frightened that he froze, opened his mouth, and shouted loudly. Afraid the snakes would attack, he instinctively tried to defend himself, pressing his hands against Li Xiaomei's head and smashing it toward the snakes. When Li Xiaomei's face was hit, the snakes had already moved. They stretched their heads and bit her on both sides of her neck. Soon after, Li Xiaomei's head hit the wall of the pit, and blood flowed from her head, soaking most of her face. She tilted her body, leaning back against the wall. The pain from the impact and the venom made her feel terrible. Her face twisted in pain, and her eyes, wide with shock, looked at Song Genliang standing on her. Li Xiaomei struggled to blink and, with great effort, lifted her trembling hand towards Song Qingling, reaching out and calling, "Chun, Chun." Before she finished speaking, her head tilted to the side, and she died. Seeing Li Xiaomei die, Song Qingling felt a strange calmness inside. Li Xiaomei was a tragic and hateful person, not worth anyone's sympathy. She might have loved the original owner, but her love was divided among many people, her family, Song Genliang, Song Pingtao. Her love for the original owner was very small, almost insignificant. Song Pingtao, still stubborn, saw Li Xiaomei fall and came up with a plan. He grabbed the tattered straw sandals used to fight the snakes and hit Song Genliang. He stepped on her body and used it as a shield to block the snakes when they attacked. His wife was dead, and he thought, why couldn't his son die too? As long as he survived, there was hope. He could marry again and have a son. If he died, everything would be lost. Dad, it hurts so much, boo-hoo. Hearing his son's pitiful, painful crying, Song Pingtao ignored him. His only thought was to escape from here. He wanted to live. Song Genliang was young, and the venom took effect quickly. He didn't cry much before he stopped moving. Earlier, Song Pingtao had been bitten by a snake and had been moving vigorously. The venom started to work. He stepped on Li Xiaomei's body, feeling weak and exhausted. He tried several times to climb up but couldn't. Finally, he spat out a few drops of blood and collapsed to the ground, his eyes full of regret and fear. After a few seconds, his eyelids slowly closed. The people below remained silent. Several snakes crawled onto them and quietly ate them. Everything was over. With her ability, killing someone was easy. Digging pits and searching for venomous snakes was just to make the killing more painful and to torment their minds, so they would die feeling uneasy. Song Qingling put the soil she collected into her space back into the hole, filling it up until it was level with the ground, then turned to leave. Next, she headed down the mountain southward, first to the village to gather useful supplies. On her way down in the afternoon, she collected a lot of dry wood. Now that she had the chance, she gathered as much as possible. If harsh weather like snowstorms or heavy rain came later, these would be very useful. When tired and thirsty, she drank some water or ate a cucumber to regain strength. Only 3 cucumbers remained from the ones given by the Lin family. As she continued, she met several groups of people. Some saw her carrying a basket and looked eager to approach. Whenever that happened, she drew her shiny sword, and those people would run away in fear. Besides meeting living people, she also encountered many dead bodies. They were in various states, some injured, some bitten so badly they were just bones, and others looked fine but probably died of thirst, hunger, or illness. Every corpse was covered in dense flies and fat white maggots wriggling around. Seeing these, she felt nothing. She had seen so much in her past life that her heart was numb. As it grew darker, she finally saw a village at the foot of the mountain and quickened her pace to go down. She would spend the night there. Getting closer to the village, she could see it more clearly. Most houses were made of thatch, some collapsed or burned, leaving a mess. The earthen houses looked slightly better. At least they were recognizable as houses. On the rural path, there were many deformed, rotting corpses, with flies swirling around them. There were dark brown bloodstains on the ground, dried and hardened. From these signs, she could imagine the terrible violence the village had experienced, like a massacre. The light was dim and hazy. The village was ruined and desolate, filled with a strong smell of decay. It was quiet, but an eerie, terrifying atmosphere spread silently. Before entering the village, Song Qingling stood outside, overwhelmed by the disgusting smell of decay. In the hot weather, the corpses had already started to rot. Such conditions could easily breed bacteria and viruses. She decided not to go into the village tonight. Instead, she would stay somewhere farther away and wait until morning to take protective measures before exploring the village. She returned to the foot of the mountain, found a flat spot, and lit a fire with dry wood for light. She also lit mosquito coils to keep away insects. In recent days, she had eaten several meals of cornbread and steamed buns, which tasted bland. On a whim, she chopped some wild vegetables, beat 2 eggs, and fried an omelet. She also steamed half a dried chicken and half a dried fish. The dried fish was salted and flavorful. After preparing the 2 dishes, the delicious smell made her drool. The sight of the corpses and the foul smell she had encountered earlier didn't bother her at all. She ate the vegetables with the bread, smiling at how tasty the food was. Once full, she washed her dishes with a little water. After tidying up, she started setting up defenses around her. It didn't take long before she broke out in sweat again. She sat down heavily, and the wind that rose carried her body odor, irritating her nose. Actually, she could tolerate the smell, but being sticky and uncomfortable was worse. Recently, every night before sleeping, she applied ointment to her forehead wound. She touched the scabbed wound, which had healed over, and waited for it to fall off naturally. It was still early, so she practiced tearing leaves. Despite practicing daily for some time, her progress was slow. She still looked like she was just flicking leaves away for fun. This practice required calmness, patience, and no rushing. Rushing would only hinder progress. Day after day, she practiced, building a solid foundation, and someday, she believed she would make a big leap forward. In her previous life, she had practiced day and night for over 4 years before she could do it well. But in this life, with her memories of her past, knowing the techniques and key points, she thought she could shorten the time needed. After about an hour, her hands felt weak and sore. She sat down to rest and added more sand to the sandbags. This time, each bag weighed 6 jin, about 3 kilograms, so 2 bags weighed 12 jin, around 6 kilograms, increasing gradually. After finishing the sandbags, she cut several rectangular pieces of clean cloth with scissors. She folded 2 pieces together and sewed 3 sides, leaving one open to fill with crushed dried mugwort. After sewing it shut, she stitched a thin of cloth on each side to tie around her ears. The makeshift mask was ready. The mugwort inside helped eliminate odors. Mint would have been even better. Using the same method, she made 5 masks. Feeling sleepy, she extinguished the fire and lay down on a grass mat. She was very tired and wanted to sleep, but it was too hot, like a pancake frying, so she kept turning over, unable to fall asleep. After tossing and turning for a while, she broke into sweat. She sat up and fanned herself with a palm leaf fan, but the fan produced warm air. Since the bloodshed appeared, she has been observing daily. She notices that the temperature is gradually rising, getting hotter each day. In her previous life, during the early days of the apocalypse, there was also a long period of high heat and drought that lasted over 2 years. Better stock up on water. Late at night, she was so sleepy her eyelids could hardly stay open. She lay on a straw mat, fanning herself with a palm leaf, not knowing when she fell asleep. The next day, she woke up to blinding sunlight. The sun was shining brightly. She got up quickly because she was late. Her body was sore all over from the effort, but compared to the first days of exercising, she felt much better. For breakfast, she ate 2 steamed buns. After tidying up her things and putting on a mask, she headed toward the village. During the day, the sunlight was strong, making the bleak scene in the village clearer and more vivid. The smell was also stronger, but she could tolerate it because of the scent of mugwort. She went straight to the houses that were still somewhat intact, searching for containers that could hold water. She collected all undamaged ones she found. Life in the village was already hard, and after being looted by soldiers from Dongi, there was little of value left. After gathering water containers, stone mills, and rice-pounding tools, she decisively left the village. Walking far away, she took off and discarded her mask, taking deep breaths of fresh air. She remembered someone once saying that the northern part of Shuzhou was Langzhou, the western part was Jinzhou, and directly south was Longzhou. To go south, she would need to pass through a place called Shiqiao County. She didn't know the way after that. Her immediate goal was to figure out where she was now and which direction to go to reach Shiqiao. If only she had a map. With a map, she could check nearby towns around Xinping Town to see if the Dongi soldiers had left. If they had, she could search the secret rooms of wealthy families for supplies. Without a map, she was basically blind. She decided to follow a path straight ahead outside the village. The blazing sun shone down. On both sides of the road, there were fields. Some crops were still there, but they had all dried out and died. The hard, cracked soil looked like turtle shell patterns, with large gaps big enough for an adult's legs. All the plants along the way had turned yellow and withered, with no green left. She wore a straw hat to shield herself from the sun. Although it blocked some sunlight, it didn't cool her much. She kept taking it off to breathe. Even through the cloth, the intense sunlight seemed to, making her skin hot and sweaty. Her sweat never stopped. At a bend in the road, Song Qingling slowed her steps for 2 beats. The surface a few meters ahead looked normal at first glance, but if you looked carefully, you could see hidden dangers beneath, with something lurking underneath. She pretended not to notice and continued walking, glancing around with her peripheral vision. The weeds on both sides of the road were taller than a person, perfect for hiding ambushes. As Song Qingling expected, a few men were hiding in the bushes. Through the gaps in the leaves, only their eyes were visible, all focused on the basket she carried on her back. One man saw her holding a sword and said, "Look at her hands. She's just a scrawny beggar pretending with a sword. Are you really afraid of her?" These men were thugs from a casino, all strong and skilled. Recently, they had intercepted several groups of people on this road and collected supplies. 8 of us, 1 of her. I can punch her out with 1 fist. Stop talking. She's coming. Song Qingling was just 1 step away from reaching the strange spot underground. The men hiding in the shadows watched her carefully, tense. 1 foot lifted, ready to step forward. Suddenly, the foot changed direction. Song Qingling turned her wrist and quickly ran toward the bushes on her left, drawing her sword and stabbing. The sword flashed sharply. The 2 men hiding in the bushes didn't react in time. They only felt a slight pain on their necks before falling forward. Bang, bang, they died instantly. This move revealed the other 6 men hiding in the bushes, who then stepped forward to surround Song Qingling, trying to trap her. One man raised a cleaver and charged at her, shouting fiercely, "She killed Dachuan and Chongzi. Kill her, avenge them." The 6 men all raised their weapons and attacked Song Qingling. She held her sword with both hands to block the man in front. When their weapons clashed with a ringing sound, she pushed back, planted her right foot, and used the force to leap into the air. She kicked at the wrists of 3 men holding weapons, with seemingly little strength, but their faces showed pain. Clang, clang, the 3 weapons dropped to the ground. At the same time, 2 other men charged at her with weapons. After her kick, Song Qingling spun quickly toward the safe side, shifting her body. Her straw hat fell off, and she landed back on the ground. She quickly stabbed her sword into the nearest man, who was wailing in pain from a wrist injury. Feeling a threatening presence behind her, she drew her sword. In a flash, like lightning, she turned her head to dodge a large sword coming straight at her face. She quickly lifted her knee and kicked the attacker in the stomach. The man grunted and leaned forward uncontrollably, giving her the chance to stab him in the belly with her sword. A breeze blew from the side, and someone rushed toward her. She sensed it early, spun quickly to dodge, and finally positioned herself beside her opponent. She swiftly swung her sword and stabbed him. She blinded one of his eyes. The blind man screamed in pain, covering his bleeding eye with his hand. His right hand had been kicked earlier, so he couldn't use it now. He curled up in pain, staggered a few steps, and finally fell to the ground. Without pause, the remaining 3 enemies looked fierce and attacked fiercely. During the fight, Song Qingling pretended to make it look like her sword was knocked out of her hand. They saw this and sneered, becoming careless. When pretending to be weak, she grabbed one man's left wrist and squeezed hard. He spun around and swung his sword, which flew out of his hand. Coincidentally, the sword cut into another man's right shoulder, and the tip of the sword brushed past his neck. That man turned to face her, and since they were close, she pulled out a dagger from her space and stabbed him in the chest. Only one man was left standing. Seeing how powerful Song Qingling was and watching her companions fall one by one, he decided to run. There was no point in chasing him. It was too tiring. Song Qingling took out her bow and shot an arrow. She pierced each of their hearts and then searched their bodies. She found over 20 taels of silver, several knives and axes, and some rough ropes buried underground and covered with dirt. She collected everything. Each of them carried a household registration document. One man had a small face and a face shape similar to hers. She kept it, thinking it might be useful someday. People die for food, and people die for money. In troubled times, robbers like these are very common. Then she continued her journey. At noon, Song Qingling arrived under a large tree with leafy shade. She rested and ate her lunch. She had just taken a few bites of her steamed bread when a group of more than 20 people, dusty and tired, approached her. Only this shady spot was cool enough nearby, and everyone wanted to find a comfortable place to rest in the heat. Song Qingling glanced at the group silently and kept eating. They saw her alone and eating, and looked at her with surprise. A boy about 7 or 8 years old, with sunken eye sockets and thin limbs, drooled with transparent saliva at the corner of his mouth. "Mother, the cornbread smells so good. I want to eat too." Among the people present, not only he wanted to eat. They had all escaped from the village with no food. They had been surviving by searching for wild vegetables, tearing bark from trees, and eating leaves. The boy's mother looked at Song Qingling from head to toe. She saw that she was wearing a straw hat, had a thin figure, and carried a basket. Although a woven mat covered part of the basket, she could see something inside through the gaps. She was an adult and could endure hunger, but the child was so young. How could he keep going if he stayed hungry? So, the boy's mother bravely stepped forward. "Sir, please have mercy on the child. Give him some food. He's so small." Following her lead, other parents with children also came forward to beg. Song Qingling picked up her long sword, which was hidden behind the basket. She drew the sword out. The blood on it hadn't been wiped off. She coldly said one word, "Go away." Everyone was startled and stepped back. Some were unwilling and tried to approach again. Song Qingling immediately threw a dagger, which landed right in the ground in front of one of them. If she had moved just a little closer, that person's foot would have been injured. Now, no one dared to come closer. Since they didn't get any food, the people sighed and moved to the other side to rest. They all held pieces of bark and leaves, eating with blank expressions. Brother Zhong, do you think that story is true? They say even Xiqiao County was attacked and defended by the Dongyi Kingdom.
How can we go south now?
Many refugees we met on the way are talking about this. It's probably not a joke. That means it's real. Two middle-aged men were talking. Their conversation caught Song Qingling's attention. She remained calm and continued eating her cornbread. The man they called Brother Zhong was about 40 years old, with a determined look in his eyes. He carried a bow and arrow on his back and was slim. Brother Zhong, you're a hunter. You're experienced and knowledgeable. What should we do next? Xiao Zhong, we're not from the same village, but we've helped each other along the way. We couldn't have come this far without trust. We believe you're a good person. If we can't go south, do you know any other way to survive? The older ones among us might die if they do, but these little ones are still so young. This topic was about their future and fate. Everyone's mood was heavy. They stopped eating and looked at Brother Zhong with pity. Brother Zhong hesitated. I've heard someone mention that there's a mountain trail that bypasses Xiqiao. Hearing that there is a safe path, people felt happy and hopeful. However, Brother Zhong's next words made them feel cold inside. There are bandits on that mountain road, and dangerous wild animals on the mountain too. Wah. Many women tightly hugged their children and cried hopelessly. Several older people shook their heads helplessly, silently shedding tears, accepting their fate. The atmosphere was heavy and sad. After a moment of silence, a young man about 20 years old stood up confidently. The people of Dongyi are cruel and fierce. If they catch us, the best thing is to be killed right away. The worst. He paused, and though he didn't say it directly, everyone understood. On the other hand, if I take that mountain road, I'll face bandits and wild animals. But we can't be too sure about anything. We are few now, but others wanting to go south might be on the same road. We can stick together, tie thin ropes into a strong one, and work together. That's better than falling into the hands of the Dongyi people. Hearing this, people's hope was renewed, and some hesitated. Someone eagerly asked Brother Zhong, where should we go next?
How long will it take to reach the mountain?
Here is Hefeng County. We should head that way. Brother Zhong pointed in a direction. Based on our pace, it will take about half a month to reach the foot of the mountain. People started asking more questions about other things, but Brother Zhong didn't know the answers. Suddenly, an old man fainted without warning, closing his eyes and collapsing to the ground. People cried out in alarm and panicked. Song Qingling packed her things to prepare to leave. The young man who had spoken earlier walked over to stand a little apart from Song Qingling and earnestly said, "Young lady, please help us. There's an old man over there who's very thirsty and hungry. He fainted. Please give him some water and food. Good deeds will be rewarded. Today's kindness will bring blessings in the future." Song Qingling, who was squatting with her basket on her back, stood up and shook her head, refusing. She refused again, which made some people in the group lose patience. An old woman with white hair and short stature stepped forward loudly and scolded, "Young man, how cruel you are. They're almost dying from thirst and hunger. You have water and food, and we're just asking to borrow some to save our lives. You refuse? Are you trying to let them die of thirst and hunger? These are real lives." Her words resonated with some others, who nodded in agreement. But because of fear of the sword, they didn't dare to speak out loud. "Who are you, and what does it have to do with me? If they are starving or dying of thirst, it's their problem. Or maybe it's because you lack ability and can't do anything, and you blame others for your failure. It's really funny. My grain, my water, I am in charge. I will say it one last time. Don't come near me." Song Qingling's eyes turned icy, like sharp ice blades, cold and intimidating. There was no warmth at all. The people on the other side felt an unexplainable pressure. The timid ones lowered their heads. The old woman was also frightened by that look, but the elderly man who fainted was her husband. He was in danger, and in her panic, she cried and shouted her true feelings. "Don't you have elders or children at home? Are you still human? You have no compassion at all. Survival of the fittest. Only the strong survive. Song Qingling wasn't a saint. She took care of this and that. The old woman's words made her laugh. She slightly curved her lips and smiled mischievously. Yes, I have no compassion. I'm selfish. Moral pressure only binds those with morals. She had no manners and no morals, so no one could tie her down. Song Qingling left without anyone daring to follow. The old woman, shocked, swayed and fainted as well. In the chaos, the loyal hunter took out his last hidden water. People are selfish. Everyone wants to keep some for themselves. Seeing the situation worsen, he felt sorry and gave the water to the elderly couple to drink. Brother Zhong, do you still have water? My little Bao is very thirsty. Please help him. Brother Zhong, please save my mother. She's about to give up. When they saw him take out water, they all believed he still had some and begged for it. There's no water left, Zhong Hunter said honestly. People didn't believe him and kept begging. When he hesitated to produce the water, their eyes changed. They wondered why he hadn't shown it earlier and why he only helped the old couple, not them. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, Song Qingling headed toward the sunrise. The scorching sun felt like fire. She wore long sleeves and long pants. The sunlight reflected on her clothes, and the heat seeped in. The fabric was not breathable, making her even hotter. The whole world seemed like a giant steamer. It was no exaggeration to say she worried every day about being steamed alive. She hadn't bathed in a long time. Maybe she was used to the smell. She could tolerate it. What she couldn't accept was her hair. Her scalp produced oil, and her hair was tangled into clumps, messier than a chicken coop. She took off her straw hat to get some air, casually rubbed her messy hair, and wiped oil onto her hand, then smudged it onto her pants. The dirt and mess on her body were as bad as possible to avoid standing out among the fleeing crowd and attracting attention. She looked into the distance, thinking that walking on two legs was too slow and tiring. It would be better if she had a horse. Traveling in the afternoon was the hottest, hardest, and most exhausting time, especially after descending the mountain. The trees on the mountain provided shade, but there were fewer trees down below, and they were scattered. Most people had to walk under the blazing sun. Because of this, they drank water often, every 15 minutes or so, taking a few sips each time. Traveling consumed a lot of energy, so she made special energy water by adding brown sugar and coarse salt to replenish her strength. Under a few trees ahead, several people were crouched down. As she approached, Song Qingling saw what they were doing. They had thin, bony hands trembling as they scraped tree bark and the surface of the elm trees. The bark was dry from the sun. They struggled to peel off pieces of bark, then quickly shoved them into their mouths, filling their mouths completely. They chewed quickly, but the bark was very hard and difficult to bite. Everyone rolled their eyes in frustration, looking as if they might faint at any moment. These people had some obvious features. Very dark and thin, sunken eyes, slender limbs, and large heads. When they saw Song Qingling, they instinctively shrank back and turned to run away. As the sun set and the road was deserted, only Song Qingling kept walking forward. Behind her, the setting sun cast her long shadow on the ground. She was extremely exhausted, dragging her legs that felt heavy, sore, and as if shackled. Step by step, she finally found a suitable place to rest and decided to stay overnight. She lit a fire and mosquito coils, spread out a straw mat, and sat down heavily. She took a few sips of energy water from her water bag. The water had become warm from the sun, and as it flowed down her throat into her stomach, it didn't quench her thirst. Along with the water, she ate a boiled egg and 2 steamed buns she had cooked in the morning. After eating, she massaged her sore legs, took off her sandbag, and noticed new blisters forming on her soles. Before sleeping, she popped them. The more blisters she popped, the sooner they would form calluses, making her feet less painful later. As it grew darker, a group of people arrived from afar and stopped not far from Song Qingling. A kind-looking middle-aged man approached her. He introduced himself as Do Wei. Do Wei politely greeted her and explained they had traveled all day and wanted to rest there for the night. Song Qingling nodded. As long as they didn't cause trouble, everyone could stay peacefully. Before going to sleep, she practiced squeezing leaves for over an hour. That night, nothing happened. The next morning, Song Qingling had breakfast and set out. The group also woke early, but she ignored them and followed her own path. At noon, Song Qingling arrived at a village. The villagers seemed to have already fled, possibly knowing in advance about the attack from the Dongi country. There were no bodies or signs of destruction. She sat under a large tree at the village entrance, finished her lunch, and searched the village. There were several wells and ponds, but all were dry. Almost every household had moved out, leaving only a few heavy stone basins and large jars used for collecting water. She didn't find anything useful besides these. Just as she was about to leave, the group she met last night hurried into the village. Dowei saw her and smiled kindly, nodding. She nodded back and started on her journey. In the afternoon, Song Qingling deliberately quickened her pace to leave the group behind. On the way, she met several groups of people. Some were many, some few. Everyone was in a hurry. They exchanged glances, but kept their distance due to different speeds. After dark, while eating dinner, the group caught up again. Dowei saw her and looked a bit surprised but said nothing. 2 days passed. Song Qingling used up most of a large jar of cooled boiled water, mainly for drinking and cleaning. She used water before each meal to wet a cloth and wipe her dirty hands. That evening, she found her camp and ate dinner before exercising. Someone approached, still the group led by Dowei. "Brother, we've met several days in a row. Could it be that we're on the same path?" "We're heading south." Song Qingling didn't answer directly. "Big brother Do, I heard that Westbridge County has fallen?" Dowei frowned and said angrily, "Yes, the people of Dongi are despicable and shameless. They teamed up with Dasha. One group headed southwest and the other north. Otherwise, how could such a small place suddenly become so arrogant? No wonder." Luckily, they didn't head north. Song Qingling secretly felt relieved and started chatting with him to learn about the situation. The combined attack by the Dongi and Dasha countries on the northern wing caught them off guard. The dragon generals fought fiercely, but internal conflicts were severe. Reinforcements sent could not arrive in time, leading to the fall of 2 northern provinces to Dasha. Dowei also said that the Great Shu territory is large, with many people, brave in battle, and that their first victory would surely lead to a pursuit of the enemy. If the dragon children do not put aside their differences, unite, and fight together, the northern border of the North Wing Kingdom and even the whole country will be in danger. Now, many refugees from the north are fleeing south. Our Shuzhou is as big as 2 states, with many mountains and complicated roads. The Eastern E Army has not fully taken control yet. If the southern forces can send reinforcements in time, it might ease the situation. Otherwise, the occupation is only a matter of time, followed by Jinzhou, Longzhou. To the south. Song Qingling looked thoughtful. To the south, the princes with land and the southern defense general both have military power. Among the 3 princes, the Huainan prince has the strongest forces, when Xuan's troops are a bit more, and the last is the Chu prince of Chuzhou. She nodded. "I heard there is a mountain road that bypasses the Shiqiao and leads to Longzhou?" "That's true. The mountain is called Tuaming Mountain. I estimate it will take about 10 more days to reach." "Little brother, I see you're alone. There are many mountain bandits in that area, very dangerous. It might be hard to handle alone. Thank you for your kind reminder." Dowei saw that she did not continue speaking after he stopped, and he scratched his head in confusion, wondering if she understood his invitation. Maybe he was too subtle. Should he be more direct? From his observations over the past few days, he felt that Song Qingling was not as simple as she appeared. In these dangerous times, large groups are often robbed or face sudden crises. On the way, he even saw a few small teams completely destroyed. Yet, she was alone and had survived all these days. That's impressive. Truly impressive. Late at night, in the woods, shadows moved silently forward. The moonlight reflected off the blades in everyone's hands, shining silver. Someone whispered, "It's just ahead." Denyo and the others are hiding in the dark, following that group for 2 days now. They are many and carrying a lot of supplies. Yeah, and there's also a stinky beggar. He has a sword. What's a sword? We all have big knives. A beggar isn't a threat. After saying this, they silently continued their journey, finally approaching near where Song Qingling and her group were resting. The leader signaled his men to form an encircling trap around the camp, preparing to strike and capture everyone in one go. They immediately moved into action, emerging from the shadows and sneaking closer to the camp. The people in the camp, exhausted from traveling during the day, lay down and soon fell asleep, their snores echoing one after another. The mysterious group saw Song Qingling standing alone and sent only one person to approach her. As the person got closer, he suddenly stumbled and shouted loudly. At that moment, Song Qingling woke up and stood up, holding a long sword. She saw a person a few meters away standing on one leg, hopping like a cricket, with the other leg supported by his hand, moving as if kicking a shuttlecock. A trap had caught his leg. This noise also woke Do Wei. He sensed danger and shouted loudly, calling his people to wake up. The nearby group, trying to attack secretly, was distracted by this sudden event. During this moment, people awoke one after another, realizing something was wrong, and grabbed their weapons to fight back. The battle was about to begin. The leader hiding in the shadows was furious and clenched his teeth. It's that lousy beggar's fault. Brothers, charge. More than 10 people rushed out. The leader headed straight for Song Qingling. On Song Qingling's side, she had already taken care of the injured person. Turning her head, several more came at her. Her eyes sparkled as she raised her sword to fight. In less than 15 minutes, all these people had fallen under her sword. Meanwhile, Do Wei was fighting while secretly observing Song Qingling. His gaze on her grew warmer. She was truly extraordinary. Because Song Qingling had killed the leader, the remaining 10 accomplices lost their morale. Taking advantage of their distraction, Do Wei's men seized the opportunity, launching a heavy attack and killing them all. This battle resulted in 7 of Do Wei's men dying and more than 10 injured. For a while, sobs and cries filled the air, and everyone sank into deep sorrow. Do Wei quickly comforted his companions and went to Song Qingling. He knew that without her tonight, their losses would have been even worse. As he approached, Song Qingling was finishing off the last of the dead and searching their bodies. "Young brother, are you hurt?" She shook her head and casually stuffed a bag of copper coins into her shirt. "Young brother, we owe you a lot tonight. If you hadn't warned us, we wouldn't have woken up in time, and we wouldn't have killed the leader at the critical moment, causing that group to run around like headless chickens. I've looked over those people carefully. They fought fiercely, each with scars or cuts. Ordinary people wouldn't have so many injuries. I think they're mountain bandits." Do Wei's expression turned serious, and he spoke sincerely. "Young brother, to be honest, I have a small favor to ask. I'd like to invite you to join us as we head south. The road ahead will only become more dangerous. Today, we encountered a group of over 20 mountain bandits. They are not many in number, but the larger bandit camps are more cunning and cruel. I heard that there is a long-standing bandit camp on Mount Tuaming, which even the authorities cannot control. Tonight, we lost a few people. The remaining survivors are 41. If we meet others heading south on the way, we can join forces and fight the bandits together." After speaking, he looked a little nervous but hopeful, watching her closely.
"I don't plan to do that for now," she replied.
Song Qingling thought the idea was good, but everyone joining together was strangers who just met, with no trust. When many people gather, their hearts are mixed, and everyone is selfish. No one can guarantee anything. If the road ahead is as dangerous as Do Wei said, she might consider teaming up with others, but certain conditions must be met. After all, one person alone cannot defeat 4. She wouldn't consider teaming up with Do Wei and his group because they are weak in battle. They have many people, but also old, weak, women, and children family members. If a large bandit attack happens, the old, weak, and children would slow everyone down. When others see their loved ones in trouble or hurt, they wouldn't just stand by. Of course, there are also cold-hearted and ruthless people. Strength matters more than numbers. For example, tonight, her group took down 13 bandits, while Douai's group had 10 times more people. If she had taken down 15 bandits, it would be clear who was stronger. If she joins, she would be the one doing most of the work in such situations. Over time, people might get used to it, think it's normal, and blame her if she fails once. On the other hand, if everyone is strong enough, the danger is shared equally among all. Brother, think about it again. If you have any requests, just tell me. I'll do my best to meet them, Douai said, looking distressed. Song Qingling shook her head and turned away, not wanting to say more. Douai could only go back helplessly. After searching, Song Qingling found some silver and weapons on the bodies. She picked the best few, leaving the rest. To outsiders, it looked like she was alone and couldn't carry much. Before dawn, she managed to rest a little on a straw mat, closing her eyes. Tomorrow morning, she had to keep moving. She wanted to rest as much as possible while she could. People over there are busy burying the dead and cleaning wounds of the injured. The next morning, Song Qingling finished breakfast and set out, but Douai's side was not yet ready. It seems they will stay here for a while before leaving. Song Qingling didn't care about that and kept moving forward. She reached up and touched the scar on her forehead. It's good. The scab is starting to fall off. Once it falls, she'll be fully healed. The sun was bright and blinding in the sky. She couldn't look directly at it. Heading south, the drought here seemed better than in Shilio village, but with the ongoing heat, the situation became just as serious. Even when passing through villages and seeing water wells, there was not a single drop of water. After about an hour of walking, she arrived under a tall tree, opened her water pouch, and drank a few sips of energy water. Her dry throat, almost like it was smoking, finally felt better. Unsure of what lay ahead, she used her hands and feet to climb the tree like a nimble monkey, standing high to see far. In the distance, the mountains rolled on endlessly, covered in a dull, yellow color. She was walking not on the official road but on a winding, narrow trail with no end in sight. She looked around for a while, then climbed down the tree and continued her journey. Not long after, she saw 3 bodies lying by the roadside. The bodies were 2 women and 1 man, all severely shriveled and rotten, with a terrifying appearance. Flies and maggots covered them. She only glanced from afar to avoid infection. She knew illness would be terrible at this time. Scenes like this had become common on her daily travels lately. At noon, passing through a village, she stood on a small hill outside and looked inside. The village was empty, with no one or bodies. After a quick look around, she decided to go in and search for some containers. She already had some water containers stored, but if she could find more, it would be good. These containers could hold water or other things. The most urgent need was water, and she wanted to speed up her journey to reach Longzhou before the Dongyi Kingdom fully occupied Shuzhou. After collecting some containers from the village, she ate a steamed bun while walking. Sweat dripped into her eyes, stinging painfully, so she wiped it away with her sleeve and kept moving. In the afternoon, she encountered 3 groups of people heading south, refugees. Seeing her alone, they suggested traveling together, but she refused. One group was disappointed but said nothing and left quietly. The other 2 groups thought she was ungrateful and got a little angry. A few young men surrounded her. She quickly drew her long sword, which was still blood-stained. The men immediately dared not approach and were pulled back by their companions. The closer I got to Mount Tuaming, the more people I encountered on the road. In the evening, Song Qingling found a campsite to rest. She immediately took off her sandbag, feeling relief from her sore, hot, and swollen feet. She sat down and pressed her legs with her hands. After walking for so many days, today was the longest and the most tiring, but the good news was that she had developed a thin callus on the soles of her feet. These past few days, she had only eaten steamed buns and cornbread. She wasn't sure how much food she still had left, so she used her mind to check. She found she had eaten more than half. In a couple of days, when she had free time, She planned to make another batch. She was thinking about whether to improve her dinner tonight, since she might not have such good chances to cook flavorful food later, and considering how hard she had been traveling these days, she decided to cut all 4 wolf legs and roast them at once for easier eating in the future. Eating only meat isn't enough. She also had wild vegetables, rinsed them in water, and stir-fried them with a little peanut oil. It was a mix of meat and vegetables. Long-term vegetarian eating can make going to the bathroom difficult. The roasted wolf legs sizzled with oil, golden and crispy. She only added a bit of coarse salt for seasoning. She couldn't imagine how delicious it would be if she sprinkled some chili powder and cumin on it. Roasted wolf legs aren't as tasty as roasted chicken. They're dry and have a gamey smell. But since it's meat and she has something to eat, she's not picky at all. She ate 1 wolf leg, some stir-fried wild vegetables, and a cornbread, enjoying her dinner happily. That night, she slept quite well. Because she rested well, she woke up early the next morning. Before dawn, she got up quickly, finished her breakfast, and set out. In the morning and afternoon, she met many different people along the way. Some were dishonest, resorting to violence. Today, she encountered more people than in previous days, which made her feel a bit uneasy. On the road, she walked with a group that had a similar pace. She overheard their conversation and learned they were about to reach an area called Wudong County. It was said that this place hadn't yet been occupied by the Dongi Kingdom, and people could enter the city with household registration or a travel permit. I heard that the wealthy families in the city have organized themselves, bought grain with their own money, and distributed it to help refugees. An elderly man with gray hair and a weathered face, holding his little grandson, said cheerfully. His tired, cloudy eyes were full of hope. But isn't Shiqiao County already occupied by the Dongi people? Can Wudong County still be safe? This question was exactly what Song Qingling was thinking. If there's really a war, how come no news has been leaked? Maybe the Dongi haven't attacked yet. These stories aren't just talk. Some people have gone into the city and gotten grain, and I hear there's dried meat too. But the amount each person gets is small. After they get it, they can leave the city if they want. There is such good news. We need to hurry, or it will be gone if we arrive too late. The group, exhausted from fatigue, hunger, and scorching sun, looked pale and weak, almost on the verge of fainting. They were so excited that they ran with great speed, kicking up dust along the way. The old man holding his grandson ran for a while, then stopped and turned to Song Qingling, saying, "Little brother, you should run faster too. Once we reach Wudong County, we won't have to eat tree roots or grass anymore." Song Qingling nodded in response, deep in thought. Her instincts told her something was unusual here. Things weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface. During hard times, resources are scarce. She didn't believe that good fortune would fall from the sky for free or that there were truly kind-hearted people. From what she heard earlier, the road to Tuaming Mountain passes through Wudong County, but she didn't plan to go into the town. At dusk, Song Qingling found a place to rest and have dinner. During this time, groups of people passed by, rushing through the night toward Wudong County. Seeing her alone and not showing any suspicious intent, they focused on their journey, worried that if they arrived late, others might take the best resources first. This was actually a good thing for her. She didn't need to waste time dealing with others. She concentrated on training for an hour and then went to rest early. At dawn, she continued her journey. She used to be quite fast, but today, groups of people kept running ahead of her. She knew Wudong County was not far away. Half an hour later, Song Qingling crossed a slightly elevated dirt hill. From the top, she looked out and saw the city wall and gates ahead. Outside the gates, a crowd of people was gathered, densely packed. There are so many people, at least 1,000. She was surprised for a moment. With so many people, how could Wudong County still be accepting newcomers? Song Qingling found this hard to believe and became even more suspicious that something was wrong. When she approached the city gates, she saw more clearly. There were truly many people, so many that she couldn't see what was ahead. She looked up and saw rows of armored soldiers standing on the city wall.
Ha!
She rubbed her eyes and looked again. It seemed as if the soldiers on the wall were looking down at the refugees below with strange, cold smiles. That feeling was like being watched by a slick, sinister snake lurking in the dark. It wasn't just hunting or waiting to devour you. There was something even more evil behind it. The bright sun shone fiercely, making her feel uncomfortably hot, yet she inexplicably felt a chill behind her back. Song Qingling did not stay long. She left the entrance of Wudong County and continued to walk around. Along the way, she met many refugees rushing from other places. After about half an hour, more people appeared ahead, and she reached a side gate of Wudong County. Outside the side gate, there were tents made of torn cloth, grass mats everywhere, and pots and pans, showing that some refugees had settled there. The people, dirty and unkempt, were either lying down to sleep or chatting in groups. Some even lit fires to roast food. She happened to pass by a family roasting something. A woman placed a dry, blackened, yellowish piece of meat on the fire. Soon, there was a sizzling sound, like fat sizzling in heat, and a strange, tempting smell spread out. Nearby refugees who had just arrived exclaimed, "Meat. It smells like meat." This aroma was very tempting for tired, hungry refugees, causing a stir. Before chaos broke out, Song Qingling quickly slipped away. She crossed the side gate and saw a crowd ahead. She climbed onto a large stone at the back and observed that the side gate, about 2 meters wide, was divided into 3 small paths separated by wooden planks. 2 paths were for refugees lining up to enter the city, and 1 was for people coming out of the city. She carefully watched and saw many people coming out of the city, mostly refugees based on their appearance. Refugees entering the city looked exhausted and empty-handed, some carrying small bags. Those leaving the city looked lively and smiling, each carrying a few bags or heavy baskets, forming a sharp contrast. This scene made the refugees outside the city even more eager to get in. It turned out the rumors were true. If you entered the city, you could get meat, and you could leave whenever you wanted. Song Qingling jumped down from the stone and quickly left. Her unease about Wudong County pushed her to walk far and rest only after midnight. She was exhausted, breathing heavily, her throat burning. After calming her breath, she drank a few sips of energy water from her water pouch. Huff, huff. She finally felt a bit better. She wiped her mouth with her hand and quickly cleaned her lips. She stopped to eat a roasted wolf leg and 2 boiled eggs for lunch. After eating meat, she felt especially energetic in the afternoon. She didn't meet anyone on the way and was in a good mood. However, her good mood was spoiled when she found her camp destroyed at sunset. Song Qingling had just spread out her mat when a group of people arrived on horseback. There were 22 riders pulling carts filled with bags of supplies. They all wore matching dark gray tight clothes, with swords at their waists, and their sharp eyes looked around carefully. The leader of the group saw Song Qingling, dismounted his horse, and approached her. "Young brother, the day is ending. We are passing through here, and want to rest. Please do." This land did not have her name on it, so she wouldn't claim it. As long as these people caused no trouble, everyone could stay peacefully. After saying this, the leader nodded to her and returned to his team, telling his companions to set up camp some distance away from her. They started gathering wood and checking the cart's contents. A few went into the small forest behind. Each person had their own task. It was clear these people were not ordinary. While Song Qingling was observing the team, loud footsteps approached. More than 10 people hurried over, panting. "We finally caught up. Good thing we didn't lose them. We caught up, so it's all right." They were talking about catching up with the convoy, not losing it. The people in the convoy looked at these newcomers with displeased faces, but said nothing, seeming to want to ignore them. "Kid, get up. The ground here is flat, open on all sides, with grass. It's soft to sit on. My mother's legs aren't good, so she's comfortable lying here." A teenage boy helped a woman in her 30s and came over to Song Qingling. The place where Song Qingling chose to camp was not random. She picked the best spot based on the terrain and surroundings. She arrived first and naturally took the prime location. The convoy then chose a mostly flat area with some gentle rises, while the rest was less even sandy ground with scattered stones. Before she could reply, the woman stretched her leg forward, bending her knee as if to knock over the basket in front of her. "Who do you think you are?" Song Qingling's eyes turned cold. Seeing her alone, she thought she could bully her easily, as if she were a piece of dirt. She kicked out, aiming at the woman's knee. The bone broke. The woman screamed loudly and fell into the young man's arms. "You dare hit my mother?" The young man's forehead veins bulged with anger. A woman with a pale face, triangular eyes, and high cheekbones suddenly spoke. "Young man, this is your fault. The space here is wide enough. You should make way for those with limited mobility. Just stay over there. There's no need to be so stingy. Even in small matters you argue. As the saying goes, losing a little is a blessing." At first, the young man only saw her as one person and didn't take her seriously. He relied on his larger group, thinking he could finally show off since others had bullied him before. He raised his chin and said, "Exactly. You're young but so narrow-minded. If you don't move, I will make you move." He tried to push past Song Qingling. His companions behind him were eager to act. They were united and ready to fight together. Some people in the nearby caravan saw this and decided to help Song Qingling. The leader who had greeted Song Qingling earlier said, "Watch that young brother carefully. Let's wait and see what happens. Being taken advantage of is a blessing. You should enjoy this good fortune and have your fill." Song Qingling had no weapons. She performed a spinning kick and kicked the young man away. The woman in his arms fell to the ground. Then, she punched the triangular-eyed woman, hitting her face so hard that her cheeks sank in, her mouth opened wide, and her teeth, mixed with blood, flew out. At the same time, she kept moving her feet and kicked down the two men rushing toward her. Soon, everyone was covered in blood, kneeling and crying for mercy. "We were wrong. We know we were wrong and will never do it again. Please, hero, spare us. Please spare us. Get lost." Song Qingling shouted coldly. The people hurriedly backed away, far from her. The people on the caravan looked stunned, but the leader remained calm. There were many of them. Song Qingling ate 2 steamed buns, not having exercised much. She turned her back and practiced with a leaf. The caravan also ate dry food. They didn't have enough water and didn't dare to eat anything that needed water. The refugees started cooking dinner, roasting food that sizzled and smelled like meat. The caravan members curiously looked over. One bearded man asked, "Did you just come from Wudong County? I heard they not only take in refugees but also distribute grain and meat." This group of refugees was eager to flatter the caravan, hoping to gain their protection by following behind them. When someone among them asked a question, they all quickly answered in unison. The refugees took turns talking. "We arrived late and didn't get much cornmeal." Based on the number of people, each person got 2 pieces of meat and some water for the day. The meat is dried in the wind, similar to jerky, but unfortunately, it wasn't salted, so it doesn't last long. "How is Wudong County doing?" the caravan leader asked. Today, they passed through Wudong County. They wanted to go into the town to see if there was water, but because it was crowded, they couldn't get in and had to leave. "The county is doing well. I heard the shops on the street are open, but since we're in the refugee camp, we haven't seen it with our own eyes. If you're strong and able, you can work in the mines. They can arrange food and shelter. I have an old friend who was taken away. No one has seen him come back. Those taken probably found good places, so they're reluctant to leave. People in the city are also doing well. Yesterday, I saw it from afar, lots of people on the streets, coming and going. Many were smiling, looking quite happy. It seems Wudong County is better off. They don't know about the hardships outside. The city is heavily guarded. You can't take a few steps without soldiers stopping you. They look fierce and glare at people with their eyes." Song Qingling felt something strange about what she heard, but couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. The caravan leader looked thoughtful. After a while, the refugees finished roasting the meat. Everyone took a small piece in their hands, ignoring the heat. They rolled it around, then started eating eagerly, their mouths greasy and their faces full of happiness. Earlier, a few members of the caravan had gone into the forest and hadn't come back. Now they returned, all shaking their heads and looking disappointed. Nothing. No water. We traveled far but found nothing. We did see some traces in the mountains, like marks left by wild animals. The leader said, "Tonight, everyone takes turns resting." After eating, the refugees took out clay jars and bowls, placing them under the plants. In the morning, dew would collect, providing some water for the day. The caravan members finished this early. Song Qingling practiced for about half an hour before lying down to sleep. Late at night, the sky was dark and windy, with only a few stars shining. The trees swayed with the wind, looking like moving figures, ghostly soldiers marching from the underworld, gathering for battle. Unfamiliar birds called out softly, and the night watchmen in the caravan looked around cautiously. As they saw the pair of bright green, bulb-like eyes in the small forest, they gradually approached the camp loudly shouting, "Something's wrong. Wild animals are coming." People woke up suddenly. Song Qingling had already woken up when she heard the cooing sounds. She looked at the small forest and immediately recognized the approaching figures as a wolf pack. The weather was dry and there was no water on the mountain, making life difficult for the animals living there. Along the way, besides the previous encounter with wolves, they hadn't seen any other animals. Today, there are quite a few wolves here.
Huh? Wolves?
So many wolves.
Run.
The wolves are coming. The refugees were panicked. They quickly rolled up their mats and ran in a hurry. They had been fleeing for a long time and had learned to pack their belongings into their mats before sleeping. In case of sudden danger, they could roll everything up and run quickly. About 30 or more wolves wagged their tails and leaped forward, getting closer and closer. Their low growls sounded excited. They were all very thin, with little flesh on their bodies and slender limbs, showing that they too had a hard life. Just when everyone thought there were only these wolves and prepared to defend themselves, several tall dark shadows slowly appeared behind them. The shadows kept coming closer. A stifling, foul smell mixed with the hot wind.
Howl.
The wolf pack launched the first attack. The people in the convoy clearly had some order. They didn't panic but spread out, each guarding a side. Everyone drew their long swords, ready for battle. "Xiaotian, find a high place and shoot arrows to cover us," the leader shouted, then swung his sword at an approaching wolf. Xiaotian was a young man of about 17 or 18, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He carried a sword on his back and held a bow and arrow in his hand. He stomped on the rocks along the way, then kicked a tree trunk and climbed up a few steps. With his long arm, he grabbed the trunk, pushed himself up, and stood steadily in the tree, drawing his bow to shoot. All his movements were smooth and quick.
Bear.
"It's a bear!" Someone shouted in surprise. Song Qingling, who was fighting the wolves, didn't look away. She knew that in such moments, even a small distraction could give the wolves a chance to attack, causing injuries or worse. But from the surprised reactions of the convoy members, she wondered, were there many bears? Today, she was armed with a new machete, taken from robbers in Feng County. She felt her long sword was not very handy against wolves last time. After several rounds of fighting, the wolf on the other side clearly lost patience. It became irritable, growling constantly, stomping its front paws. Suddenly, it lunged forward, its mouth wide open, sharp fangs bared, and a foul smell wafted toward her. The wolf thought she would dodge again like before, keeping her weight forward. But unexpectedly, she counterattacked, and her knife sharply cut into its mouth. There were several light cracking sounds, and the wolf's mouth bled. The bleeding continued down its jaw, and the widened more and more. When the wolf was in pain, Song Qingling stepped forward and kicked its belly with her toes. Then she drew her sword. The wolf's belly was the softest part of its body. The wolf was kicked away and hadn't had time to stand up when she cut its neck with her sword. Suddenly, arrows whistled past her ears at high speed. She turned around and saw a wolf behind her trying to attack, but an arrow hit its throat, killing it. Not far away, A young man on a tree shot an arrow calmly. With his help, the team members fought the wolves more easily. However, a few of them were injured while fighting the bears, and the battle was still intense. Song Qingling took a moment to look around. She saw 5 large black bears, each as tall as 2 people. The bears and the wolf pack are different species. Animals usually defend their territory and see outsiders as invaders. Now, because of a drought, animals on the mountain have no food or water. Humans and animals see each other as food. Human meat can be eaten and blood quenches thirst. So, the wolves and bears are working together peacefully. They are starving and have nothing to eat, so they fight desperately against humans. Song Qingling and the others noticed these wild animals were more difficult than usual. They didn't dare to be careless. After killing 3 wolves, Song Qingling took a quick look at the situation. The alpha wolf was dead, but the remaining wolves fought stubbornly. The team members went to help fight the bears, but the situation was not good. Bears are much larger and stronger than humans. Their bodies are huge, with thick skin and flesh. A single sword or knife strike couldn't seriously hurt them. If the fight went on for a long time, humans would definitely give up first. The young archer on the tree aimed at the bears. Because his teammates were fighting them, his view kept changing, and sometimes his target overlapped with the bears' bodies. The bears were very alert, making it hard to shoot accurately. His arrows couldn't hit vital spots. Song Qingling ran to the bottom of the tree and looked up. She said, "Come down, let me try." The young man hesitated before raising his bow. The team leader noticed the situation under the tree and shouted, "Xiao Tian, listen to her." Meng Xiaotian lightly jumped down, handed his bow and quiver to Song Qingling, and landed on the ground. She took the bow and quickly climbed the tree. Meng Xiaotian drew his sword from his back with his right hand and quickly ran forward to help the convoy. After fighting the black bear for a long time, a few injured members of the convoy were starting to struggle. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the air as an arrow shot out and hit the black bear's left eye. The bear's right eye was also blinded, and 2 arrows struck each of its knee joints. The black bear, now blind and injured, could hardly move, and its fighting ability dropped sharply. It became like a fish on a chopping board. The people in the convoy cheered up, secretly admiring the skillful archery, and launched a fierce attack on the bear. Other 4 black bears also had their eyes and legs injured, some blinded or wounded. The arrows shot by Song Qingling weren't perfect every time. Out of 10 arrows, 3 missed slightly. Seeing that the fight was almost over, Song Qingling jumped down from the tree. Her gaze unintentionally lingered on the young man, calling Meng Xiaotian for 2 seconds. His swordsmanship was much better than his archery, standing out among the crowd and drawing attention easily. His archery skills weren't bad among ordinary people. After working so hard, Song Qingling was extremely thirsty. She returned to her camp and drank a few sips of water. More than a minute later, all the black bears had fallen dead. Song Qingling walked over to return her bow and quiver. The leader saw her and smiled, saying, "Little brother, thank you for your timely help. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly and quickly. I also camp here. When beasts attack, we fight together to survive. My name is Hong Yong. We are a trading caravan coming from the north. We were supposed to deliver goods northward, but halfway through, we were attacked by the Dongi people and had to turn back." Song Qingling noticed that when he mentioned Dongi people, Meng Xiaotian, sitting quietly nearby and wiping his sword with a cloth, suddenly stopped moving, his face darkening. "I am Zhou Wu, fleeing from Hefeng County," she lied. Out in the world, she made up her identity and background.
Hong Zong note that.
"Brother Zhou, tonight we fought these beasts together. Although we have many people, the key to winning depends on you. How about we split the spoils equally?" This meant he was dividing the rewards based on ability, not just number of people. Song Qingling was a bit surprised that he said this. Usually, people tend to act in their own interest. Since fleeing from hardship and danger, she rarely met someone who understood things clearly, and it made her a little uncomfortable. After this battle, the convoy members felt both curious and admiring of Song Qingling. They stood silently on the side, listening, then gradually stepped forward. Yes, Brother Zhou, your archery skills are very good. You shot a few arrows and managed to control a bear. Brother Zhou, that's all thanks to you. No need to feel embarrassed. Brother Zhou, you. Hong Yong could see that Song Qingling had a cold personality and probably didn't like this kind of scene. He spoke at the right moment. It's hot today. Let's deal with the wolves and bears quickly, or they'll spoil and become inedible. He turned and said, Brother Zhou, if you need help, just let us know. Yes, we are here to help. Song Qingling nodded. The group of refugees had not returned, and only the two sides remained. There were many people in the caravan. They divided the wolves and bears into two groups, skillfully processing the bears by skinning, butchering, salting, and marinating the meat. Since the wolves had little meat, they didn't bother with them, seeming to not want them. Song Qingling also planned not to take the wolves. It was time-consuming to handle them. The bear's thick fur, once cleaned and smoked, would be very warm and soft when laid on the bed during cold weather. Bear meat was thicker and more filling than wolf meat. Bear gallbladder could help clear heat and detoxify and improve eyesight and liver health. She couldn't put the meat into her space in front of others, so she rolled up her sleeves to skin the bear. After a while of fiddling alone, she found it a bit difficult. So she went to the caravan to ask for help. The caravan people didn't hesitate, and 4 of them came to help skin the bear, open it up, and cut the meat into pieces. As a thank you, Song Qingling gave them a few good-looking pieces of bear meat. The helpers didn't want the meat, but Hong Yong said they should take it, so they accepted. There was a lot of bear meat. On the way, Song Qingling knew she couldn't carry it all herself. She approached Hong Yong and asked, Brother Hong, I have too much bear meat. I can't take it all. Would you be willing to exchange some things for it? Hong Yong honestly replied, We can take a little more bear meat, but not that much. She understood this well and said, If it's convenient for you, I can exchange as much as you want. All right, what do you want to trade for? Can I exchange it for some salt? Sure. Wait a moment. I'll go get some. In the end, Song Qingling traded over 100 jin of bear meat for 20 jin of coarse salt. Before she knew it, dawn broke. Hong Yong and the others finished everything, packed up, and prepared to leave. Song Qingling wanted to wait until they left to store the remaining bear meat in her space, taking her time. Brother Zhou, take care. See you again someday. Hong Yong sat on the front carriage. Among the caravan members, except for Meng Xiaotian, who sat on the carriage holding a sword in silence, the others all said goodbye to Song Qingling. Watching the caravan gradually disappear into the distance, Song Qingling felt a bit envious and thought, It's so good to have a horse. After expressing her feelings, she began to collect the bear meat and wolf carcasses. Earlier, there were many people, making it hard to gather everything, but now she was alone. She finished collecting, tidied up, and then set out on her journey. She wondered if the refugees had all gone to Wudong County after hearing the news. She didn't meet many people today while traveling, and the number of dead bodies lying on the ground along the way remained as usual. Song Qingling initially thought she would spend the night outdoors again, but unexpectedly, she saw a dark spot moving on a hillside at a certain spot. Upon closer look, some of the grass and trees hadn't been scorched by the sun. This indicated there might be water above. She immediately decided to go up the mountain to check. Near the foot of the mountain, she saw some fresh footprints on the sandy ground. It's horse hoof prints, she observed, along with some shoe prints and wagon wheel marks leading up the mountain. Judging by the number of prints, Song Qingling muttered, Could it be Hong Yong and his group? She headed toward the hillside. On the way up, she saw signs that people had lived nearby. She looked around carefully, hearing footsteps and familiar voices talking. Song Qingling hid behind a tree and saw a few members of the caravan following a tall stranger up the mountain on a small path. From their conversation, they were going to fetch water from the mountain. There really was water. She quietly followed them. The mountain path twisted and turned, and Song Qingling thought the destination was far away. She marked her route along the way, but after about 15 minutes, they stopped. In an unremarkable clearing ahead, A tall man bent down and lifted a piece of dry grass mat that matched the color of the surrounding withered grass. If he hadn't done that, Song Qingling wouldn't have guessed there was something hidden underneath. Under the grass mat was a round wooden board. When he removed the board, the tall, rugged-faced man bent slightly, crouched, and reached down to grab something. Soon, he brought up a wooden bucket of water. The caravan members exclaimed in surprise. "Fellow villagers, I never expected this. There's water underneath." "It's really water. How did you find it?" "We've been heading south all along. The last time we found water was 6 days ago." The tall man smiled and said, "We found this place by accident. Many of the grass and trees on the mountain are dead from the sun, but this spot has some green shoots. We thought it was strange, so we dug with they. The soil wasn't as dry, and we kept digging deeper until water slowly appeared. The water is yellow and sandy, but it gets better after sitting for a while." Hidden in the shadows, Song Qingling suddenly felt something was wrong behind her. She clenched her dagger and turned around.
Who are you?
A boy, about her waist tall, with dark skin and big eyes, was standing on a small hill a few meters away. He tilted his head, looking at her with curiosity. "Who's over there?" People from the caravan, noticing something unusual, hurried over from all directions. "Fonger, weren't you at home? Why did you come here?" The tall man asked the boy. "Father, I followed this person." The boy pointed at Song Qingling and bounced over to stand behind the tall man, peeking out to look at everyone. He studied them carefully. "Young brother Zhou." Song Qingling quietly put away her dagger. "I saw many horse and footprints down the mountain. I came to check it out." The caravan members looked pleased and introduced her to the tall man. "Friend, this is our friend from nearby." A man with a beard and strong build, named Zhao Hai, said, "Young brother, we just arrived here. There are some villagers living on the mountain. We are staying at their place. Where will you stay tonight?" The tall man looked at Song Qingling with suspicion. Zhao Hai exchanged a glance with his companions, then made playful gestures toward her. She understood immediately and followed him to the other side. "Young brother, there are about 10 households on this mountain, a small village. It's a little lower down, hidden from view. They have water, and we plan to stay here for the night. We're outsiders, so the villagers are quite cautious. At first, they all came out to chase us away, but after we explained and showed kindness, they reluctantly agreed to let us stay." She nodded, thinking that as it got dark, they might as well stay the night and collect water. But she was a bit puzzled. "I passed other villages earlier, and they were empty. Why are there still people here? I heard this mountain is full of bandits." "Exactly. We were surprised at first, but after talking to the villagers, we understood what was going on. Originally, the village had more than 40 households. Due to a severe drought and an attack by the Dongi, some able-bodied people left, leaving only about 10 households with elderly residents who couldn't move. They believed this place was their home, and even if they were to die, they wanted to die here, not outside, becoming lonely spirits or wandering ghosts. They also said that a group of mountain bandits had come to the village before, stealing their limited food supplies. Some villagers who resisted were killed. Later, more refugees fled south, and the bandits went after them. We've noticed that most of the elderly here have trouble walking and usually survive on bark and roots." He shook his head sadly, looking a bit nostalgic. From just this information, Song Qingling couldn't find any fault. To know the full situation, they needed to see the village in person. "Brother Zhao, did you pay something when you moved into the village?"
"Yes."
"We brought bear meat." When they saw it, they were first surprised, then they cried, saying they hadn't seen meat in a long time. "Big brother, I don't have a good place to stay tonight. I happen to have some bear meat. Why not stay with you in the village? Then I'll go talk to the villagers," Zhao Hai said, patting his chest confidently. He talked with the tall man for a while, until evening. The other finally agreed, and Song Qingling handed over 2 large pieces of bear meat. As they went down the mountain into the village, Song Qingling saw the look of the village: dilapidated thatched houses, barren and bleak. Their arrival drew some villagers out to look. They were mostly elderly, trembling as they walked, leaning on things for support. Their hair was gray, and their faces, like dried bark, were covered with deep, overlapping wrinkles. The elders were curious and nervous about outsiders, but finally gathered courage to approach and ask the tall man what was going on. He explained that Song Qingling was friends with the traders and wanted to stay overnight. Song Qingling took out the bear meat from her basket. When she did, half of it was gone. The villagers, seeing the meat, brightened their eyes, about to say something. "Brother Zhou, it's you." Hong Yong and Meng Xiaodian came out from a house. Yes, call me Zhou Wu. Brother Hong. Hong Yong helped speak kindly to the villagers. During their conversation, Song Qingling quietly observed the village, noticing nothing unusual. As she looked around, she suddenly met a pair of bright, black eyes. It was the boy. When the boy saw Song Qingling looking at him, he hurriedly hid behind the tall man. She frowned slightly, feeling that something was not quite right. The tall man raised his voice and said, "All right, it's getting late. If you want to fetch water, go ahead. Finish your dinner early and rest. You can't run around the village. There are many elders here who sleep lightly at night, so don't disturb them. Tomorrow morning, you will leave here. Oh, and tell that young brother to bring back the weapons he brought." The tall man looked at Song Qingling and reached out his hand to her. Hong Yong approached Song Qingling quietly and said, "Zhou Wu, the villagers have temporarily taken our weapons. He's doing this for the villagers' safety. If he didn't, he wouldn't feel at ease. They will return the weapons to us tomorrow morning." There were many weapons in her space. She agreed to give them up, feeling conflicted. After hesitating for a while, she reluctantly took out her sword, dagger, and knife, handing them over to the tall man. There are many abandoned houses in the village. As long as they are empty, you can stay there. After saying this, the tall man led the villagers away. The boy looked back 3 times with each step. Song Qingling stared at the boy's departing figure and asked, "Is this the only child in the whole village?"
"Sure."
Hong Yong whispered nervously, "When you went to fetch water, I stayed behind with the others to clean the houses for the night. I heard from an old neighbor that the village was once raided by a band of mountain bandits. They took the children and women. That boy happened to run up the mountain that day, avoiding the danger and surviving. The villagers value that boy called San Mao very much. Whenever they mention him, they remember what happened that day. It's best not to talk about it in front of others." Song Qingling and the others nodded in understanding. "Zhou Wu, we've taken over more than 10 houses. That's enough for us. We don't need more. Let's go up the mountain to fetch some water and then cook dinner. How does that sound?" She looked at Hong Yong and said, "Okay." The caravan people prepared torches, lighting a few. One by one, they headed up the mountain. Their figures gradually disappeared into the night. Behind them, in the village, behind the wall of a house, a small, short figure cast a shadow on the ground. The figure tilted its head, watching Song Qingling and the others leave. It grinned, revealing uneven, yellowish teeth, and smiled sinisterly with an eerie, evil look. Hee. On the mountain. After pouring several buckets of water, Hong Yong and the others felt very happy. Ignoring the sand in the water, several people reached into the buckets, scooped up water, and happily washed their faces, removing dirt and feeling refreshed and energized. Song Qingling looked down into the well. The water rippled, about 2 meters deep. She thought the water might come from an underground river. Since they were there, they decided not to leave empty-handed. She filled 2 buckets with water to take back. The water had sand, so it needed to settle and be filtered later. Later, after everyone was asleep, they planned to go up the mountain again to stock more water. Back in the village, it was very dark, and it was clear everyone was sleeping. Hong Yong suggested they eat dinner outside the village before returning. No one objected, so they lit a small fire and cooked food. They cooked rice, and the aroma was very tempting. Song Qingling roasted some bear meat, sprinkled it with coarse salt, and ate it with red sugar buns. Meanwhile, the caravan cooked 3 pots of plain rice porridge, each person having a bowl. After eating, Hong Yong assigned rooms for everyone, with 2 people per room. Song Qingling was assigned a room with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was very happy and couldn't stop smiling. After the assignments, everyone went to their rooms. The room Song Qingling got was quite spacious and clean, though a bit dusty. When she entered, she smelled a bad odor. Besides the wooden bed, there was no decent furniture. The bed was a double, quite large, with one person sleeping on each side, leaving a small aisle in the middle. Out in the wild, she didn't care much about these details. They took off their shoes and went to bed, each sleeping on their side. To make it easier to leave at night, she slept at the foot of the bed on the outside. The room was very dark, with a strange smell and foot odor. After walking all day in the scorching sun, their feet smelled bad. In the first half of the night, Song Qingling dozed off. When she woke up, Zhao Hai was snoring loudly. She moved quietly and left the village without making any noise. She didn't light a torch, relying on the faint moonlight to see. She kept an eye on her surroundings to see if anyone was following her. When she reached the well, she saw some water seeping in again. She carried buckets of water up. She smelled the water and found no strange smell. She poured the water into the containers she had prepared earlier. 15 minutes later, the well produced less water, and the water was muddy. She stopped collecting water and returned everything to its place. Since no one was around, she went to the other side, took out the filter, and filtered the water. She boiled some to have ready. The water she had boiled earlier was almost finished. While boiling and filtering water, she was busy gathering dry wood and fallen branches nearby to store in her space. The space was large enough to stock more supplies. When she finished, Song Qingling erased her tracks and hurried back to the village. When she returned to the village, everything was quiet and still, just like when she left. She quietly sneaked back into her room. Zhao Hai was sleeping soundly, snoring as usual. After a long day of fussing, Song Qingling was also tired. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. The next day, Song Qingling yawned, stretched lazily, and got out of bed. She was alone in the room. It seemed brighter outside. She put on her shoes and went out, hearing the noisy sounds outside. When she looked out, she saw Hong Yong and the others. They looked anxious. Hong Yong saw Song Qingling and walked over to ask Zhou, "Have you seen Li Chong, Zhang Wenchang, Pan Cheng Gao Yi?" She shook her head. "No, I haven't seen them. What's going on?" Zhao Hai looked worried and said, "They are missing. They didn't say goodbye before leaving. We checked the water well area, but couldn't find them. What are you doing? Why are you still in the village?" "I already returned your weapons," she asked. A tall man came over. He looked at Hong Yong and the others with a displeased expression, as if upset because they didn't keep their promises. This made Hong Yong remember something. He handed the weapons, which he was temporarily keeping for Song Qingling, back to her and said, "Brother Zhou, it's like this. It's not that we don't want to leave, but when we were packing, we found some of our people were missing. Have you seen them?" Zhou Gang was surprised. "I don't know any of those people. Could they have gone to the mountain to fetch water?" "We didn't see anyone over there," someone replied. Zhou Gang looked confused. "That's strange. Didn't they tell you before they left?" Hong Yong and the others shook their heads. People in the village heard the noise and started to peek out to see what was happening. Zhou Gang, worried about disturbing the elders, looked concerned and said, "Please don't cause trouble in the village. The elders are old and can't handle all this noise. Since you can't find them here, maybe they went up the mountain. Let me take you to look. Once we find them, you should leave quickly." Hong Yong and the others were waiting for this. It was best to have someone familiar with the terrain lead the way, so they wouldn't run around blindly like headless chickens. There was water in the well, and Song Qingling wanted to stay and gather more. She said, "I'll go with you." Hong Yong was very grateful. The group hurried up the mountain. On the way, "Yesterday, I heard your people say there might be game on the mountain. I think they went hunting," Zhou Gang comforted them. But Hong Yong and the others didn't believe that. No matter where they went, they always checked in first. Song Qingling, walking at the back, looked at Zhou Gang thoughtfully. She always felt that something was strange about the village, but she couldn't quite say what it was. Led by Zhou Gang, they searched the mountain woods for about half an hour. Besides some footprints they found on the mountain, there was nothing unusual. Just when they were feeling discouraged, a faint tearing sound came from the bushes ahead. Everyone looked at each other, raised their weapons, and quietly moved closer. As they approached, they saw an unbelievable scene. Behind the bushes, a starving wolf, as thin as a skeleton, was greedily biting into a severed human arm. There was a large pool of blood nearby, and some red-yellow mixed flesh and torn clothing lay scattered around. The wolf seemed to have been hungry for a long time, focused entirely on eating. It either hadn't noticed the people or ignored them. Even seasoned traders who traveled far and wide, seeing danger daily, were stunned by this scene. After finishing that bite, the wolf lowered its head and continued to gnaw. As it bit, the severed arm flipped over, revealing a crescent-shaped scar on the front. Hong Yong and others' faces changed drastically. Someone, shocked, raised their knife and swung at the wolf's neck. After killing the wolf, they hurriedly pushed through the bushes. "It's Pansy! It's him!" Hong Yong's eyes were red, and he struggled to say the words. Someone stared blankly at the severed arm, repeatedly confirming, unable to accept what they saw. Zhao Qin, Zhao Hai's brother, crouched down to look. After a few glances, he suddenly sat on the ground, looking pale. "It's Pansy!" Zhao Hai punched the tree hard, blood streaming from his hand. Meng Xiaotian, carrying a sword, looked around alertly. Hong Yong and the others were overwhelmed with grief and shock. Song Qingling appeared to care about the situation, but was secretly watching Zhou Gang. From her observation, she saw no signs of abnormality in Zhou Gang. When she saw the severed arm and confirmed the victim was Pansy, his emotions shifted from panic to shock, then to regret. His feelings changed smoothly, with no mistakes. "We'll take Pansy back and then look for the others." Hong Yong stood up. He had built this trading team. They had known each other for at least 2 years, with the longest being 10. They traveled far and often, spending more time together than with their families. If these people went missing without reason, he had to find them. The others, lost in grief, agreed with Hong Yong. They took off their outer clothes, wrapped the severed arm, and carried it away. Next, they expanded their search around Pan Chung and found another person, Li Chong. However, Li Chong's condition was even worse than Pan Cheng's. When they arrived, 2 wolves were biting his head. His skull was white and red, sticky and shocking to see. Nearby, there were broken, blood-stained bones and shattered personal belongings.
Ah!
The scene was too shocking for some people, who turned away and vomited. The 2 wolves thought they were there to steal food and howled loudly. Hong Yong and Meng Xiaotian both acted quickly and killed them. Zhou Gang sighed sadly, saying, "Since the drought, there's been no water on the mountain, and many animals have died. These wolves are so thin, they must have been hungry for a long time." When Pan Chung and the others came to the mountain, they probably encountered the wolf pack. "Hong Yong, be brave. There are still 2 more people. Let's hurry and find them. Maybe we can still save them." They couldn't afford to mourn. They immediately continued their search for the missing people. After just a few steps, Song Qingling noticed something unusual in a patch of wild grass. "Look over there." Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and saw a shoe. Further ahead, they found a blood-stained dagger. Based on the items at the scene, it was confirmed to belong to Gao Yi and Zhang Wenchang. However, there was no sign of the 2 men. Hong Yong and the others were devastated, but they still tried to stay calm. They must still be alive. The living want to see people, the dead want to see their bodies.
"Keep searching," they said.
Zhou Gang, seeming to sympathize with their situation, agreed and led them to keep looking on the mountain. From morning until afternoon, they crossed 2 nearby mountains, but still couldn't find the people. Along the way, they saw many dead animals and some human skeletons. On the hilltop, the sunset cast a warm orange glow over the world. The fiery light shone on Hong Yong and the others' faces, but it couldn't warm or brighten their hearts. They all looked heavy and pained, deeply affected. "Hong brother, we've searched for so long, traveled so far, but still haven't found them. They're probably in serious danger. Please, stay strong, Zhou Gang said, patting Hong Yong's shoulder. Hong Yong opened his mouth slightly, took a deep breath, and his red-rimmed eyes grew moist. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Song Qingling remained silent, lost in thought. After a while, Zhou Gang looked troubled but spoke firmly. It's getting dark soon. I can't keep searching with you anymore. And you must keep your promise and leave the village. We haven't found A.E. or a Chang yet.
How can we just leave? Zhao Hai shouted.
Yes, we can't leave just like that. If they are in trouble, we can find them in time and save them. We won't leave, and if we do, it will be together with them. The men are determined. Zhou Gang, hearing this, looked angry as if he had been betrayed, and shouted, "But that's not what we said before. Are you trying to cheat us? Fellow villagers, don't get upset yet. Listen to me. The situation happened suddenly. They came out with us. If we go back now, how can we explain to their families? I see many elderly people in the village and not many younger ones. You are one of them. Only kind-hearted, loyal people would do this." Zhou Gang was moved but clearly more rational, saying no. The village hasn't seen so many outsiders in a long time. Last night, the elders couldn't sleep because they were worried. If you're looking for someone, we won't stop you. You can stay in the mountains, but you can't enter the village. Zhao Hai and others hesitated to speak. Hong Yong raised his hand to stop them and then turned to Zhou Gang, saying, "Brother Zhou, how about this? We will look for people, but it will take time. We can take turns. The ones resting can go back to the village and sleep on beds. Outside, there are wild animals, which is dangerous. You saw the wolves today. We also have some coarse salt. If you don't mind, I want to give some to the elders as a small thank you. I promise, once we find them, we will leave immediately and won't delay." "Salt? You have salt?" Zhou Gang's voice suddenly rose, looking surprised.
"Yes."
Zhou Gang scratched the back of his head and hesitated, then made a firm decision, saying, "All right, you can rest in the village tonight, but be quiet and don't cause trouble. Tomorrow morning, whether you find anyone or not, you must leave." "Okay." Hong Yong agreed readily. Zhou Gang said, "Then go ahead. I'm leaving the mountain now. I still have children and elders at home. Zhao Hai, go back with them and bring the coarse salt to Brother Zhou." Watching the two of them walk away, Hong Yong suddenly said to Meng Xiaotian, "Follow them secretly. If there's danger, show yourself." Meng Xiaotian nodded and strode off quickly. "Brother Yong, do you suspect someone in the village?" Hong Yong nodded, his eyes darkening. "Nothing is certain in the world. It's good to stay alert. This morning, after we discovered Pansy and the others were missing, everyone who shared the house with them said they didn't notice them leaving last night. They woke up early and couldn't find them. Their disappearance was very strange." Someone immediately agreed, saying, "This has never happened before. If they went somewhere, even if it was to hunt, they would have told us in advance." Hong Yong said, "Are you trying to say that staying outside the village isn't a problem? I'm suspicious of the village, so I told Zhou Gang that some people are searching in the mountains while others stay in the village. If there is really a problem, they might act tonight. Those staying behind should stay awake all night and keep their eyes open." Everyone suddenly understood and nodded eagerly. Then Hong Yong looked at Song Qingling, who had been silent, and said, "Zhou Wu, I need to ask you for a favor. Tonight, after our people rest in the village, could you please stay on a high spot with your bow and arrow? If you see anyone suspicious approaching, shoot your arrow. I also want some coarse salt," Song Qingling said calmly. Hong Yong wasn't surprised by her answer and quickly agreed. "All right, after this, I will definitely give you the salt you want." She nodded. Since Hong Yong said so, there will be plenty of salt, not less. Buying salt in town is limited, and buying too much requires registration, which is very inconvenient. "Zhou Wu, thank you for your hard work today. We want to keep looking for people. You can arrange things yourself. Be careful when interacting with the villagers. We will meet again at the village entrance later." Okay. She wanted to go get more water now that she finally found some. She planned to stock up on water. They parted ways and headed in different directions. When Song Qingling reached the well, it was already dark. She pulled the rope, and the wooden bucket hit the water, making a clear, pleasant sound. She estimated there was quite a bit of water. She pulled up bucket after bucket, poured the water into containers, and stored them away. Adding what she had stored yesterday and today, she roughly estimated there was about 120 liters. After filtering, it would probably be reduced to around 100 liters of clean water. After a while, the water in the well ran out, and she had to wait for it to seep out again. During the day, she was busy looking for people and only managed to eat one small bun. Now she was so hungry she felt dizzy and lightheaded. She found a flat spot to sit and eat dinner. She still had some roasted wolf leg from earlier, which she ate with one hand, and a red sugar bun in the other. While eating, she habitually looked up at the dark night sky. A bright moon cast a gentle glow, and stars twinkled brightly. She looked down to take water from the water pouch hanging at her waist, but caught a glimpse of something in the grass nearby. "What's that?" she wondered. She looked closely and saw a crumpled object, similar to a sheepskin scroll, lying there. Its color was like dry yellow grass or wood, so it was hard to see clearly without a careful look. She had only 2 bites left of her red sugar bun. She took a bite, stood up, and went over to pick up the object. It was indeed a sheepskin scroll. The texture felt different. She held it in her hand, and the top side was covered with black writing in traditional Chinese characters. She flipped it with one hand, revealing the other side, which had a drawing of mountains and rivers with smooth, simple lines, detailed but clear. It was a map called a Yutu in ancient times. After looking at it for a while, she recognized the place names marked on the scroll. It showed parts of the southwest and southern regions of the northern Winged Kingdom, as well as some eastern areas of the Dongi Kingdom across the sea, and a bit of the territory of the southern Yan Kingdom. She no longer ate the roasted wolf leg, storing it away. She wiped her hands on the dry grass and carefully studied the side with writing. As she read further, her expression became more serious, and her bright eyes sparkled with excitement. The text told the story of a Jiang family helmsman, a sailor who, after an accident, fell into the sea and drifted on a piece of wood. He eventually landed on a mysterious island, which no one knew about before he arrived. He lived there for several years, using his experience and hard work to build a wooden boat. After many hardships, he returned home to reunite with his family, hiding his time on the island because he believed that life there was a wonderful new memory. He thought that sharing his story might ruin the island's peace. He lived at home for several years, missing the island deeply and wanting to go back. After careful planning, he set out on his journey, expecting everything to go smoothly. But after searching for a long time, he couldn't find the island. Still, he didn't give up. He learned from each failure, gathered experience, and drew a route map that most likely led to the mysterious island. This was the sheepskin scroll. On the map, several small islands were marked in the sea between the 3 kingdoms, each with a name. One was called Jiang Something Island, located in the sea between the southern part of the Dongi Kingdom and the northwest of the southern Yan Kingdom. This part of the map shows only a small section of the river, with just the character for river marked. Next to it, there's a radical with 3 dots of water, which should be a character, but I can't see the rest because the scroll is so small. When she looked at it, she unconsciously rubbed the edge of the scroll with her fingertips. The texture felt bumpy and rough. She flipped it over to see the side, which had clear knife marks. No, this is only half of a scroll. The mysterious island's full name is unknown, and even the map is incomplete. The helmsman drew a route, but was there a departure to the island? Why is the scroll here? A series of questions made Song Qingling curious. Her favorite part was the route map. Just as she was about to look at the map again, she heard footsteps. She quickly stored the map in her space and pretended to go down the mountain. After walking a short distance, she met Zhao Haimeng and Meng Xiaotian coming from the opposite direction. "Zhou Wu, where are they?" Zhao Haimeng asked. Meng Xiaotian, usually quiet, said nothing. "They're still on the mountain looking for someone. I'm about to go down." Brother Hong said you should wait at the foot of the mountain after finishing your work. No need to go up again, to avoid people spreading out or someone going missing. They all looked at each other carefully, not saying anything else. All right, we'll go down first. Zhao Haimeng looked worried and turned to walk down. Meng Xiaotian walked in the middle. Song Qingling stayed at the back. As the three gradually disappeared into the distance behind them, in a patch of grass, the leaves fluttered slightly. A pair of bright, ghostly, resentful eyes slowly appeared, staring intently at their backs. The mouth moved, muttering repeatedly, "Who stole my treasure? Who took it? Who took it?" While walking, Song Qingling suddenly felt a strange, stabbing sensation at her back. She quickly looked back. The most likely hiding spots nearby were trees and grass, but some trees had their leaves completely dried up, and the bushes weren't tall or dense. Could she have sensed wrongly? On the way down the mountain, she was still thinking about the scroll. Yesterday and today, she passed by the place where she saw the scroll, but didn't see it. Now she saw it again, which meant someone had accidentally lost it this afternoon or evening. So, the scroll probably belonged to either the caravan or the villagers. No matter who it belonged to, if something was lost, it should be searched for. Her head itched badly. Song Qingling took off her hat, spread her fingers and grabbed her scalp, pulling hard enough to feel some relief. She scratched her messy hair, which was messier than a chicken coop, and got a whiff of unpleasant scalp oil. She disdainfully wiped her greasy hands on her pants. If she kept going like this, she would definitely get lice on her head. Maybe she should just shave her head. They left the mountain and waited at the village entrance for Hong Yong and the others to return. While waiting, Song Qingling didn't stay idle. She gathered sticks of different thicknesses and vines and wrapped them into torches. She originally wanted to practice with leaves, but since outsiders were present, they would be surprised if they saw such bright green leaves. It's better to be cautious and low-key. Zhao Hai was very anxious. He felt uncomfortable sitting, and when he stood up, he paced back and forth on the mountain. Meng Xiaotian sat cross-legged on the grass, holding the sword handle with his left hand and a white cloth with his right, carefully and gently wiping the sword. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, clusters of flames appeared on the mountain, moving downward. It was Hong Yong and the others coming down the mountain. They still hadn't found Gao Yi and Zhang Wencheng, who had disappeared. After a moment of silence, Zhao Hai called everyone to eat. "I cooked bear meat porridge. Everyone have some. I checked our supplies, horses and belongings. They're all still there. Zhou Wu, your things are still there too." Song Qingling only had a basket and a roll of straw mat. Inside the basket were pots, bowls, and dozens of pounds of bear meat preserved with salt. She carried her sword and a machete with her. Hong Yong and the others encouraged each other and sat down to eat the porridge, chewing it as if chewing wax. After they finished eating, Zhao Hai said, "I buried Pan Ziqiang over there. I buried him deep, so they won't be disturbed." He pointed to two small mounds of dirt ahead. Hong Yong and the others silently walked to the mounds and stood there for a long time. Song Qingling secretly observed each of them. They all seemed immersed in grief, with no other emotions. Could it be that the sheepskin scroll wasn't something they lost? "I'll take a few people into the village to rest. Xiaotian, you and a few others go up the mountain to look for people. Remember not to split up. Stick together." Hong Yong explained his plan to Zhao Hai and Meng Xiaotian. So, they split into 3 groups. Hong Yong took people into the village. Zhao Hai and the others went up the mountain, being careful to watch for anyone spying on them. Song Qingling followed them. She wandered on the mountain for about half an hour. Then, under cover, she quietly hid. Once she was sure no one was around, she quickly descended. Back in the village, Song Qingling climbed the tallest tree with the broadest view, waiting patiently. Outside at night, everything was so quiet that only the chirping of insects could be heard. A strong breeze blows, and she occasionally wipes sweat from her face and hair. Her clothes are tight against her skin, sticky and itchy, making her uncomfortable. The worst part is the constant buzzing of mosquitoes. The first half of the night is easy to endure, and it quickly passes. The second half is harder, and it's the most dangerous time. She keeps a close watch. Outside seems peaceful, but inside the room where Hong Yong and others sleep, everything is different. A moment ago, they were wide-eyed, paying close attention to any movement. The next moment, everyone in the room slowly closes their eyes, showing no reaction. Although it's very quiet around, standing on a tree trunk, Song Qingling feels something is wrong. She looks around carefully. Her strong instinct tells her something is off. She quietly takes her bow and arrow, climbs down the tree, and heads straight to Hong Yong's room. As she opens a door, she feels like a shadow disappears into the corner of her eye. When she looks, nothing is there. She turns back to the bed. Hong Yong is lying peacefully, with his eyes closed. She walks into the room, sniffing subtly, and moves forward quietly.
She calls out a few times.
Hong Yong wakes up, blinking confusedly. What's wrong? Brother Hong, I saw you sleeping when I came in. Where are the others who sleep in this room? Her words hit him like a shock. Hong Yong suddenly wakes up completely, sits up, and looks at the other side of the bed. No one is there. Let's go, he says, barefoot, rushing to find his friends in the other rooms. The other 3 rooms are also silent, as if everyone is asleep. 3 people are missing, only 2 people in one room are still there. Hong Yong wakes his friends, and they support each other, ready to leave the village. Song Qingling stops them. She whispers so only a few can hear, "Do you trust me?" At the same time, somewhere dark, shadows are reflected on the earthen wall. Overlapping figures flicker. We failed. That brat ruined our plan. We could have caught them all in one go, a rough voice says. Suddenly, another sharp voice responds, "Youngest, you promised you could handle them. When did that brat come back? If that brat suddenly returns, he might discover our secret. Everyone will run away." "No. Tonight we must catch them all." The youngest one speaks slowly. "Don't worry. With me here, they won't escape." "Yeah, and it's all because that brat messed up our plan. I forgot something very important because of him." The youngest one chuckles coldly. His laughter echoes and sounds terrifying. Whoever stole his treasure, they all deserve to die. During the hour of the ox, Meng Xiaotian and others had no success and came down the mountain to meet Hong Yong and his group. Before they could speak about what happened on the mountain, they saw that Hong Yong and the others had bruised faces, which surprised them. "Brother Yong, what happened to you all? Why are you hurt?" Hong Yong and his companions each snorted coldly, turning their faces away, not wanting to talk to each other. After persistent questioning, Zhao Qin, who stayed in the village, stepped forward angrily and explained, "Some people disappeared from our side. It's our fault. We were tired from searching during the day and accidentally fell asleep." They argued among themselves, blaming each other for falling asleep, and ended up fighting.
"What?"
"Xiao Tian, what's going on over there?" Hong Yong asked with a frown. Learning that they still hadn't found anyone, Hong Yong said seriously, "I guessed before, and now it's confirmed. Besides wolves, there are also dangerous wild animals on the mountain. Gao Yi and Zhang Wenchang were taken and eaten by them. I think it's probably done by humans. Otherwise, how could Tuzi and Dinyan, who stayed in the village tonight, go missing?" One of the people who went up the mountain with Meng Xiaotian spoke. Hong Yong's tone was cold. "If it's humans, there will be traces. The house where we sleep is still intact, nothing disturbed. It means the missing people left on their own. As for Tuzi and Dinyan, who knows where they went? Maybe they saw what happened during the day and got scared. They stole our things and ran away in the chaos." "Brother Yong, what are you saying?" The group coming down from the mountain looked at Hong Yong in disbelief. "That's right. Our things are gone. If it wasn't them stealing, then who? Have you all forgotten who I am? You're just my little followers. How dare you question what I say?"
Hong Zong shouted angrily.
"Are you still human? Tuzi and Dinyan are missing, and you don't want to look for them, but instead say such things? Brother Yong, what's wrong with you? I believe they wouldn't." "What are you talking about? Are you questioning me?" Hong Yong stepped forward quickly, grabbing the person's collar. Zhao Qin, who had stayed in the village earlier, seemed unable to hold back any longer. His face turned red with anger. He strode toward Hong Yong and said, "What does questioning you matter? If you weren't so useless, would so many brothers have died today? Can I say a few honest words?" When he reached Hong Yong, he punched him in the face. This punch seemed to finally find a way to vent its anger at Hong Yong, hitting hard. At the same time, it was like a fire igniting the hearts of others who also had issues with Hong Yong. In an instant, several people rushed forward to fight Hong Yong. As they fought, they started blaming and insulting each other. The few people who went up the mountain with Meng Xiaotian looked at each other, appearing as if the situation wasn't so serious. But soon, they were also affected. They all got hit. After a few blows, their minds seemed to clear, and they realized what was happening. They started fighting and insulting each other as well. Song Qingling couldn't get involved and stood to the side, shaking her head helplessly. After a while, Hong Yong, covered in blood and barely recognizable, suddenly collapsed with a loud thud. Someone stepped forward and kicked him twice. "Get up quickly, stop pretending." They kicked harder several times, but Hong Yong showed no response. They felt something was wrong. Someone reached out to check his pulse. The hand trembled uncontrollably. The person squatted down and sat there, trembling as they said, "Ah, he's dead." "What? Brother Yong is dead." Hearing this, Meng Xiaotian and the others who had come down from the mountain were both confused and panicked. Weren't they just acting for outsiders? Why did it suddenly become like this? The room instantly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. "I'll check," Song Qingling said as she squeezed in and squatted beside Hong Yong. As she approached, the people around immediately moved to block the center, sealing off the space perfectly. Seeing her attempt to get closer, Song Qingling opened her palm, revealing 3 very thin, about 2 inches long, silver needles, finer than hair. She was about to stab them into Hong Yong's head when Meng Xiaotian reached out to stop her. But Meng Xiaotian's hand didn't touch Song Qingling. Someone grabbed his hand. It was Zhao Qin, who was crouching closest to Hong Yong. Zhao Qin shook his head at Meng Xiaotian. Meng Xiaotian looked back and forth between Zhao Qin and Song Qingling with suspicion. Everything about tonight seemed strange. Hong Yong couldn't have died so easily. He silently withdrew his hand. Song Qingling inserted 1 needle into each of 2 acupuncture points on Hong Yong's head, then unbuttoned his shirt and inserted another needle into his chest. These needles were taken from her space with a tentative hope. They were from the blacksmith shop, slightly flawed but still usable. If she didn't have silver needles, she would have used iron embroidery needles instead. "He's really dead, no breath left." "You all actually killed someone?" Song Qingling shouted in shock. "Dead, really dead? What should we do? We didn't mean to do it. It was him who couldn't take the beating." Some people are scared, while others insist on sticking to their dark path. "If I die, I die. This is just wilderness. Only we know about this. We find a quiet place to bury the body, so no one knows. When we go back, we'll say those people got unlucky, went up the mountain, and were taken by wild animals, leaving only bones." Zhao Qin spoke excitedly, taking over the conversation. "Then, we can share the horses and the goods on the cart, claiming we were robbed by bandits on the way." His words were tempting, and those present felt their hearts move. "That's a good plan. Let's do it. We should act quickly while the villagers are still asleep. Listen up, everyone. We're all in this together now. Whether you want to or not, this affects all of us. It's a chaotic time, so it's better to think about going home early with what we've taken and reuniting with our families." Zhao Qin's words touched some people who were still hesitant. They shifted from fear and reluctance to making a firm decision. While they were talking, Hong Yong's bloodless lips disappeared, and his face was pale, with no blood on it. His skin was very white, and his chest was still. "Bang, bang, bang. What are you doing? Why are you making so much noise? Open the door." Zhou Gang arrived, knocking hard, causing the door to shake. "Oh no, we can't let the villagers find out what we've done."
"So, what should we do now?"
"The east room has a window. We can move the body outside," and deal with it. You guys stay here and handle Zhou Gang. Okay. They split into two groups. After the ones carrying the body left, Song Qingling and the others quickly tidied up and opened the door. Zhou Gang stormed in, angry. What are you doing? Why are you so loud? You woke up the elders in the village. Pack up and leave now. Zhao Qin stepped forward with a friendly smile. Brother Gang, we just argued a little. We won't cause trouble anymore. Some of us ran away and they even stole some things. It's really hateful. Our brave brother went after them. Please give us some time. When they come back or by dawn, we'll leave. Really? Zhou Gang asked, looking at their faces, noticing the injuries, and with a hint of mockery in his eyes. This isn't just a small fight. It's just a little joke. I promise. We'll leave the village before dawn, Zhao Qin assured, patting his chest. All right, stop causing trouble. Let the elders sleep peacefully. All right. Zhao Qin politely saw the people off. After closing the door, he immediately changed his expression and spat harshly on the ground. What is this? Just a peasant. When I get my hands on those things, I don't know how much better I'll be than him. After speaking, he looked at everyone inside the house, cleared his throat to ease the atmosphere, and said, Zhou Wu, stay here and wait for their return. The rest of you come with me. Where are you going and what are you doing? Song Qingling asked knowingly. We have other things to do. We'll be back soon. Zhao Qin and his group left. Meng Xiaotian did not follow them but walked away alone. After a short distance, Zhao Qin turned back, exchanged a glance with Song Qingling, and did not stop him. Zhao Qin and his men did not go far, but instead went to another empty house. They secretly discussed abandoning the buried bodies outside, and the people with Song Qingling, planning to secretly take the horses and goods and escape, so they could get more stuff. Outside the village, the caravan members carried the bodies and found a place to dig a grave. They were completely unaware that several pairs of eyes were watching them from the shadows. Hidden among the grass, several bamboo-like tubes aimed at the people digging the grave. Silent, sharp iron needles shot out from tiny holes in the tubes. The needles struck the exposed skin of the diggers, on their necks, backs of their hands, and sides of their faces. Soon, the diggers felt weak all over, dizzy, and staggered, collapsing to the ground. Seeing they were all unconscious, the people hiding in the shadows appeared one by one. Some checked if they were truly fainted, others walked straight toward Hong Yong, lying on the ground. They checked his breathing and listened to his heartbeat. One of them stabbed a short dagger into Hong Yong's chest to see his reaction. Seeing his pale face with no response, they confirmed he was dead. No breath, no heartbeat, he's really gone. That's nothing surprising. Birds die for food, people die for wealth. Those still alive will be taken back, and the dead will feed the wolves. Exactly what I want. Dead bodies taste terrible, fresh ones are better. We'll cut them up and eat them while watching them helplessly struggle and despair. His words sparked evil laughter among his companions. In the open environment, their laughter and footsteps gradually faded away. They left without noticing that a bead of sweat had appeared on Hong Yong's forehead. In fact, his body was in a fake death state, unable to react, but his mind was clear. So, he can feel pain and heard the previous conversation. The villagers definitely have big problems. About half an hour ago, Song Qingling told him, I have a way to make you appear dead for 15 minutes. During this time, you can't move and can only wait until the time is up to recover. That means during this period, you might face danger. He quickly said, please let me pretend to be dead, hide the mastermind behind the scenes, and catch them. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaotian was walking alertly through the village. He didn't know what Hong Yong and the others were hiding, but he guessed it was related to the village. Just as he was trying to figure things out, he heard footsteps getting closer behind him. He turned around and saw the person approaching. Feeling curious, he asked, in the middle of the night, why are you here alone? I heard noise and woke up. I couldn't sleep, so I came out. Not long after, I saw a shadow flash by. I chased after it but lost it. A shadow? Where? Meng Xiaotian thought he had found a useful clue and stepped confidently toward the person. Over there. They stood on the same level, and two figures reflected on the ground, one tall, one short, very close to each other. Meng Xiaotian looked around but didn't see any shadow. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a sharp pain like a needle pricking the back of his hand. Suddenly, everything spun around him.
Bang!
Meng Xiaotian fainted. Did you steal my treasure? The speaker reached out, ready to search him. Yao, you've got another one, someone said. The hand quickly retracted and Yao forced a smile, saying, yeah, just in time for you guys to arrive. Hurry, and carry this kid back. Okay. In the village, an abandoned house with no one living in it, the neighing of a horse suddenly grew louder. The horse's hooves stamped anxiously on the ground, and its large nostrils puffed out air. In the yard diagonally opposite where the horse was tied, Zhao Qin and a few others lay on the ground. Tie up all these people and take them away. No one here should think they can leave alive. They even dared to try to steal the horses and other things. Great. Tonight we get to have more fun, one said, saliva dripping from his mouth. These mysterious people carried each unconscious person away and brought them to a bright, spacious place. Just then they met another group. Hong is dead. The ones trying to bury the body are with us now. Come on, lock them all up. We'll enjoy them one by one. The mysterious people moved Zhao Qin and the others into separate cells. In a small cell, Meng Xiaotian, unconscious, is locked with three others. A sneaky figure enters, looks around unnoticed, and quickly checks Meng Xiaotian's body. After searching thoroughly, nothing is found. It's not on him nor on Zhao Hai. Then, the figure pauses, eyes gleaming with a sharp light. It must be on that brat. Someone outside calls, "Little one, what are you doing inside? Come out quickly." "I'm coming." The figure steps out and says to the others, "Only that brat is left now. I'll handle him. You can prepare to enjoy the feast." "Haha, the youngest is sensible. Go ahead. Don't worry, we won't eat it all ourselves. We'll leave some for you." The young man doesn't answer, quickening his steps. Soon, he arrives at a cramped little house with yellow earthen walls all around. He tiptoes up a wooden staircase, gently lifts a wooden cover on top, and peeks through a small gap. He pulls out a bamboo tube from his shirt, blows into one end, with the other end pressed against the gap, releasing silent white smoke. Watching the smoke drift upward, a sly smile spreads across his face. After a moment, he slightly lifts the wooden cover again, peering through the gap into the dim room above. He sees a person lying on the ground, sniffs a medicine bottle from his chest, then approaches. "That brat, is it you?" Before he can finish, he suddenly spots something familiar in the corner of the wall a few meters away. The light is poor, so he can't see clearly. As he moves closer, he recognizes it, something he has been searching for. Without hesitation, he runs over. "Baby, my treasure, I finally found you." He picks up a sheepskin scroll from the ground, checks it repeatedly, still uneasy. Carefully, he pulls out the other half of the sheepskin scroll from his shoe's inner layer, trembling as he joins the two pieces together. Yes, that's right. His full attention is on the sheepskin scroll, lost in the joy of regaining what was lost. He doesn't notice the person lying on the ground behind him, Song Qingling, who has been watching everything just now. An hour earlier, she was waiting in the village for a rabbit, but sensing something was wrong, she rushed into Hong Yong's house. Besides seeing a fleeting shadow and smelling a faint strange odor, like a drug, she pretended not to notice and kept silent. With those clues, Song Qingling guessed that the mastermind was in the dark. She and Hong Yong and others were in the open, unaware of the opponent's details. The only certainty was that the enemy would try again to attack, so just now they argued and left, leaving her alone. Undoubtedly, this was the best chance for the other side to strike. Song Qingling preemptively pricked her finger, covered her mouth and nose with a damp cloth, but the effects of the confusing smoke were strong. She inhaled some and felt dizzy. She decided to act quickly. She threw a dagger toward the person holding the sheepskin scroll, who was turned away from her. The person reacted quickly, realizing danger, his face changing color as he hurried to dodge. He avoided the dagger, but was not quick enough to escape a flurry of arrows. One arrow hit his back leg, another his back. His eyes widened in disbelief.
You.
How could you?
I'm Fine.
He tried to shout, but Song Qingling grabbed his hair, pulled him back, and slit his throat. She coldly said, "Villains talk too much.
Don't you know?"
3. Hair. San Mao leaned forward and fell to the ground, his face turned to the side. His trembling short arm reached out in that direction. Nearby, the sheepskin scroll had fallen to the ground. Because of blood loss, he didn't manage to get the scroll before he died. His eyes were wide open, full of disbelief, unwilling to close. Song Qingling bent down to pick up the sheepskin scroll, checked that the two pieces could be pieced together, then stored it in her space without examining it closely. She thought that if the scroll was left by someone from the village, they might have deliberately placed it in a conspicuous spot to lure the big fish. If one attempt failed, trying multiple times might reveal clues. She also needed to collect the body, just in case his accomplices saw it. That would be bad. She was about to do so despite her discomfort when she noticed something bulging inside San Mao's chest. What was that? She guessed it wasn't confusing smoke. She reached inside and felt 2 bamboo tubes, one long and one short. The short one looked ordinary but had the smell of confusing smoke. The longer bamboo tube was more complex, resembling a small crossbow. When she pressed a button on it, iron needles shot out immediately. The needles on the ground had a dark, blackish shine and were poisonous. Then she found 2 small bottles. One of the caps was not tightly sealed. She sniffed her nose, which contained refreshing herbs like mint, calamus, and musk. She opened the lid and leaned in to smell. A cool sensation flowed into her nose, and her dizzy head immediately became clearer. She took a few more breaths and fully woke up. So, this was the reason why San Mao and the others didn't get dizzy after entering the smoky room. She opened another medicine bottle, which contained a liquid. She sniffed it, and her head felt a bit dizzy again. She frowned, as if she could squash a mosquito with her eyebrows. Quickly, she closed the bottle. Inside was a mixture of mandrake and other poisons, so this was a sleeping drug. She also found a small iron box on San Mao, filled with many iron needles. After hiding the body, she already planned how to deal with San Mao's companions. She counted the time. Hong Yong should wake up soon. Earlier, when she pretended to be unconscious, she listened carefully to locate San Mao's position. She roughly identified where he came from and started searching within that area. She didn't need much effort to find something unusual in the most inconspicuous corner of the room. She stabbed her dagger at an angle, then forcefully lifted it to open a lid. Beneath it was a hidden space. She found it. In the early hours of the night, she stayed outside. She didn't see anyone approaching the caravan, but people still mysteriously disappeared. Combining this with the water well on the mountain, she gained some insight. There was another large space beneath this village, connected by a passage leading to some rooms inside the village. On their first night in the village, San Mao and his companions used smoke to knock out the people in the upper rooms, then took the unconscious people down through the passage. Song Qingling slipped into the passage, covered the entrance, and stepped down the wooden ladder. Below was a small square room. In the corner ahead there was an oil lamp. The light came from a passage. She headed toward it. After about 15 minutes of walking, her view opened up a bit. On each side, there was a spacious room, symmetrical. It was very quiet ahead. She moved cautiously closer to the room on her side. She listened at the door and heard voices inside. Once the water in the pot boils, wash them thoroughly. We have many people, but this isn't enough. You're right. Let's go to the jail and catch a few more. We're going to enjoy this. After this batch, there will be more soon.
Great.
At least 4 more. 3 of you go. The 3 of us will watch the fire and boil the water. The door opened, and 3 men came out. One of them was tall. This was Zhou Gang. The other 2 people dressed like villagers, with white hair and wrinkled skin, looked very old, but they walked straight and steady, moving quickly and confidently. As Song Qingling guessed, the elders were young people dressed up to confuse outsiders. After walking a few steps, Zhou Gang felt something was wrong and turned back. When he started to turn his face, Song Qingling, hiding in the dark, pressed a bamboo tube in her hand, and the iron needle inside shot out. It hit Zhou Gang's neck, and his head tilted to the side. The poisonous needle took effect. He closed his eyes, swayed, and fell down. The two men were stunned by this sudden attack. When they realized what happened, they drew knives from their waists and looked behind them. 2 iron needles shot straight into their necks. They both fell down. Song Qingling walked over, cut their necks with her knife, and threw the bodies into her space. Next, she looked at the people inside the room. There seemed to be 3 people. Not sure, she gently pushed open the wooden door and saw 3 people inside, all busy with their backs turned. She tiptoed inside. Suddenly, a strong, foul smell hit her nose. It looked like a kitchen, but different from usual. In the northwest corner, there were 4 stoves connected together. Each stove had a large iron pot on it, steaming hot. The 3 people sat with their backs to the stove, cooking and chatting happily. In the middle of the house and on the east side, there were 5 wooden carts about 1.8 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 50 centimeters high. They had wheels at the bottom so they could be pushed. The bottom of the carts was blackened and red in some areas, as if recently burned. Lying on one of the carts were Xiao Hai, Lu Xiaohu, and Deng Danian, who had disappeared not long ago. They were all, with their hands and feet tied to the carts. They were awake, staring with blank eyes, struggling uselessly. Xiao Hai, on the edge, suddenly saw Song Qingling sneaking in and blinked quickly. One of the stoves had boiling water, bubbling loudly under the lid. One person was standing nearby, talking to himself and smiling wickedly, the water's boiling. Who should I wash first? He reached out to lift the lid. Suddenly, an arrow shot quickly from behind and hit his back. He cried out in pain and froze, holding his hand. Taking advantage of his pain and imbalance, Song Qingling rushed forward. She stepped onto the edge of the stove, leaped into the air, and aimed a dagger at the person's neck. In an instant, there was a deep, bone-visible wound across that person's neck, bleeding heavily. He looked stunned and fell backward, dying immediately. This shock made a man and a woman stand up quickly and react, but they were still a bit slow. Song Qingling stepped back onto the stove, performing 2 spinning kicks in a row. First, she kicked the man near her chin, then she kicked the woman's head. They fell backward from the force, dropping the dagger and large knife they held. After the kick, Song Qingling jumped to the ground. The man and woman just fell, not able to fight back strongly yet. She took the chance to finish them off with 2 more strikes. After removing the threat, she quickly searched them. Turning around, she used the dagger to cut the ropes binding Xiao Hai and the others. Throughout the process, she kept her eyes steady, afraid of seeing anything she shouldn't. Zhou Wuyu, Xiao Hai, now free, got off the wooden cart and faced Song Qingling, visibly excited. "Put on your clothes first," she said, turning away in time. While Xiao Hai and the others hurried to cover themselves, Song Qingling left the room and moved the body of San Mao outside. Now that there were more people, it was time to move the body out, so Xiao Hai and the others wouldn't notice anything strange later. Soon, Xiao Hai and the others had dressed and come out. "This is what we found on them, things that can make people faint." Song Qingling showed 4 bamboo tubes that could shoot iron needles, demonstrating how to use them. She asked, "How much do you know about this area's terrain?" Xiao Hai, understanding how to use the tools, took the bamboo tubes and said, "When they pushed us over, I was already awake. I remember the route. Yesterday, they were hiding in the dark while we were in the light. Today, the situation has flipped. I must kill those despicable creatures." According to Xiao Hai, some of the people in the underground space were fake elders from the village, and others were strangers. In total, about 30 people. Worried and tense, Xiao Hai asked, "Zhou Wu, where's Brother Yong? Before they pushed us here, I saw that group catch Xiao Tian and others. They even said Brother Yong was dead." Deng Daniu and the others looked at her anxiously. Song Qingling said, "Brother Hong is fine.
This is part of our plan."
The plan was to work from both inside and outside. Hong Yong faked his death and disappeared from everyone's sight. Then he struck again, responsible for dealing with the people on the surface in the village. Their arguing and fighting were all staged to make others think they were fighting among themselves, aiming to lower the enemy's defenses. In the end, everyone dispersed to create an opening, risking themselves to enter their real hideout. Before leaving, Zhao Hai and the others hid the bodies of Zhou Gang and the others to prevent their companions from accidentally discovering them and alerting the enemy. In the village, on a dark, windy night, everything was silent. A shadow silently slipped into each household, then would come out again after a while. Each time it appeared, the large knife in its hand was more blood-stained. Bright red blood dripped down the handle, flowing over the blade and forming a line from the tip to the base, leaving streaks of blood behind as it moved. On the narrow village road, the shadow hurried to the next house. When it reached a spot illuminated by moonlight, half of its face was revealed. It was Hong Yong. With Zhao Hai leading the way, Song Qingling and the others moved through underground tunnels. Along the way, they passed by a house. Song Qingling observed the surroundings carefully and immediately sensed something was wrong. There was definitely a secret room inside. She silently memorized the environment around that room, waiting for a good opportunity to check it out alone. To be honest, Zhao Hai looked rough with a beard, but he had a good memory. The underground tunnels had several forks like a maze, and missing a turn could easily lead to getting lost. Luckily, he remembered the route and knew where to go. On the way, they passed 2 more houses. They heard strange sounds coming from inside, but Song Qingling didn't make a move. Zhao Hai and the others handled it. Zhao Hai and the others were traders, all skilled fighters. With the help of smoke bombs, they dealt with the situation quickly. When they approached a room with the door slightly open, Song Qingling only glanced inside. She saw bodies lying on the bed, all stripped and lifeless. She quickly covered her nose to block the smell. After about 15 minutes, they reached the prison area, where people were held. This was clearly the central part of the underground space, spacious and relatively flat. Song Qingling hid in a concealed spot, peeking out cautiously. There were 7 small wooden cells arranged in a semicircle along one side. Outside the cells, on the walls to the left and right, hung skulls in a regular pattern. Some were dark, others light, and they looked quite clean, as if someone maintained them regularly, perhaps as a collection or as symbols of honor. A few meters outside the prison cell, several wooden racks display some intimidating torture devices. At this moment, 4 people stand in front of the racks, smiling mischievously as they choose their preferred instruments. Nearby, 3 people, Zhao Qin and others, are tied to wooden stakes and are still unconscious. A little further back, there are 8 sets of tables and chairs, resembling a leisure area for viewing. 14 people, both men and women, sit there, divided into 4 groups. Each table has a dish of peanuts and a jar of wine. They are smiling and looking ahead, occasionally pointing at Zhao Qin and the others to comment. Deng Danian observes the scene ahead and quietly shares his thoughts. This place is spacious, with several pathways, and there are many people. If we're not careful, we might alert them. We must prevent them from escaping. I think we should sneak over, use iron needles or bamboo tubes to knock out a few, then strike. Let me find a hiding spot to cover you, Song Qingling says, pulling out her bow and arrow from her back. After agreeing, they begin their plan. Zhao Hai, Deng Danian, and others approach from different directions, hiding behind objects along the way, slowly moving closer to the prison and leisure area. Deng Danian, Lu Xiaohu, and Shi Fei reach the leisure area. 2 on the left, 1 on the right, while the group in front of them is just ahead. Zhao Hai and a man named Mao Chao sneak to the edge of the torture device rack. Inside the cell, Meng Xiaotian lies on the ground, his hands tied on his stomach. He opens his eyes slightly, glancing outside while using brute force, banging the back of his hands against each other to break one of his wrists. Throughout the process, He keeps his mouth tightly shut, not making a sound. His broken wrist bends, and with some slack in the ropes, his trembling hand slowly slips free. Everyone is in position. Zhao Hai and the others nod to Song Qingling, signaling that they are ready to act. She nods back, indicating it's okay to proceed. According to the plan, Zhao Hai's side waits for Deng Danian and the others to start first. Otherwise, the people behind might notice. Watching from a distance, Song Qingling sees Deng Danian and the others have subdued 5 people. She immediately nods to Zhao Hai and Mao Chao, urging them to move quickly, or the people in the cell might realize something is wrong. Receiving the signal, Zhao Hai presses a button on the iron needle bamboo tube he holds. An iron needle shoots forward toward a person holding a red-hot branding iron, intending to burn Zhao Qin. Mao Chao then attacks another person. Meanwhile, the people in the leisure area saw their companions bow their heads one after another and started joking among themselves. What's going on? You all have your heads down. Are you already drunk? Ha ha ha. You're already drunk so quickly. Perfect. We'll watch the execution later and eat more. Hey, take it easy, don't hurt anyone too badly. It's scary enough, or it won't taste good. Bang! 2 people at the execution site fell down, and the noise alerted the others behind them that something was wrong. Their smiles quickly faded, replaced by alertness, and they all drew their swords. A fight was about to begin. Deng Dan and his team engaged in close combat, while Song Qingling protected from a distance and shot at those trying to escape through the passage. At first, the fighting was uneven, until Zhao Hai, injured from a cut, forced open the door holding Meng Xiaotian. Meng Xiaotian immediately led the people inside to rush out, and as more people were rescued, the situation turned around. Seeing that the situation was stable, Zhao Qin took a few people to help Hong Yong upstairs. From a distance, Song Qingling, who was covering, noticed that the person called the boss among the group was the strongest fighter. He kept trying to run away. Usually, running away would be fine no matter which way he went, but he kept trying to go in the same direction. That direction was exactly where Song Qingling and her team had come from. She smiled slightly, finding it interesting. Seeing that the boss was about to give up and try to escape in another direction, Song Qingling quickly helped him find a way to survive. 2 arrows shot at the feet of Deng Dan and Mao Chao, who were planning to hurt him. He thought he was lucky and seized the opportunity, running in the direction he wanted. The outcome of the fight was clear. Song Qingling followed the boss at a distance, neither too close nor too far. Sure enough, the boss's destination was the house where Song Qingling had found a secret room. He opened the door, looked outside cautiously, then closed it again. Song Qingling deliberately waited outside for a moment, then suddenly pushed the door open with her leg, drew her bow and arrow, and entered. She arrived just in time as the boss opened a mechanism, revealing the secret door to the hidden room. He was about to walk toward the secret door. The boss sensed movement behind him, but didn't look back. He quickened his pace toward the door. Unfortunately, his speed was no match for the arrows in Song Qingling's hand. Just as he was about to step into the secret door, 2 arrows shot from behind, with only about 3 seconds between them. One arrow hit the back of his head, and the other struck his leg. His big foot, which was about to step into the door, failed to do so. His head was hurt much more than his leg. After being shot, he felt dizzy, twitched all over, and collapsed just outside the door. Song Qingling stepped forward, took out a small knife to finish him off, and confirmed he was dead. Then she looked around. The room looked like a resting place, with a wooden bed and simple table and chairs. She didn't look closely, but entered the secret door, stepped inside, and the door slightly vibrated and closed downward. Beyond the door was a narrow corridor about 1.8 meters high. Its size clearly matched the figure of the boss. She walked easily, holding her small knife tightly. The corridor wasn't long. She turned a corner and saw a wide open space ahead, very clear and easy to see. Directly in front was a space about 20 square meters. From what she saw there, she confirmed it was the boss's private store. There were heavy cloth bags filled with something. She touched one and brightened up. It's brown rice. Next to it, a row of bags felt hard, but not like grains of rice. She guessed it was flour or cornmeal. She lifted one and opened it. Inside was coarse, white flour. There were 16 bags of rice and flour, probably weighing over 600 pounds, about 5 stones of food. To the right of the rice and flour, there were wooden boxes. She opened one, and inside were sealed jars of wine. 6 jars in one box, 18 jars in 3 boxes. On the ground on the left side of the rice and flour, 2 deep wooden chests were stacked. She didn't need to open them to know what was inside. The boxes weren't tightly sealed, and inside, a string of white pearl necklaces and shiny bracelets were caught in the gaps, about to fall. Seeing the gold and silver treasures, Song Qingling couldn't help but open the boxes to see more clearly. Admittedly, she was a simple person who loved money. When she opened the boxes, most of the items inside were gold jewelry. In ancient times, gold wasn't as pure as today. The rest were pearls, agate, and jade artifacts. She touched the gold and silver treasures inside, feeling satisfied. Next to them, there were 3 long wooden boards. On top of each board were piles of colorful silk fabrics, brightly colored brocade, soft gauze, and common cotton and cloth. She didn't expect such a surprise tonight. She gathered all her belongings, and the ground that once held items suddenly became empty. She noticed something unusual about the spot where a box of wine was stored. Compared to other areas, its surroundings had a little black dirt, while the ground in this area was yellow. She held a small knife and poked at it. She felt something hard underneath. She tilted the knife and stabbed it forcefully downward. Then she lifted it and opened a wooden cover hidden beneath the soil. Inside, there was a secret space. No, this was a hidden room. The space below was probably a hole leading outside. It was dark underneath, so she couldn't see clearly, but she felt a breeze coming up, indicating there was an exit below. Song Qingling took out a torch from her space and lit it, holding it up to shine downward. Directly below was a wooden ladder. She stepped onto it and descended. The ladder wasn't tall, and she soon reached the ground. She held the torch and looked around. She was in a cave, cool and damp. The ground was black soil. Above, various stone pillars jutted out in different shapes. The torchlight flickered, casting shadows, making the stones look like silent monsters watching her every move. She moved toward the direction of the wind. As she walked further down, the light improved slightly, but she still needed the torch to see clearly. After a short walk, she reached the edge of the cave. There was faint light coming through the boundary. The scene beyond was blurry from this distance. However, she found something remarkable nearby. In the cracks of the rocks, there was a large cluster of white crystals that looked like glass. Moving the torch around, she saw some areas with crystals and some without. The quantities seemed quite large. It's saltpeter. Saltpeter can be used to make ice and gunpowder.
Ice.
Song Qingling licked her dry, chapped lips. She longed to drink cold water. On such a hot day, with an average temperature around 38 or 39 degrees Celsius, and with a drought that might last for a while, having saltpeter to make ice would make traveling a bit easier. She was so excited she almost wanted to take out her pickaxe and start mining right now. But she was still a distance away from her team members, so she had to wait for another opportunity. Anyway, she knew how to get back here, and the place was very hidden. Worried that Hong Yong and the others might find her, she hurried back. Halfway there, she met Zhao Hai and Deng Dazhong. Zhao Hai asked worriedly, "Zhou, are you okay? We saw you disappear."
I'm fine.
Someone ran away, and I went after him. They didn't suspect anything. The 3 of them hurried toward the main group. "Zhou, Wu, do you know who these people are?" Zhao Hai asked mysteriously. Song Qingling looked straight ahead and said, "Probably bandits." She wasn't just guessing. She based her judgment on what she observed. The group showed some skill and organization. "You're really sharp." "You're right, they are bandits." This was once a small mountain village. The bandits had a hideout in Mount Tuaming. Usually they robbed passing travelers or villagers coming down the mountain. This year, due to a severe drought, they found fewer things to steal, so they expanded their range and robbed farther away. At the beginning of this year, they came here and stole many things. While fleeing, some villagers accidentally discovered a hiding spot beneath the village. After that, their leader brought the group to settle in the village. They worked day and night to dig underground tunnels and build it into what it is now. A few months ago, they ran out of food, and people started to notice something was wrong. Zhao Hai deliberately emphasized the word people, and his face became serious and sad. He clenched his teeth and said angrily, "They eat people." Deng Daxian wiped his tears and said, "The missing villagers, like Panzi, were first taken by those monsters. They intentionally left parts of Panzi and others' bodies behind, making us think they were eaten by wolves or wild animals from the mountain. They used this trick to deceive many people." After overhearing the group's conversation in the underground space, Song Qingling guessed what was happening. She didn't know what to say and simply offered her condolences. They walked in silence until they reached the prison. Distressful screams and low growls of animals could be heard. Listening to the sounds, Zhao Hai explained to Song Qingling, "Just killing them quickly would be too easy on them. We should capture a few alive and lock them in cages with wolves. The wolves are kept there to be fed. They were originally used to torment people, but today, we'll put the bandits inside and let them face the consequences." All of Hong Yong's group was in front. Some watched while others vomited or silently wiped tears at the wall. In the center of the circle were 4 large iron cages, each big enough to hold 2 people. Inside each cage, there were 2 bandits and a wolf. The wolves were extremely thin, almost skin and bones, similar to the wolves seen on the mountain yesterday. 5 people have already been killed by wolves. Their bodies are torn and bloody, with white bones showing through broken stomachs, intestines, and lungs exposed everywhere. 3 others are badly injured, barely holding on to life, still gasping for breath. They desperately beg for mercy. "We were forced to do it. The boss made us eat people and catch others.
If we didn't, we would be killed.
They got addicted to it and forced us. Boo-hoo." Their cries gradually weaken until they stop, leaving only the sound of wolves chewing and tearing. Hong Yong swayed and almost fell down. Luckily, Meng Xiaotian caught him in time, so he didn't collapse. The people in the caravan looked very worried. "I'm fine, just tired." Hong Yong forced a smile, not wanting everyone to worry about him. "Zhou Wu, could you please help check on Brother Yong? You're good at medicine, right?" Zhao Qin sincerely asked. Actually, strictly speaking, Song Qingling isn't very knowledgeable about medical theory. She trained in acupuncture points and using silver needles skillfully. She isn't skilled in medicine or poisons, so her sister didn't teach her much, only what she knew. The needle technique she used on Hong Yong is one of her special skills, called the 3-needle lock soul method, meant for life-threatening moments. Using it causes the person's body to be quite weakened afterward, needing at least 2 or 3 years to recover. She checked Hong Yong's pulse and shook her head, signaling him not to tell everyone about the side effects of the 3-needle lock soul method. "It's nothing serious, just tired and a bit weak. I'll prepare some medicine later. When conditions allow, we can gather herbs from above to brew and drink. For now, I'll give him a few acupuncture points." After the needles were inserted, Hong Yong's face looked a little better. "Zhou Wu, I want to talk to you alone." Hong Yong and Song Qingling moved aside. "Zhou Wu, you're so smart. I guess you've already guessed what I want to say, right?" "Yes, I want to ask you to go south with us. No matter where you go, when you leave, or what you do along the way, we won't force you. If we encounter danger like today, I hope we can face it together. That's all." Recently, after a series of events, both sides have learned more about each other. Song Qingling guessed this and had already decided her answer on the way here. "Before reaching Tuoming Mountain, I will stay with you." She made it very clear, after reaching Tuoming Mountain, she plans to go her own way and will no longer travel with them. Currently, the place where I am is about 5 or 6 days' journey from Mount Tuoming. Traveling by carriage, it should take around 3 days to arrive. She wants to reach the next city before the Eastern country attacks. Hong Yong was briefly stunned. Although he felt a little disappointed, he didn't show it. He smiled slightly, nodded, and agreed. After confirming the plan, the 2 of them returned to the others. Hong Yong said, "We've had a lot to do these days, and no one has rested well. I suggest we rest here for a day before moving on. What do you all think? Everyone agreed, including Song Qingling. We should hurry up and go. I feel uneasy here, Zhao Hai said, crossing his arms and rubbing his arms to shake off the goosebumps. The underground space is where those mountain bandits torture and eat people. Nobody likes being here. Where's San Mao? Meng Xiaotian asked seriously. Yeah, where did that kid go? Hong Yong looked around cautiously. That kid is dangerous. He drugged me, Meng Xiaotian said, recalling what had happened before. I didn't expect such a small child to be so wicked. Truly, bad bamboo doesn't produce good shoots, Zhao Qin sighed. They didn't expect San Mao to be like that, feeling a bit scared afterward. Deng Daxian spoke up. I remember San Mao was dealt with by Zhou Wu. Yes, he tried to harm me, but I fought back and killed him. Only Song Qingling knew that San Mao was not really a child. He was a dwarf, looked like a kid, but was actually an adult. He had deceived many people with this disguise in the past. Thinking of San Mao, she also remembered the sheepskin scroll, which she hadn't fully read the other half of. Knowing San Mao was dead, Meng Xiaotian and Hong Yong relaxed. Back in the village, it was already bright outside. Song Qingling took the bow and arrows from her back and handed them to Meng Xiaotian. Return what belongs to its owner. You need it more than I do. I'll give it to you. No need. She forced the bow and arrows into Meng Xiaotian's hands. After saying this, Song Qingling turned and walked away. Not sensing any gaze behind her, she randomly looked for a house. In the yard, she saw 2 dead bodies. She glanced at them but continued walking inside. She locked the door and started searching the house. She was looking for a passage leading downward. When she found it, she opened the cover and went down. It was a cave. Song Qingling lit 2 torches and stuck them into the ground for light. Inside, there was a tall wooden ladder, brought from the Song family, leaning against the wall. She started chipping at the top with a pickaxe, and the debris fell below, forming piles. She planned to collect it later. She kept chiseling, her hand tiring.
She switched to the other hand.
Even though she felt exhausted, she was happy inside. No matter how tired she was, it was all worth it. When her hand started protesting with growls, she paused to wipe it with a damp cloth, drank some energy water, and ate the last roasted wolf leg and 2 brown sugar buns. Feeling full and energized, she continued chiseling. Until her torch ran out of light, she had to stop. In the dimness, she carefully packed up the gathered saltpeter. She wondered if there was lamp oil nearby. Later, she would go up to check. If there was oil, she would bring some down. She was about to go outside to see what was happening when the light from outside attracted her. Where could it be outside? Curious, she approached the light source. It was a hole overgrown with weeds, with light shining through the cracks. The cave wasn't big, but enough for her to crawl out. The grass tips hitting her felt itchy and a little painful. She pushed through the weeds and stepped outside. The bright sun was shining fiercely, making it hard to keep her eyes open. After adjusting to the bright sunlight, she could see her surroundings clearly. Everything looked unfamiliar, but she was sure she was on a mountain. She guessed this was an escape route left by the mountain bandit leader. Looking at the sky, it seemed to be past noon. She returned to the original house where she pretended to sleep. She wanted to find lamp oil. She opened the door and saw a sack outside. When she opened it, it was coarse salt, weighing about 40 pounds. Could all the goods on the caravan be just coarse salt? She stepped outside and saw the caravan, people moving items. She asked and learned they were searching for useful supplies, which they took to the largest house in the village. In the main hall, Hong Yong was counting the items. When he saw Song Qingling, he came over and said, "I came to find you earlier. I knocked on the door twice, but you didn't answer. I guess you were sleeping, so I left the salt at the door." She looked around. "I have the salt now. What items did you find?" "Some rice, oil, salt, and wine." Hong Yong pointed to a spot on the ground. She looked at the items. There wasn't much. The caravan probably brought about 10 pounds of salt in one bag, likely because the mountain bandits were used to eating human flesh and couldn't tolerate normal food. They also had blankets, knives, tools, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, things in disarray. She thought she would only take what was useful. Oh, and there were some medicines. She asked him to look. They couldn't tell which were poisons. The medicines hadn't been used. They were found in a house, which seemed to belong to San Mao based on the items inside. Hong Yong led her to a large wooden table, which was covered with dried herbs and various bottles and jars. She recognized some herbs. Most were poisonous rather than harmless. Among the bottles, there were sleeping powders, laxatives that caused diarrhea, and other poisons. From these items, it was clear that San Mao knew some medical and toxic knowledge. San Mao is a mountain bandit. How does he know about these things? And there was a hidden room in the underground space. I heard from some captives that the bandit leader, San Mao, and a few others are all from the same family. They have been bandits for generations. Their ancestors were quite famous, and they used to be the strongest in the Daming Mountain area. They dominated the region for a long time, and even the officials couldn't do anything about them. Later, their power declined over generations. No wonder, she said. Hong Yong said, if these medicines are not good, just get rid of them to prevent harming others. I'll take and destroy them, she replied. She noticed a large wooden basin on a small round table nearby, filled with dark liquid. It was the collected kerosene. She said she wanted some kerosene. Hong Yong told her to take it freely, so she scooped some into an empty bowl and then left with the poisons. The poisons couldn't be destroyed easily, so she stored them in her space. With the kerosene, she returned to the cave to continue digging for saltpeter. It was dark when she finally returned to the village. They didn't ask about her departure or sudden return, but only told her what supplies they had collected to share later. After a quick dinner, she claimed she needed rest and went back to the cave. She worked for several hours, chipping away half of the saltpeter. She decided to work overnight. By late night, she finished digging out all the saltpeter. She didn't rest, but hurriedly went to the mountain water well. She had wanted to stock up more water before leaving, but perhaps because she had been fetching water recently, the well was dry and no longer seeped water. She had no choice but to leave disappointed. At dawn, Song Qingling, exhausted, met up with Hong Yong and the others. They loaded everything onto the cart. Hong Yong and the others looked at the place that had only been their home for 2 days, but had left a deep impression on them. Only Song Qingling sat on a wooden cart, eyelids heavy from fatigue, just wanting to sleep well. They set off, with Hong Yong leading the way, followed by a long line of people. Song Qingling sat in the middle of the team on a cart filled with bags of supplies. She leaned her side against the bags. The ride was bumpy and swayed gently. Unconsciously, she fell asleep. She slept deeply until she was suddenly awakened. It was already noon, and the caravan stopped to have lunch. Song Qingling didn't stay with them, but went to the side alone to eat her own bread. There weren't many cooked foods left in the space, so she knew she'd need to prepare more when they reached Mount Tuaming. 3 days later, on the morning of the 4th day, everyone arrived at the foot of Mount Tuaming. Song Qingling packed her belongings, 5 large baskets and 5 big bags, lifting them off the cart and placing them on the ground. Hong Yong handed her a piece of rough paper slightly larger than A4. This is a hand-drawn map I made these days, showing the mountain path to Longzhou. It's a bit simple. She took it and saw that it was indeed simple. The paper was rough and coarse to the touch, with visible plant fibers and a yellow-green color. Still, the important places and their names were marked clearly. Thank you, Brother Hong. Take care, and see you again someday.
Same to you,
Hong Yong said, and then left. The caravan gradually disappeared into the distance. Except for the front, where the view was unclear, everyone behind, riding horses or sitting on carts, looked back at Song Qingling with some reluctance. All good things come to an end. Song Qingling's mood remained calm as usual. She didn't feel much. She preferred being alone. Crowds made everything inconvenient. Once the caravan was completely out of sight, she packed away what was hard to carry and, as usual, carried a basket to continue her journey. Mount Tuaming looked similar to Tsongshan Mountain. From the bottom, most of the vegetation on the mountain was yellow, and she wondered what the situation was like further up. She looked at the map. Longzhou was the destination, with Mount Tuoming as the starting point. She needed to pass through 3 other large mountains. The route was simple and clear. She looked at it several times and memorized the key points and important locations. In the evening, the sun set behind the mountains. Song Qingling had reached the mountain and found a place to settle down. After unloading her things, she set up a trap with a rope for defense. She had traveled all day and hadn't met anyone on the mountain. The few people she saw during the first 3 days of travel were sparse. Strange. Have they all gone to Wudong County? She muttered to herself. After finishing her defenses, she dusted off her hands, sat down heavily on a grass mat, and took off her sandbags. After riding in the cart for several days and walking so long today, she had developed a few blisters on her feet, and her legs felt sore. She pressed her legs, then rolled up her sleeves, ready to work hard. She dug 4 holes to make stoves, 2 for boiling water and 2 for cooking food. She took out a filter to clean the water. The water that wasn't filtered well was left a little, and the rest was poured into a pot to boil. 2 wooden basins were set aside for kneading dough. This time, she wanted to use the wolf and bear meat in the space to make some buns. She divided about 20 jin of white flour into 2 parts. 1 part she added a little red sugar, only enough for 1 bowl, which she used up entirely. The other part she mixed only with water. Just kneading the dough took her over half an hour, and her hands became sore and weak. I overestimated myself again. After making the steamed buns, I still need to prepare the meat. A large piece of wolf and bear meat was cut into smaller pieces and minced into meat paste. Wild animal meat isn't as good, and it has a strong smell. She added grassroot powder, some wine, and prepared water with shredded and water, then poured it in several times while stirring. When the water was used up, she chopped some into paste and added it. Finally, she mixed the meat until it was sticky. She only added salt for seasoning. Her conditions were limited. She exchanged for with traders. The traders traveled all over the south and north, always carrying plenty of because it has many uses, cooking to remove the smell, and on rainy days, it can help ward off cold. The meat filling filled 4 wooden basins. The dough she kneaded earlier, because of the heat, had started to ferment slightly. When she pulled and tore it, tiny bubbles appeared inside. All the dough was placed on a large table with a chopping board and knife. She sprinkled some flour on the board to prevent sticking, then tore off a piece of the dough, rolled it into a long, and cut it into small pieces. She used a clean, coarse wooden stick to flatten each piece into a thin round. She quickly wrapped the meat filling into each one, shaping them into perfect buns, and placed them all into a bamboo steamer. In her previous life, she didn't have many hobbies, but she loved eating and exploring different foods. She used to go grocery shopping once a week, stocking up on food at home. This habit helped her survive the early days of the apocalypse without starving. After wrapping the buns, her stomach was growling with hunger. She hadn't yet made the red sugar buns, so she rolled some dough and steamed it first. While steaming, she continued to knead the dough for the buns. After about 2 hours, the buns and steamed bread were ready. They smelled of meat and sweet bread. Worried the aroma might spread, she confirmed they were cooked, then set some aside to eat over the next few nights. The rest she poured into a clean iron pot and stored in the space. Very hungry, she picked up a warm meat bun. It was plump and about the size of her fist. She blew on it, then took a bite. The dough was soft, and the meat filling had no strong smell. It wasn't particularly delicious, but it wasn't bad either. The meat juice inside made it taste better than just the filling. She ate 3 buns and 1 steamed bread, feeling full. With a satisfied burp of meaty aroma, she continued kneading dough and steaming meat-filled buns and bread. There were many, so she steamed several times. After a busy morning, she managed to make over 80 meat buns and more than 50 bread rolls. She was exhausted, with her back and waist aching. The table was messy, with white flour scattered everywhere, carefully collected to avoid waste. Today was too late, so in the coming nights, she planned to see if there was a good chance to make some steamed corn cakes and dried meat. Tomorrow night, she wanted to study how to make ice using saltpeter. She really wanted to drink cold water soon. After tidying up, she popped the blisters on her feet, applied ointment, and, tired, fell asleep smelling the greasy scent of her hair. The next morning, at dawn, she woke up. With strong willpower, she got up and exercised on an empty stomach for half an hour. Seeing the sunrise, she had breakfast and set out. Today, she didn't meet anyone during the day either. Normally, this shouldn't happen. She couldn't figure out why. She could only keep walking and observe what was going on. She hoped it wasn't anything bad. By evening, she ate steamed buns for dinner. Afterward, she started working with saltpeter. Saltpeter is crystalline and needs to be crushed into small pieces, then placed into a stone trough and hammered with an iron hammer. Once the saltpeter was crushed, she needed 2 containers, one large and one small. She searched her space for a big iron pot and a smaller, deeper ceramic pot. The ceramic pot was about 30 centimeters in diameter, while the large iron pot was over 60 centimeters wide. She filled the small ceramic pot with cold boiled water. She mixed the crushed saltpeter with water in the right ratio, based on her past experience, about 300 to 400 grams of saltpeter per kilogram of water, ensuring the correct concentration. The large iron pot was quite big. She poured in 1.5 buckets of the saltpeter solution, stirring thoroughly with a wooden stick. As she stirred, the ingredients dissolved and the water temperature gradually dropped. When it was well mixed, she poured the solution into the large iron pot. She placed 4 wooden sticks in a crisscross pattern inside the iron pot, with a small ceramic pot balanced on top, ensuring it floated in the middle of the iron pot. After setting it up, she covered everything with a large lid. After about 15 minutes, she touched the outside of the large pot. A thin layer of white frost had formed, and it felt icy and cool, very comfortable. After a while, she noticed the frost had thickened. She kept track of time, then lifted the lid. As she opened it, a wave of cool, moist air hit her face, and she couldn't help but sigh in relief. The heat and dryness from the high temperature had eased somewhat. Inside the ceramic pot, clear white ice crystals were visible. She carefully lifted it out with both hands, feeling the icy coldness on her fingers. She tilted the ceramic pot to the edge of the wooden table. One hand held the pot, while the other gently tapped around the outside with a metal hammer. The ice blocks inside detached and fell into a large container below, specially used to collect the ice.
Clang.
The ice dropped into the basin with a clear, crisp sound, very pleasing to the ear. She refilled the ceramic pot with cool boiled water and placed it into a large iron pot. The concentration of saltpeter solution in the iron pot also decreased, so she added some saltpeter powder. Until she went to bed, she kept making ice, busy for about an hour and a half, finally producing half a basin of ice. The ice was good, but making it used a lot of water. It took more than 2 basins of water to make half a basin of ice. She had to save the ice and wouldn't make more for now. But the saltpeter solution could be reused. When the water vapor evaporated, the saltpeter crystals would form as the water disappeared. She stored the used saltpeter solution in a space, waiting until she had more to boil again. She resisted the urge to drink ice water and planned to add some to her water bag when she was on the road tomorrow. She ran out of brown sugar, so she added some salt to the water. Better than plain water. Over the next 4 days, during the day she traveled, and in the evening she rested and prepared cooked food. She made over 70 cornmeal buns from gray vegetables and dried meat from wolf and bear meat. After preparing enough supplies, she quickened her pace. 2 days later, she finally saw people in the woods. She encountered a family of 6, 4 men and 2 women, all adults. Song Qingling was unsure about the situation in the forest and asked them for information. "Big brother and auntie, I escaped from somewhere else. Are you also refugees?" She first tried to connect by talking about common experiences. One man with thick eyebrows and big eyes said, "Yes, little brother. Where are you from? Did you come from Wudong County?" Song Qingling quickly noticed that after he mentioned Wudong County, everyone's eyes changed. They looked strange. "I passed through Wudong County. It's crowded and hard to get in. I came from Hufeng County," she said calmly. Someone didn't believe her and asked, "Really?" She nodded. "Yes, I got separated from my family. I heard Wudong County was helping refugees with food and meat, but I was alone and couldn't push through the crowd. I didn't even reach the city gates." Hearing this, a woman with single eyelids relaxed and stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Little brother, you don't need to feel bad. In fact, you should be glad you didn't go to Wudong County." Although Song Qingling had a vague suspicion, she still acted curious and asked, "Ma'am, what do you mean by that?" "Humph."
Sigh.
The six of them sighed and hummed in response. The man's face was grim with anger, and the woman looked worried. The one-eyed woman once again told Song Qingling the truth. That county lord of Wudong County secretly colluded with the Eastern Kingdom. One night, she opened the city gates and let the soldiers in. The entire county was taken over by the enemy. Later, there was news that food and meat were being distributed, but that was deliberately spread by the Eastern people. The meat. She couldn't continue, and, at the same time, another woman opened her mouth and gagged, running aside too. Only 4 men remained standing there. Song Qingling pretended not to know and said foolishly, "What about the meat? When I came here, I saw many people roasting meat from Wudong County. It smelled good, and they looked so happy eating it." The man with thick eyebrows and big eyes was furious, his eyes turning red. He punched a nearby tree, causing the few yellowing leaves to fall with a rustling sound. That's human flesh. The cruel Eastern people brutally killed the villagers inside the city, made them into dried human meat, and spread such rumors to attract refugees into the city. Then they killed those refugees and turned them into... Another man with a stubbly chin and a thinner build said coldly, "The reason Wudong County accepted refugees and their food and meat and why people could leave freely was because the Eastern had a plan to lure more people in, more people eating that meat." Ugh. Song Qingling covered her mouth, pretending to be shocked, and ran to on the side. In reality, she only spat out some saliva. After a while, she and the 2 women finished vomiting and, feeling faint, returned unsteadily to the men. On the surface, Song Qingling expressed amazement to them, but in her heart, she had sensed something was wrong for a while. Now everything made sense. The county lord of Wudong secretly colluded with the Eastern Kingdom. It seemed sudden, but it wasn't surprising at all. The Easternese ability to team up with to show off for an attack was probably planned long ago. Who would fight an unprepared battle? Before executing their plan, their forces had already infiltrated the weakened, internally conflicted, and battered northern border of the country. When they found a piece of wood with holes, it was clear that it wasn't just termites inside. There were swarms of them, and the wood had been gnawed hollow, leaving only the surface veneer. That's why she was so eager to head south. But the Easternese move was truly perverse, secretly controlling everything, watching the people of the northern border turn on each other. They were telling everyone that not only were they causing chaos and betrayal, but they also stole their land. Such actions were no different from a dog's life, completely abnormal. No, they didn't even deserve to be called human. They were worse than beasts. When mentioning Wudong County, Song Qingling could see that they were very heavy-hearted and full of resentment. She was thinking of changing the subject and asking about Lindsay's situation, but before she could ask, the other person spoke up on their own. The Dongi Kingdom won't be arrogant for much longer. This time, they caused the trouble. After losing the battle, they will have to pay a heavy price. Paying tribute is a small matter. Ceding at least 3 provinces is needed to settle everything. Song Qingling's heart skipped a beat. Losing the battle? When did they fight? Where? The woman with single eyelids explained, "You don't know, little brother. The reinforcements coming from the south are about to fight with the Dongi Kingdom in Longzhou." The man with thick eyebrows and big eyes looked proud. "I heard that General Zhen Nan personally led tens of thousands of soldiers. They are strong and brave. The Dongi is just a tiny country with weak soldiers and poor generals. If they go to battle, they will definitely be scared out of their wits." They all believed this wholeheartedly, trusting in General Zhen Nan or perhaps in the strength of their own court. For 100 years, the Dongi Kingdom had been a vassal state on the northern border. The people of the northern border saw themselves as a powerful nation and looked down on the Dongi people with arrogance and contempt. But times are different now. The northern border is troubled internally and externally, and its strength has greatly diminished. When Dongi allied with the Great Shu, even though they are a small country, they have powerful allies. The people of the northern border, used to their pride, might face serious problems if they do not see the situation clearly and adapt. Song Qingling still cared about the southern campaign. I heard there's a mountain path leading to Longzhou. Do you know if it's affected by the war and if it's still passable? She felt that the outbreak of war was sudden, with an inexplicable feeling. The northern part of the northern border was attacked by the Great Shu, and the capital was not far away. Reinforcements couldn't arrive in time, and they lost several provinces. Meanwhile, reinforcements from the south arrived quickly. The thin man with stubble said, "We heard it's about to start fighting. Little brother, do you want to go to Longzhou? It's not about whether the road is passable, but about keeping your heart in your stomach and preparing to win the battle and return home." "Yes, soon we will be able to go home." The woman with single eyelids covered her face with her hand, crying excitedly. Everyone's face showed happiness. Song Qingling looked at them and thought it was absurd. These people are beyond saving. Then she thought it through. They are ancient people, deeply affected by feudal ideas, poor and tragic. She didn't dwell on this issue further. "I went up the mountain and found that there are fewer people in the forest." "What's going on?" The thin man with a beard explained. "Everyone is at the nearby camp. The governor has soldiers guarding there. The situation in Longzhou is serious, and no refugees are allowed to go past." "Little brother, do you want to come back with us to the camp and stay there?" "Governor? Could it be the governor of Shuzhou?" she asked. All six nodded in agreement. The governor of Shuzhou came here, which means Shuzhou has been fully taken over by the Dongi kingdom. Song Qingling felt worried. The road south to Longzhou is blocked. To learn more, Song Qingling decided to go back with them to the camp. The six men went out to find food. Although they lived at the camp, they had to find their own food. They said there were many refugees there, more than 3,000, who had escaped from different parts of Shuzhou. Every day, more refugees arrived. "How many soldiers are there?" "I worry because there are many refugees, and there are bandits in the mountains." "Is it safe there?" she asked. Hearing this, they didn't think much. It's normal to worry about such things. When they first arrived, they had the same concerns. "There are about 2,000 soldiers." "Little brother, don't worry. Soldiers patrol every day, so it's very safe," they replied. Song Qingling felt a heavy weight in her heart. On the way back, she listened to them talk about the camp and learned their names and backgrounds. The man with thick eyebrows and big eyes was the leader of their group, named Fang Qing. His wife was Huang. The man with a single eyelid, who was thinner, was the second in command, named Fang Lin. His wife was another woman, named Chen. The youngest was a boy about 17 or 18, named Fang Shu. Another middle-aged man was Huang's brother. After walking for about an hour, they reached the outskirts of the camp. Song Qingling looked ahead. There was a 2-story mountain stronghold covering over 100 square meters, sitting on flat ground and surrounded by trees. Soldiers in armor stood in rows around the stronghold, holding weapons and guarding the area. They patrolled every few steps, with posts every 5 steps and patrols every 10. About 10 meters outside the stronghold, there were several rough wooden houses, some still under construction. Further back, dozens of meters away, there were countless refugees, piles of people camping on the spot. Some had simple, tattered tents made of cloth, others laid on grass mats under trees. The area was crowded and lively, like a busy market. As she breathed, she was hit by the smell of sweat, feet, and various other odors, making her nose feel uncomfortable. "So many people." "Young man, come with us. We'll take you to register. Once you're registered, you can find a place to stay," said the kind-hearted woman with single eyelids, Mrs.
Huang.
"Thank you," Song Qingling replied, following them. Before leaving, she cast a deep look at the mountain village. On the way over, she had already heard them say that the village where the officials stayed housed the governor's family, along with relatives and close friends. The wooden houses of those with less official rank but influence were in the inner area, while ordinary people lived on the outskirts. Apart from the top-level village, the area outside was divided into sections, each managed by designated guards to prevent chaos. The 6 members of the Fong family arrived late, 5 days ago, and were assigned to a spot a little farther from the village. The person responsible for that area was named Luneng. After a walk of about 15 minutes, they reached a registration site several miles from the village. It was a small wooden house built with 3 sides open, no door. The person responsible for that area was named Luneng. After a walk of about 15 minutes, they reached a registration site several miles from the village. It was a small wooden house built with 3 sides open, no door, of moderate size. Inside, 2 people sat, one writing on rough paper with a brush, the other checking household registers. Outside, for others examined personal belongings. Outside the house, over 20 refugees queued for registration. Song Qingling stood behind them. When it was her turn, "You must hand it over." The sword had been passed down within the Fong family and couldn't be stored in her space. She had secretly hidden the machete in her basket earlier. After searching her basket and finding no weapons, the inspector looked at her again, intending to search her personally. Song Qingling patted her body where she might have hidden something and jumped slightly, saying it's gone. "Go inside to register," he instructed. She was carrying the household register of a robber whose face resembled hers from Hufeng County. The person checking the household register looked at the document, then at Song Qingling's face. She remained calm, allowing him to look. At this moment, she couldn't show guilt. Any sign of nervousness would attract attention. He returned the register to her and said, "Go over there to register." The person in charge of registration was Luna. She remained calm, allowing him to look. At this moment, she couldn't show guilt. Any sign of nervousness would attract attention. He returned the register to her and said, "Go over there to register." The person in charge of registration was Luneng. He entered the robber's details into the register and then said, "All right, Zhou, you go." Song Qingling carried her basket on her back and followed them. They walked for about 15 minutes to reach her resting place. It was under a tall tree, which had few leaves left on its branches. During the day, the sunlight would be very hot there. To the right was an open space without trees, uninhabited, with a house several meters away. On the left was a family, an elderly woman in her 50s or 60s and a boy around 8 or 9 years old. Their grandson was curiously watching Song Qingling. Next to the grandson's house was the Fong family. Their place was a bit better with more leaves on the trees, so they didn't get as much sunlight during the day. "Brother Fong, thank you. Please go ahead with your work," she said. Brother Fong smiled and replied, "No problem. If you need help, just let us know. We're close by." He looked at the grandson and quietly warned Song Qingling, "Their family isn't very careful. If you're not here, make sure to keep important things with you." She nodded to show she understood. The Fong family then left. It was getting dark, and they were preparing to sleep. Song Qingling looked back at the dry grass and sandy ground beneath her feet. She took off her basket and got out a straw mat to lay down. Just as she was halfway through laying it out, a shadow suddenly pressed down on her. A pair of short legs and small feet appeared in her view. She moved quickly, folding up the half-laid mat, so it wouldn't get dirty if someone stepped on it. The person who ran over was the boy from next door. He missed stepping on the mat and jumped a few steps to the empty space nearby. He put his hands on his hips and stuck out his tongue at Song Qingling, making a silly face. Then he ran off to play. A dark glint flashed in her eyes. She looked back and saw the boy's grandmother stretching her neck, her sharp eyes like 2 flickering flames, staring at her basket. She almost seemed to see sparks flying. Quietly, Song Qingling finished laying the grass mat and sat down, leaning against the big tree behind her. She decided to rest for a while. Once it was fully dark, she would go out to check the surroundings. As night fell, more people returned from outside, ending their day of searching for food. The men from the neighboring house also came back, an old man, 2 middle-aged men, and 3 young men in their teens. The men looked at Song Qingling and her belongings with careful eyes. She ignored them, flipping a dry leaf between her fingers. The men's luck today was pretty good. They caught a non-venomous snake and found some wild vegetables. They told the old lady to quickly cook dinner because everyone was very hungry. The old lady happily prepared the snake, threading it onto a wooden stick and roasting it over a fire. She didn't wash the vegetables with drinking water, but instead put them directly into a clay pot to dry fry. Soon, their dinner was ready. The family sat together to eat. The old lady was very caring and gave her youngest grandson some snake meat. The boy ate the snake meat quickly and looked up to see Song Qingling sitting alone, not eating or drinking. He sneered slightly. While eating, the family kept a watchful eye on their surroundings, hiding their food, especially Song Qingling, worried someone might come to steal it. Song Qingling ignored them all. Most of the people at the camp didn't eat at night to save food. They went to bed early. The nearby men seemed tired. After eating, they went to sleep. The boy was still full of energy, picking up stones and playing with them. Suddenly, a stone hit the tree trunk above Song Qingling's head and then fell to the ground beside her. Seeing that Song Qingling was lying on a straw mat and not moving, the boy grabbed a stone and threw it straight at her back. After throwing it, he smiled happily. But in the next moment, his smile disappeared. He saw that the stone was about to hit Song Qingling's back, but she turned over and caught it with one hand. Seeing her grim expression, the boy was frightened and froze in place. He quickly ran back to his grandmother and lay down beside her. Song Qingling dropped the stone and looked around. Besides the patrol team, everyone else was asleep. She lay on the straw mat, waiting until after midnight. During this time, she figured out the number of patrol soldiers, their routes, and how often they changed shifts. In the dim light, she used the trees to hide herself and moved forward. This was the road leading to Longzhou, the fortress route. According to the Fangs, it was already blocked and controlled by soldiers. More than 15 minutes later, Song Qingling stopped and hid in the dark. Ahead, there was a bright campfire with soldiers setting up camp. There were at least 1,000 soldiers, patrolling back and forth. Further ahead, the road was blocked by a long row of barriers, tightly shut. On both sides of the barriers, 2 lines of soldiers guarded closely, about a few hundred in total. After observing for a while, she felt it was very difficult. There were too many soldiers and their patrols were tight, making it hard to get close. Even disguising herself as a soldier would have a low chance of success. With such a strong guard, it was almost impossible for even a fly to fly past. After watching for a while, Song Qingling returned along the same path. She did not go back to her camp to sleep, but instead avoided patrolling soldiers and quietly moved to the southeast side of the mountain village. The village was large and well-built. Although it showed signs of age on the outside, one could still imagine how glorious it once was. This was the old hideout of the mountain bandits from the nearby village, now occupied by the family of the local magistrate. The magistrate. Song Qingling stared at the village, silently repeating the words magistrate a few times. Near her camp, she saw 3 suspicious figures around her basket, rummaging inside. Next door, only a boy remained lying on a straw mat, watching above. There's nothing here. Keep looking, maybe it's hidden deep. They searched carefully, not noticing a dark shadow looming nearby. Song Qingling had already approached. What are you looking for? The area was very quiet. Her sudden question startled the 3, making them jump in surprise. Little brat, our stuff is missing. Did you steal it? The old woman next door was calm and immediately blamed Song Qingling, splashing dirty water on her. Our neighborhood has only a few people. Only this kid just arrived today, so he's suspicious. We searched earlier and found nothing. Maybe we were wrong. If you didn't steal it, then. The 2 sons of the old woman stood up, each taller than the last, blocking Song Qingling. They clenched their fists, which creaked loudly. Humph! The old woman glared at Song Qingling and turned around confidently, walking away. Her 2 sons followed closely behind. The boy lying nearby watched the scene and smirked proudly at Song Qingling. In the next house, the Fong family was awakened. Brothers Fong Qing and Fong Lin came over to ask what was happening. She shook her head and said everything was fine, telling them to go back to sleep. Song Qingling took off her straw shoes and lay down. Not long after, the old man and 3 young men from the neighboring house returned, each holding something and smiling. They spoke in low voices, mentioning good luck and stolen items. The entire family, known for their mischief, had returned just in time, ready to leave together. Later in the night, the old woman sleeping nearby twitched her nose. She mumbled with her mouth open, drooling at the corner. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, sniffing intensely like a cat smelling fish, and sat up abruptly. She smelled a pleasant aroma, like meat. Following the scent, she suddenly saw some pieces of dried meat on the dry grass, near the mat on the left side. She ran over, picked them up, sniffed, and realized they were dried meat. The old lady smiled so broadly her mouth almost reached behind her ears. She held the dried meat like a treasure, covering it with her hand to hide it from others. She was always hungry, eating irregularly, with no time to think about where the meat came from. She woke her little grandson and pushed the dried meat into his mouth. The boy happily chewed the tasty dried meat, shouting excitedly, "Grandma, I want more. I want more." Her son and 3 other grandchildren were awakened by the noise. They looked sleepy and asked what they were eating. The old man also woke up, saw the dried meat in her hand, and quickly snatched it to eat. "We want some too." The whole family fought over the remaining pieces of dried meat, eating eagerly and still wanting more. After eating, they lay down to sleep again. Suddenly, the boy clutched his stomach and cried out in pain. Blood started flowing from his mouth, nose, and ears. The old lady held her grandson anxiously, feeling unwell herself. Soon, the old man, 2 middle-aged men, and 3 young boys also clutched their stomachs and wailed in pain. People nearby heard the commotion, and some woke up. A patrol team arrived quickly, looking worried. By then, the boy had closed his eyes and was no longer breathing. The adults were writhing in pain on the ground. "What's all this fuss about at night?" The team leader shouted sternly. "Ugh, ugh, ugh." The old lady, lying on the ground, reached out a hand to the team leader, struggling to crawl over, eyes full of pleading, begging him to save her. But she only managed a few movements before twitching and falling still. The others in her family also died one after another. The team leader looked expressionless and said, "They probably ate poisonous bark or roots from the mountain. They must be poisoned. Take their bodies away." Here, encountering dead bodies is common. People die from hunger, thirst, or illness. There is a special graveyard for burying the dead. The team quickly carried away the bodies of the family, leaving swiftly. Everything around returned to silence. The nearby residents, seeing this, looked pleased. Song Qingling closed her eyes, turned over, and lay flat, hands on her stomach. Finally, it was quiet.
How good that was.
After some time, Song Qingling was awakened. Little brother, wake up quickly. It's time to line up at the river to fetch water. If you're late, there won't be any left," came the anxious voice of the Fong family. She opened her eyes and sat up. "Fetching water? Where is the river?" While speaking, she quickly got up and took a wooden bucket from the basket to collect water. She glanced around and saw that it was still dark outside. People nearby were holding containers and hurriedly rushing in a certain direction. Fong Qing said, "The river is over there. Let's go quickly." Song Qingling took 2 wooden buckets and followed them as they ran. Although she was running at a normal pace, not many people could catch up. Many who were behind managed to overtake her, all seeming as if they had taken an energizer. After about 3/4 of an hour, before dawn, they reached the riverbank. The river was about as wide as the creek in Liumu village. Soldiers stood in rows along the bank, holding torches. The light was dim, so it was hard to see the water surface clearly. Everyone queued up to fetch water. When it was Song Qingling's turn, the sky was bright, and the hot sun made her dizzy. She carried her buckets forward, and some people across from her had already finished collecting water and were walking over. She glanced at their containers, water that was murky and yellowish. The people collecting water looked very happy. When she reached the shore, she saw the river water was about to her calves and yellowish in color. She filled 2 buckets completely. The Fong family members had already prepared water and were waiting for her on the side. Song Qingling noticed that the upper part of the river was separated from where they were, as if marked off. There were also many people there. She asked in confusion, "Brother Fong, why are there so many people ahead?" Fong Qing shook his head and signaled her to go to the other side to talk. They moved to a less crowded spot. Fong Qing lowered his voice and honestly said, "The water is deeper ahead, and it's not as yellow. That water is for the powerful and influential people. The wealthy don't come to fetch water themselves. The ones in line are their servants." Song Qingling nodded in understanding. They carried the water back. Near a few large trees, 2 groups of patrol soldiers had just finished their shift and were resting under the trees. In front of them were 2 buckets of water, and they were scooping water into bowls to drink. Song Qingling glanced at them. The soldiers' water was slightly better than hers, probably filtered through cloth twice, giving it a faint yellow tint. As they walked away, Fong Qing said enviously, "Even soldiers have it good now. Each person gets 2 small buns a day, and a bucket of water for each squad. No worries about food or drink." But Song Qingling didn't agree. Soldiers didn't have to find their own food and water, but the portions were small. They had to patrol in the blazing sun every day, doing hard physical work. On the way back, everyone walked slowly to prevent water from spilling. Along the way, Fong's family asked if Song Qingling wanted to go up the mountain with them to find food. She shook her head and refused. The Fong family members did not insist on anything. Back at the camp, they left 1 man and 1 woman to guard the belongings. They said they would also watch over Song Qingling. She thanked them upon hearing this. Before dawn, people were busy fetching water and had not eaten breakfast. At this time, they couldn't rest either. Some carried roots and bark while running around, racing against time. The earlier they found food, the better their chances of survival. Song Qingling did not eat breakfast at the camp. During the day, it was crowded and noisy, making it hard to approach the mountain village. With nothing else to do, she decided to go up the mountain to see if she could find useful supplies. There were many people around the camp, so she walked far away. After confirming no one was nearby, she took out a meat bun from her space and ate some, drinking a little water. After breakfast, she carefully searched the mountain. Most of the tree bark and leaves had been stripped. It seemed people had already looked here, which was why no one else was around. As the sun reached its highest point, she followed a trail with few footprints. The path led into a forest of tall trees. The deeper she went, the denser the vegetation became. This area was likely frequented by wild animals, so people didn't dare to enter. Some of the bark and leaves showed signs of being gathered, but she initially thought she might find wild vegetables here. After searching a few rounds, she found that the small plants had withered and died. Living at the camp required caution and discretion. Since they ate the same food, she also gathered any slightly better bark, leaves, or roots she found. She hadn't eaten fresh vegetables in a long time. She thought about the mung beans in her space that could sprout into crunchy, tasty bean sprouts. She was eager to try them once she had the chance to soak them properly. Although she was disappointed not to find wild vegetables, she noticed other signs on the ground. Wild boar footprints shaped like maple leaves, leading to another area. She rubbed her hands together, excited. Finally, she had found wild boars. Wild boars were valuable. Their meat could be cooked in many ways, and their fat could be refined into oil. Following the footprints, Song Qingling continued her search. Along the way, she saw many traces left by wild wolves. Eventually, the boar footprints disappeared into a thick patch of grass. She didn't give up and kept searching around. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound. It was coming from the grass pile ahead, at an angle. She carefully approached with her bow and arrow, then shot an arrow in that direction. Swish! The grass shook violently, and a dark brown wild boar burst out, startling her. It ran away quickly. She quickened her pace to catch up, aiming her arrow at the target. One arrow hit the boar's rear. Another arrow struck its front leg. The boar let out a painful squeal and collapsed to the ground. She ran over and stabbed it in the neck with a dagger. The skin was a bit thick, so she repeatedly jabbed it until blood flowed out heavily. The wild boar struggled for a while and then stopped moving. It weighed about 100 pounds, not fat. There was a strange noise behind her. She twitched her ears, raised her bow and arrow, and turned around. About 10 meters away, 8 wild wolves were standing and moving nervously. They rushed toward her quickly. She was calm. She knocked her arrow and shot several times, killing 4 wolves. The remaining 4 wolves were about to reach her. She decisively put away her bow and arrow. Close combat was better with a knife, so she grabbed her machete and fought the wolves. The wolves were all thin, probably hiding nearby to hunt the wild boar. She accidentally came across them, and now she had a new prey. They couldn't hold back and revealed themselves. 15 minutes later, all 4 wolves were dead by her blade. The smell of blood was strong. Since there were many wild animals around, she collected the wild boar and wolves and hurriedly left. Later, she searched in the forest. Besides killing a few snakes, she didn't find anything valuable. She kept the non-venomous snakes, threading them onto a sharpened stick to carry them without others asking how she caught them. Everyone living at the camp had their weapons confiscated. At noon, she ate dried food outside. In the afternoon, she went to the river. The places with plenty of water were heavily guarded by soldiers. Many people came and went near the river looking for food. Places with water sources had a higher chance of finding good things. Besides collecting a lot of dry wood, she didn't find anything else valuable. So, she decided to return early to the camp. When she got back, a group of newcomers arrived next to her. She recognized all of them.
Mother, Chun-Yu, you sit and rest.
We'll pack up, said Lin Kong. Tian Huilan, Chun-Yu, Chun-Yu's mother, and Su Xiuxiu were all panting and sitting on straw mats. Lin Yuan, Lin Jian, Lin Kong, and Dong Tianshi were busy packing things. Song Qingling noticed that Ma Shi and Lin Fugue were missing. Tian Huilan and Su Xiuxiu looked much older and more worn out, especially the latter, with white hair and less energy. Lin Kang's leg was lame, so he walked with a limp. Chun-Yu and her mother looked pretty good, with some flesh on their faces. Tian Huilan looked at Song Qingling, feeling she looked familiar. Su Xiuxiu noticed too. She looked at Song Qingling and had the same thought as Tian Huilan. It's you. Young lady, we saw you in Songshan before. Tian Huilan remembered. She stood up and smiled because she recognized someone from afar. Song Qingling nodded calmly, showing no surprise. So that's the young man. I didn't recognize him at first, but the more I looked, the more familiar he seemed. You've grown a lot taller now. Su Xiuxiu's eyes show the happiness of an elder witnessing a younger person's growth. Recently, Song Qingling's diet has improved, and she exercises daily. Her height has increased, now slightly taller than Tian Huilan, who is about 1.6 meters tall. Young man, are you with your family? We just arrived here today, Tian Huilan asked kindly. I'm alone. I haven't found my family yet, Song Qingling replied. Tian Huilan immediately fell silent, realizing she had spoken out of turn and feeling a bit awkward. Lin Yuan and his 2 sons came over to greet them. Chun-Yu and Chun-Yu's mother looked at Song Qingling with disdain, as if she were a beggar, their eyes full of dislike. After a brief chat, Song Qingling sat down on her grass mat. It was already evening, and she started a fire to roast a snake for dinner. After eating, she decided to forget everything around her and went to bed early, planning to wake up later in the night. At midnight, Song Qingling lay on her grass mat, opened her eyes, and sat up. Everyone else was asleep, snoring loudly. She put on her shoes quietly and left, sneaking toward the mountain village. When she reached nearby, she saw a small group outside a wooden house. They were pushing carts and walking around the back of the mountain village. She didn't know what these people were doing. She noticed that the soldiers patrolling at the village entrance didn't react at all, as if they were used to it. The village gate was tightly closed at night, guarded by soldiers inside and out. There were at least 100 soldiers visible outside. It was unlikely she could get in through the front. It was too dangerous. She decided to go around the back of the village to see if she could sneak into the group, pushing the carts. She quickened her pace and caught up just in time. The group was about 10 meters from the back gate of the village. She looked around and mentally planned how to sneak in. Just as she was about to act, loud noises, clattering and banging, sounded from all directions. The sudden noise startled the group at the back gate, and they hurriedly moved closer to the village entrance. Unwilling to give up, Song Qingling hid in the shadows and watched as the group rushed through the back gate at high speed. This strange behavior suggested something unusual was happening. Otherwise, why would the guards at the back gate let them pass without checking? But she didn't have time to think about that now. Something was wrong. Bright flames shot into the sky nearby, and the sound of hurried footsteps and clanking armor grew louder, like a warning of danger. Given the significant commotion, tonight's night watch at the mountain village is impossible. She turned around and ran back, noticing that the number of patrol soldiers had doubled. They were circling the refugee camp and heading toward the village gate. The people sleeping at the camp were suddenly awakened. They looked around in panic, their faces pale, as if they had lost their loved ones. Song Qingling ran back near her camp, dodging left and right. Suddenly, Fan Qing darted out from behind a tree, anxious. "Zhou, where have you gone? Come back quickly, don't run around." "I just needed to, I went to the bathroom." "Brother Fong, what's going on?" Fan Qing saw Lu Neng, serious-faced, leading a dozen or so men rushing over from a few meters away. He hurriedly pushed Song Qingling forward. "Sure. Stay at your sleeping place and wait quietly." Then he ran back to his own family. Before Lu Ning arrived, everyone at the camp stood up in unison. People like Song Qingling, who had just arrived, didn't know what was happening and looked around curiously. Those who had been there longer stood close together, silent and trembling, only daring to look straight ahead or at their feet, waiting quietly like for an inspection. Song Qingling saw Lu Ning approaching with over 10 men, all carrying belts and swords, looking very fierce. Lu Ning held a small book and a brush, checking each household. After finishing, he marked something in his book. When he reached the Fong family, he read out their names. After getting responses, he quickly marked a few strokes in his book. Next was the Lin family and the Dong family. The men stood at the front to respond, while Chun Yu and her mother hid at the back, trembling. When it was Song Qingling's turn, Lu Ning looked at her slim book, then at her, and moved on to the next house. After they walked a bit further away, Lin Kong from the Lin family couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked Fong's family, uncles and aunties, "What's going on?" "Shh, be quiet. They're checking everyone's records," Fong Qing said, looking sad. Lin Kong opened his mouth to ask more, but suddenly, the family Lu Ning was checking shouted out. A woman knelt in front of Lu Ning, begging bitterly, "Sir, my son had stomach pain in the middle of the night. He went to the toilet and will be back soon. Please don't arrest us." All 5 members of their family knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. "We are following the rules. Everyone will be taken." Lu Ning spoke coldly and then moved on to the next family. Behind him, a few people stepped forward, took out ropes, and that family. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." A young man, about 20, ran in a rush, sweating profusely. When he saw his family being taken away, he was shocked and panicked, repeatedly explaining that he had only gone to the restroom. No matter what he said, Lu Ning's men remained unmoved and tied him up as well. The entire family was taken away. Besides this family, Song Qingling also noticed that whenever they searched a house, some people were missing. Those who didn't match the records were all taken away. After finishing the search in this area, Lu Ning and his men left. As they departed, the nearby people seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, losing all energy. "It's over. We won't be able to leave these days. How can we live like this? Today we only found a little wild vegetables and tree bark. Who's the troublemaker? Why didn't they stay here?" They were about to finish the war and go home, but they had to go over there. "This will kill us all." They were full of anger and complaints, but only the people nearby could hear them. They dared not speak loudly, fearing Lu Neng and his men might come back at any moment. Where is that place? Lin Yuan asked the Fong family. Fong Qing shook his head helplessly and pointed in a direction. Song Qingling immediately understood. It was the main road to Longzhou, blocked by soldiers. Fong Lin, the man with a short beard, explained patiently, if anyone tries to break through there, all those with such intentions, once caught or discovered in the act, will have everyone related to them taken away and executed on the spot. Tonight, they caught someone there. The person in charge of the garrison is also inspecting all the places. If anyone's family is missing, they are considered suspicious and treated as enemies. The whole family is thrown into prison for questioning and punishment. We are not allowed to go out for 2 days. Song Qingling, Lin Jia, and Dong Jia understood now. That was the situation. But this is too unreasonable. I don't think that young man from that family was lying. His family is here. How could he just run over there? They didn't even check properly before taking him to the prison for interrogation. Isn't that just forced confessions and torture? Lin Kong felt sorry for that family and was angry.
Kanye.
Lin Yuan shook his head at his younger son, signaling him not to say such things. His face was serious. We are in the middle of a war. Controlling this place is understandable. If all the refugees go to Longzhou, wouldn't that cause chaos? As long as we don't cause trouble or look for trouble and stay well behaved, everything will be fine. Yes, I hope the fighting will end soon. Fong Qing hugged his wife, Huang, and they sat back on the straw mat. He softly comforted Huang to hold on a little longer, saying they would be home soon. Song Qingling saw some people walking toward the mountain camp. Fong Lin explained that the captured criminals would be executed on the spot outside the camp. They had seen this once before, and it was very bloody. Now, because they were worried about not being able to leave in the next few days and not having enough food, they were anxious and didn't pay attention to other things. Song Qingling followed the crowd. Lin Jianlin Kong from the Lin family also wanted to go, but Lin Yuan was worried and went with them. Song Qingling arrived late and didn't reach the front seats. She looked around and found a tall, steep tree that no one had climbed yet. She skillfully climbed up. From the high position, she could see the scene clearly. Outside the wooden houses of the mountain camp, on the open space in front of the refugee camp, 22 people were, kneeling with their faces toward the camp. Behind them, soldiers with big swords stood. In the center of the area, a man with a goat beard, slim and about 40 years old, took a warning sign from a bamboo tube on a table and threw it on the ground with a loud snap. He said in a deep voice, "War is about to start. Anyone with bad intentions or opposing the court will be treated as traitors.
No merci.
Execute immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers raised their swords and shouted loudly before swinging their blades. The swords fell, and heads dropped to the ground. The watching refugees looked away, afraid to see. Song Qingling on the tree stared at the goat-bearded man. She thought he was the magistrate, but after talking to someone below, she learned he was the magistrate's assistant. The magistrate himself did not appear. After the execution, the soldiers drove the crowd away. Song Qingling jumped down from the tree and left before the crowd arrived. Back at her spot, Song Qingling sat on the straw mat and thought. Next door, Tian Huilan and Su Xiuxiu took turns comforting Chun Yu and her mother. Tonight we ate roots. We can't leave for 2 days. What should we do? Boo-hoo, Chun Yu cried sadly. Chun Yu's mother, Li Fong, also wiped her non-existent tears and said, "What can we do? We're young and hungry, but Auntie is old. This isn't good. Brother Shirtu, do you agree?" Dong Tianshi, sitting beside Su Xiuxiu, looked even more unhappy when he heard this. He clenched his fists and pressed his lips tightly together. "Shirtu, we still have tree bark and roots. Saving some will last us 2 days." Su Xiuxiu patted Dong Tianshi's hand and said plainly that she was fine. As they got older, they couldn't eat much. They've returned. Tian Huilan saw Lin Yuan and the others coming back and ran forward to greet them. Li Fong and her mother, Chun Yu, each looked at Lin Kong and the others who had returned. They exchanged glances, and both rolled their eyes at the same time, with a hint of worry in their eyes. Lin Yuan and his family briefly explained what they saw about the execution. For the next 2 days, we will stay here, eating roots and bark to fill our stomachs. The restrictions on us going into the forest to hunt have been lifted, Lin Yuan said seriously to his 2 sons. The eldest son nodded calmly. The younger son wasn't sure if he heard clearly. His eyes were only on Chun Yu. Lin Yuan looked deeply at Chun Yu and Li Fong. It was late at night, still before dawn. People had been hungry all day and, to conserve energy, they continued to lie down. But tonight, because they worried about food for the next 2 days, they were bound to have trouble sleeping. Song Qingling curled up on the grass mat, facing the side where the tree was. Although her eyes were closed, she couldn't sleep, thinking through the current situation. The 2 countries were about to go to war in Longzhou, and the only road leading there was blocked. She faced only 2 options: stay here and wait for the war to end, or try to find a way to leave and continue south. Considering all the circumstances, staying had many uncertainties. If they lost the fight, Dongyi soldiers might come, with Shuzhou behind and Longzhou ahead, caught between 2 sides. If she headed south, she would face Longzhou fighting, unable to enter the city, only able to go around. After thinking it over, she preferred going south. She didn't like being passive or led by the nose. Taking the initiative and seizing opportunities was the right way. But how could she break the current deadlock and pass through the blocked road with the least risk? Song Qingling thought about this until dawn. She roughly devised 2 plans and knew she had to sneak into the mountain's stronghold at night in the coming days to understand the situation inside. Once she had a plan, she felt calm and drifted into a light sleep. Today, no one could go out. People woke up late, and after waking hungry, it was better to sleep than to be awake. Sleeping was somewhat better. But not long after, Song Qingling woke up. The scorching sunlight was so hot it could burn skin, and the heated clothes sticking to her skin felt painfully hot. She brushed her greasy hair and stood up, accidentally smudging her pants with her oily hands. The hair at the back of her neck had grown a bit longer and was a little painful. She reached up and tugged at the ends. "Zhouwu, the sun is very strong over there. Would you like to come over here and join us in the shade?" Fong Qing sat on her mat at home, lifting her head to look towards Song Qingling and spoke warmly. "Sorry to bother you." Song Qingling rolled up her mat and walked over. She didn't want to show off, just in case she got sunstroke later. "Young man, sit between our 2 families. It's spacious here, and you won't get sunburned," Tian Huilan said as she packed away her things, making space for him. "Thank you." Song Qingling laid her mat between Fong Lin's and the others, then took out some grass roots she had found earlier from her clothes and started eating. The roots were bitter and astringent, not tasty at all. Everyone was eating these roots, so she had to eat them too, or she would stand out. The Fong family was chewing on tree bark, biting hard, and swallowing with their eyes rolling back. The Lin family gave Tian Huilan, Chun Yu, and Li Fong softer, juicier grass roots to eat, while the men ate the tough bark. Even so, Li Fong and her mother ate their roots with puffed cheeks, their eyes darting around, disappointed to see everyone else eating roots and bark. They looked longingly toward the mountain village, full of hope. Su Xiuxiu looked unwell, her face flushed, eyes half closed, lying on her mat. Dong Tianshi was caring for her closely, worried about her mother. Song Qingling was eating her roots and remembered what Su Xiuxiu had said when she gave her food that day. After a few bites, Chun Yu couldn't eat anymore. "Mom, I need to go to the bathroom. Let's go together." Li Fong understood her daughter's hint and stood up. "Let's go." Lin Kong and Tian Huilan also stood up, worried about their safety outside and wanting to go with them. Li Fong smiled and said, "It's okay, we'll be back soon." "You all eat." Chun Yu quickly followed up, "We know the way. We'll be back soon. It's hot, Brother Kong and Auntie. Sit and rest so you don't get sick." Hearing this, Lin Kong grinned, and Tian Huilan looked touched. They wanted to say more, but Lin Yuan stopped them. "Let them go. Early there, early back." "That's right. We're going now," Li Fong said eagerly, grabbing her daughter's hand and running, looking anxious, as if worried the Lin family would chase after them like debt collectors. Lin Kong wanted to chase after them, but Lin Yuan called out sharply. The father and son looked at each other, and the atmosphere grew tense. At this awkward moment, Song Qingling finished the last bit of grass in her mouth and looked at Su Xiuxiu. She said, "Grandma doesn't look very well. I know a little about acupuncture. Would you like me to help?" Her words made Fong Lin's family and Dong Tianshi all look over. After a moment of surprise, Tian Huilan thought for a bit and said, "Young man, Aunt Su has been like this for several days. She's been unable to find herbs to treat her. If you know how to do acupuncture, please help her. She's quite old and suffering." Her mother-in-law, Ma Shi, knew a little about medicine from hearing and seeing, and the Lin family also knew some. But the weather was dry, and the herbs had dried out, so it was hard to find proper medicine. "Zhou Wu, please help my mother," Dong Tianshi, a strong man, said anxiously. Everyone stepped back a little. "I will do the acupuncture," Song Qingling said. Their debts to each other had been paid. Dong's family had given her food before, and now she was helping with medicine to repay kindness. From now on, they owed nothing. When they moved back, Song Qingling laid Su Xiuxiu flat. She took out 6 very thin silver needles, wrapped in clean cotton cloth, from her space inside her clothes. She carefully inserted the needles into key points on Su Xiuxiu's head. After a while, she removed the needles one by one. "Don't move her for the next 15 minutes. Thank you, Dong Tianshi kept saying. Tian Huilan and the others gratefully thanked Song Qingling. They could see she was skilled and steady with her needles. At first, they had doubts, but now they felt ashamed for doubting her because of their own thoughts. Song Qingling sat cross-legged, with a piece of cotton cloth spread on her left thigh. She lowered her head and wrapped the silver needles. She said casually, "I remember there are 2 more of you, an old grandmother and an old grandfather." This made the Lin family look at each other, their eyes full of sadness. Not long after we parted from Songshan, groups of people came every day to fight over the riverbank where we were stationed. Once my father was injured and soon passed away. Later, we couldn't compete and were driven away. We couldn't find water on the mountain, so we had to leave Songshan and seek water elsewhere. One day, while hunting in the forest, Chun Yu and the others suddenly ran back, followed by a group of soldiers from the Dongi country. They outnumbered us and we were few. Luckily, we knew the terrain well and managed to take down some soldiers. As the enemies grew fewer, Chun Yu suddenly shouted and ran out, exposing our location. Kong Air tried to save her and hurt his leg. My mother got lost in the chaos. When we found her, she was already. Lin Yuan raised his hand to cover his aching, moist eyes. Tian Huilan was also crying sadly, holding her husband's arm tightly. Lin Kong stood up and frowned, saying, "Father, Chun Yu didn't do it on purpose. There was a snake at her feet, and she was afraid. We've talked about this many times. You keep saying that, as if you're blaming her, but she didn't mean to. Stop talking." Lin Jian glared at Lin Kong. Whenever these topics came up, the family would get upset. Lin Yuan moved his hand away from his eyes and looked at Lin Kong with a complicated expression. In the end, Lin Yuan said nothing. He walked to the side and looked away. Seeing his father's lonely figure, Lin Kong felt uncomfortable, but he didn't want to hear his family criticize Chun Yu. He felt torn inside. Song Qingling quietly watched the scene. She only said a word of condolence, then saw Su Xiuxiu's face start to look better. She got up and sat back on her straw mat. Dong Tianshi saw his mother's condition improve and smiled happily, staying close to her. Fong Qing approached and said in a coaxing tone, "Hey Zhou, are you a doctor?" "I know a little." She heard some restless noises coming from the right side and looked over. A few people outside the refugee camp were carrying a sedan chair forward. The sedan chair was quite large and made of good material, with at least 30 people following it, some carrying chairs and tables, others holding large cages or food boxes. Seeing such a sedan chair in the deep mountains was hard not to attract attention. "Brother Fong, who is that?" Fong Qing looked in the direction she pointed and explained, That's the young master from the village. Son of the magistrate?
Fong nodded. Yes.
Guess what he's doing out here? He answered himself, taking a group of people hunting. Is that so? This was the life of a noble young master. Ordinary people suffered hardships, starving and fleeing from famine, while he was out here on a leisure trip. Watching the sedan chair gradually disappear into the distance, Song Qingling's eyes darkened. People looked at the departing carriage with envy. Behind the sedan chair, a group of curious villagers followed. Among them, two faces looked familiar, Li Fong and her mother, staring eagerly at the departing carriage. Not only her, sharp-eyed Fong Qing also saw them. He pointed and said, "Hey, isn't that Chun Yu and her mother?"
Chun Yu.
Lin Kong stood excitedly, searching with his eyes. Lin Yuan turned around at the sound. Why are they over there? Didn't they go to the toilet? Why did they run so far? Tian Huilan found it strange. Lin Jian looked thoughtful. They probably just saw the excitement and came to take a look, Lin Kong said, smiling gently at Chun Yu. Lin Yuan silently approached, staring at Li Fong and her daughter for a long time. Meanwhile, the sedan moved away, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Li Fong pulled her daughter behind a tree, whispering, "Stay hidden so the Lin family won't see us. If they ask later, what should we say? So what if they see us? That silly boy is already completely taken by me, and he listens to everything I say," Chun Yu said carelessly, with a disdainful tone. "Mother, I don't want to stay there eating grass anymore."
Did you see?
The person inside that sedan is a noble. Even if we can't reach such high status, I looked around. The people living in wooden houses aren't bad. They have food, drink, and servants. Isn't that great? Chun Yu looked at her mother with hope. Yes, in the past, when we followed the Lin family and the Dong family, we could eat hunted meat. Even if not, we could eat wild vegetables. Now we're eating roots and bark, and I look green from it, Li Fong said with a roll of her eyes and sighed. Chun Yu tightly held Li Fong's hand and stopped walking. Mother, last time we didn't leave, and it brought soldiers from the easterny country. This time, I think it's a good chance. We must seize it, Chun Yu said confidently. A mother knows her daughter best. Seeing her daughter's confident smile, Li Fong asked, "Do you have a plan?" Chun Yu whispered a few words to Li Fong. After she finished, they looked at each other and smiled. After a while, the mother and daughter returned to their camp. Chun Yu, why did you take so long? Lin Kong saw Chun Yu and was very happy. He hobbled over to greet her. Seeing his lame leg, Chun Yu's eyelids lowered to hide her disdain. She forced a small smile and casually said, "We saw a lot of people over there, so we were curious and just looked around." Hearing this, Lin Kong sighed in relief. He looked at Lin Yuan, Tian Huilan, Lin Jian and felt proud, as if saying, "See, Chun Yu isn't lying." Lin Yuan turned his head away, pretending not to see. An hour later, Su Xiuxiu woke up, looking much more energetic. She could sit up on her own and said she felt lighter and more comfortable. Dong Tianshi breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Song Qingling again. When he said this, Su Xiuxiu learned that Song Qingling had helped her. She called her over, held her hand, and sincerely thanked her. Chun Yu and Li Fong overheard this and rolled their eyes. They didn't believe that the shabby beggar had such great skills. They thought she was just showing off and lucky. Afternoon is the hottest time of the day. People can only lie or sit under the trees, fanning themselves with bamboo fans or using pieces of clothing. Moving around makes them so hot and thirsty they feel like they might faint. Song Qingling goes along with the crowd, sitting on a straw mat and fanning herself. On such a hot day, she can't lie down because the ground is too hot, and the mat is also hot. Her sweat dries and soaks again. She secretly puts some ice cubes into her water pouch, occasionally taking a sip of cold water to feel a bit better. Others are not so lucky. They feel so hot they are restless, and every now and then some elderly people, children, and women faint from the heat. When someone faints, there's no way to treat them, and their family members cry helplessly. The cicadas chirp loudly, mixed with crying, creating a noisy, irritating scene that makes everyone feel very annoyed. Finally, the sun begins to set, and the light is less blinding. People start packing up and preparing to sleep. Suddenly, loud noises come from afar. It's the young master of the local governor returning in a sedan chair. A grand procession follows, with several large cages carried behind the sedan chair. Inside are a few wolves, and they look victorious, as if they've won a battle. At the very end of the procession, someone pushes a handcart carrying 5 bodies. Chun Yu and Li Fong hear the noise and suddenly stand up, staring with shining eyes toward that direction. Other members of the Lin family are also watching the scene, but only Lin Yuan notices Li Fong and her mother's reactions. Fong Lin's wife, Chun, looks over and sighs. Today they brought back 5 more people. Their families must be very sad. Chen's older sister-in-law, Huang, nods in agreement. Women tend to be more emotional, while men are more rational. Fong Qing has a different opinion. He looks at the scene with envy and says, "It's better to be sad than to let your family go hungry." They go hunting with the young master. It's dangerous work, but at least they get 2 meals a day, each with a simple bun. If they die, their families get a bushel of grain. I heard that many people are eager to do this work. Usually, only those with connections can get in, and ordinary folks can't, unless they have someone to help them. Hearing this, Song Qingling sighs inwardly. 1 bushel of grain is exchanged for a living person's life. People's lives are so cheap. From the reactions of the people at the camp, it's clear they all dream of doing this work. No one feels it's unfair or that the value is mismatched. They, oppressed by ancient feudal ideas, have become like slaves. When those in power toss them a small favor, they are grateful and completely satisfied. The 3 men from the Lin family and Dong Tianshi were interested in this matter. They asked the Fong family members for details. Their family currently had no food and urgently needed something to eat. Fong Qing said, "Many people want to do this job. First, you have to queue and register, verify your identity, then go through several screenings. The most important step is to find some connections and make arrangements. If you're lucky, you might get in." Finding connections? "We just arrived and have no money."
How can we do that?
Lin Kong felt discouraged. Lin Jian suggested, "Why don't we go register first? We used to live in the mountains, hunting often. We can tell them about that and see if it helps." Lin Yuan also thought the same. The group asked where to register and went together. Tian Huilan looked at her son leaving, full of worry. Behind her, Li Fong and Chun Yu were sweating heavily, fanning themselves with a bamboo fan, trying to hide their feelings, but their annoyed expressions still showed. Tian Huilan turned around and saw Li Fong and Chun Yu ignoring her. For some reason, she started feeling a bit uncomfortable. Li Fong noticed Tian Huilan's gaze and quickly forced a smile, saying, "Huilan, don't worry. I believe Brother Lin, and the others can get in. They used to be excellent hunters in the mountains. They only catch what they hunt. Such capable people, the nobleman would be eager to keep them. Once they get in, they'll have each other for company and look out for one another. Nothing will go wrong." After speaking, Li Fong nudged Chun Yu's arm subtly. Chun Yu was thinking about her plans for the evening. When reminded, she just forced a smile and nodded. She didn't want to stay here suffering. She hoped to leave as soon as possible. With her looks, if everything went smoothly tonight, she wouldn't have to go back to the Lin family. Instead, she'd stay in a spacious, clean wooden house. Thinking of this, Chun Yu felt even more lazy and didn't bother to speak. Tian Huilan felt a bit better after hearing Li Fong's words. Seeing Chun Yu, she kindly wondered if she was feeling unwell from the heat and asked with concern. As it grew dark and the sun was no longer blazing, Song Qingling returned to her place, ate some grass roots, and lay down to sleep. Tonight, she planned to sneak into the mountain village. At the end of the hour of view, around 9 p.m., the mountain village. In a bright and spacious reception room, a man dressed in fine clothes, with a chubby face, big ears, and fair skin, sits on a wooden chair. In front of him is a rectangular desk, with his arms resting on it, holding a sealed letter that just arrived. Looking at the letter, he smiles slightly. On each side of him stand 2 servants fanning him with handheld fans. Slightly in front of him stands a man with a goatee, who is the steward. Steward Deng respectfully bows and says, "Sir, does the letter bring good news?" Governor Yonglide nods, his gaze fixed on the letter, smiling happily. The fat flesh around his cheekbones bunches up. The prince's letter says the war will start soon. That's excellent. We will surely win this battle. That small eastern barbarian country dares to rebel. It's asking for death. Congratulations, sir. Soon you will return to Shuzhou. Steward Deng bows again. Yonglide chuckles, clearly mocking the eastern barbarians for overestimating themselves. He also believes that the winning side of this war will be the northern wing. He picks up a brush dipped in ink, writes a reply, and hands it to Steward Deng. Deng takes the letter, walks to the window, where a pigeon is standing on the window frame, turning its head and cooing. He ties the letter to the pigeon's leg, ready to release it. "Father." A young woman's sweet voice and hurried footsteps are heard. A young woman in a beautiful pink dress, about 20, quickly enters. Her hair ornaments sway as she moves, and her long skirt trails on the ground. Behind her follow 6 nervous maids. "Yan Yan, have you finished dinner?" Yonglide smiles warmly at his daughter and stands up. Deng, who just released the pigeon, bows to the room and then steps outside. Yonglide and his daughter walk to a separate room. The room is divided by a screen, with a single chair in the center. In front of it is a round table with a fine plum blossom-shaped purple clay teapot and several wooden chairs on either side. Yonglide sits on the main seat, pouring cold tea from the teapot into a cup. The water looks clear and pure, with no impurities. "Father, when will we return to the city? I can't stay here any longer. Outside are all those lowly refugees. Everywhere is dirty and stinky. It's so hot I can't sleep at night," Yan Yan says softly, her cheeks puffed out. Her face, powdered and flushed from sweating, looks pale and red. She stands up, walks to Yonglide, squats down, grabs his arm, and tears welling in her eyes, she pleads softly. "I ate plain steamed buns and cornbread that were as hard as stones. My throat hurt so much I bled, and I couldn't swallow it all. The wild vegetables were bitter and tough, making me several times. The wild game my brother hunted was smelly, and the water was dirty. None of these are fit for people to drink or eat. Father, I want to go back home soon. Yenner, don't cry. It will be soon. We will be back in the city quickly." Yonglide comforted his daughter and told his servant, "Go bring those things for the young lady." 5 servants turned and entered the bedroom where she was sleeping. Soon they brought out a tray. On the wooden tray, there were many beautiful jewelry pieces: gold, jade, agate, emeralds, pearls, necklaces, bracelets, hairpins, earrings, and some small, delicate trinkets. They sparkled brightly and looked very impressive. Yenna looked at the items, got up, and glanced at them briefly. She said with dislike, "They're too tacky and not pretty." None of these suited her noble personality and status. Yonglide asked, "Is there nothing you like?" Seeing his daughter shake her head uninterested, he waved away the servants and smiled affectionately, saying, "Tomorrow, I will have someone bring a new batch to your room. If you like anything, keep it. Yenner, just hold on a few more days. We will be back soon." After calming down, Yenner's mood gradually settled. She said she wanted to pack her things and go back to her room happily. She left cheerfully. Her 6 maids prepared to go with her, but were stopped by Yonglide. The maids lowered their heads. "Take good care of the young lady. If you don't serve her well or make her unhappy, you know the rules of the house.
Here, take this."
Yonglide used a firm but caring tone, giving a meaningful look to his trusted servant. The trusted servant took a pouch filled with cloth from his pocket, pulled out a handful of gold beans, and gave each of the 6 maids 6 beans. The maids happily knelt and bowed, saying, "Thank you, sir, for the gift." They happily took the gold beans and left. "Is the water ready?" Yonglide asked, taking a sip of iced tea. It was hot, so he took 2 baths a day, morning and evening. The trusted servant replied, "Sir, everything is ready." Yonglide put down his cup, stood up, and walked toward the bedroom. He was overweight, and his legs moved awkwardly like a walking penguin. He took off his clothes and soaked himself in a large, deep bath filled with water. He squinted and let out a comfortable sigh, thinking about returning to the city soon. A smile appeared on his face. The water in the bathtub and around her neck was clear and free of impurities, rippling gently. All the water used by the important people in the village was taken from the deepest, best part of the river, then filtered repeatedly through cloth to remove sand and dirt. The final water looked almost the same as before the drought. It was midnight. Song Qingling opened her eyes and listened to the sounds around her. Rustling. She heard fabric rubbing and someone getting up from the next bed. She opened her eyes slightly and saw Li Fangchun and Moon Lady quietly getting up, holding hands, and sneaking away. After they left, Lin Yuan, who was lying there, quietly followed. Song Qingling sat up and looked toward the direction they went. The others in the Lin family were still asleep and hadn't noticed anything. She didn't want to get involved in other matters. Quietly, she left and headed straight to the mountain village, wearing dark clothes for tonight's plan. She climbed a tree outside a wooden hut near the refugee camp, watching the surroundings and waiting for the right moment. Between the wooden hut and an open space in the camp, a line of guards was standing. They were formed by powerful people living in the wooden hut. It was impossible to go straight through there, so she planned to go around. While waiting, she saw two familiar people leave two wooden huts on the left side of the village.
It was them.
She remained calm and wasn't surprised. The two went into nearby woods, then came back shortly after, probably to use the bathroom. After a while, Song Qingling finally saw movement ahead. A small team came out of a wooden hut on the west side, 8 people with carts and hand trucks, each loaded with heavy bundles. At that moment, she jumped down from the tree and headed west. The mysterious team, just like last night, was sneaking around behind the village, walking along paths overgrown with tall grass on both sides. Following in the shadows, Song Qingling picked up 2 stones and threw them to the left. Hearing the noise, the team stopped and looked alertly toward the sound, then sent 2 people to check the grass on the left. After a quick look, they found nothing and returned to push their carts. The soldiers guarding the back gate of the village saw the team and let them pass, without checking. Once inside, the team knew the way and headed to the right. 2 people pushing the last cart whispered to each other. "Why does it feel like the cart is a bit heavier?"
Forget about that.
"Don't you want to stay alive?" "Be careful not to disturb the important person, or you'll drag me down." "Push faster and follow." They pushed the carts harder. Under the car, Song Qingling's hands and feet were tied to the underside of the vehicle. She could only see if there were soldiers nearby along the way, but she couldn't see what was ahead or know when the team would stop. Once they stopped to unload supplies, she might be discovered. So, she waited for the right moment, loosened her grip, rolled silently onto the ground, and hid behind a wall corner. She followed the small team closely. Finally, she saw the team arrive at a courtyard in front of the village. She hid in a pile of grass, peeking out slightly. She saw one person from the team walk up the stone steps and knock on the tightly closed courtyard door. Someone inside opened it, but no one came out, so she couldn't see who was inside. After the door opened, the team pushed a cart inside. After a while, the team came out with an empty cart and left the village through the back door. Song Qingling noted the location of the courtyard. It would have been easier to carry the supplies inside the cart, but the team didn't do that. Was it because they didn't want to, or because they weren't allowed? She thought carefully, but didn't dwell on it. She headed north. A little further ahead was the center of the mountain village, where the magistrate and his family lived. The soldiers patrolling inside the village were half as many as outside. They were patrolling in multiple small teams, crossing paths. She moved carefully, avoiding each patrol. Wealthy and important people liked to live in high places. She saw soldiers stationed on every level of the wooden stairs leading to the second floor, and outside each room on the second floor, soldiers were stationed at intervals. This confirmed her suspicion. The magistrate lived on the second floor. Tonight, her goal wasn't just to find the magistrate. Finding him alone wouldn't be enough. Even if she killed him and caused chaos, it wouldn't be enough to trigger a big disturbance that would allow her to pass through the guarded road smoothly. When a patrol of soldiers passed by, she appeared from the shadows, opened a room on the left. Earlier outside, she had carefully observed several rooms on the first floor. The one she entered had the deepest sleepers, snoring non-stop. She entered the room, quickly looked at the bed, and saw someone sleeping soundly. After confirming there was no danger, she began searching the room. This was the old hideout of the mountain bandits from the village. They had built the underground space so well, indicating experience. Also, the bandits' ancestors had been capable people, smart and cunning. They likely thought ahead, prepared for future emergencies, and left themselves an escape route. She strongly suspected there was also an underground space here. After searching thoroughly and finding nothing suspicious, she didn't give up. She left to check the next room, avoiding soldiers along the way. She checked 3 rooms in total, but found nothing. The 4th room is the same as the first 3. Nothing special. Inside, there is a man sleeping. Maybe because it's too hot, he can't sleep well and keeps tossing and turning, making noise. Song Qingling stays alert, worried the man might wake up, while searching the room thoroughly. Still, she can't find what she's looking for. She becomes a little anxious and scratches her head. After scratching, her fingers are greasy and smell bad. She looks around a room and suddenly has an idea. She realizes she overlooked one place, under the bed. She quietly approaches the bed. The man is lying flat, sweating heavily, mumbling in his sleep, restless. In the room, there are iron needles and bamboo tubes from mountain bandits, but she doesn't want to use them. Needles can knock people out, which is useful, but they leave traces on the body. There are also smoke pipes, which can be controlled to leave no marks. She picks up a smoke pipe, blows a few puffs toward the man's nose, then holds her breath. The man quickly inhales all the smoke and falls into a deep sleep. She carefully moves the shoe rack away from the foot of the bed. The gap under the bed is just big enough for an adult to crawl through. She is slim and easily slips inside. It's pitch dark inside, so dark she can't see anything. She feels around, touching dust and stones. Suddenly, she notices something unusual. She grips a dagger and inserts it at an angle into the dirt. Feeling resistance, she has found something. She crawls to the foot of the bed, pulls the rack back, and then uses the dagger to pry open a hidden passage. It's been a long time since it was opened, so it takes some effort. The tunnel is dark and hard to see through. She tests with her foot and feels something solid. There is a wooden ladder leading down. She steps down a few stairs, then covers the opening with a lid she pulls from above. The entrance is hidden under the bed, which makes her feel much safer. Once on stable ground, she takes out a torch from her bag and lights it for illumination. With the light, she clearly sees her surroundings. It's a familiar earthen tunnel. She walks forward a bit and notices oil lamps on the walls, some with oil inside. She lights them along the way with her torch. The area brightens quickly. Overall, this place is a larger version of the underground space of the mountain village, wider and more spacious. It seems the bandits moved here some time ago. No one maintains it. Dust covers everything, and there are many spider webs in the corners, abandoned and neglected. She speeds up her pace. If she's lucky, she might find an exit that bypasses the blocked southern route to the outside world. If she finds it tonight, she can escape. After an hour, Song Qingling was running out of breath. The exit ahead was getting closer. She stopped a few steps away from the entrance, caught her breath, and carefully opened the wooden door. Outside was the outside world. She peeked through a narrow gap. It was dark and quiet outside. She leaned out, climbed up from a wild vine-covered area, and then quickly concealed herself. She looked back toward the distance, still on the mountain, but she didn't know exactly where. Earlier, she found 2 exits. Neither led to the main road blocked to the south. One was on the east side of the village, and the other was on the north. The blocked road was on the southwest side of the village. She moved quickly to check her direction. After a while, she saw a light ahead and realized she had come near the soldiers' camp guarding that path. The direction was correct, but the exit wasn't on the other side of the blocked road. She ran around the underground space beneath the village twice, only finding these 3 exits to the outside world. There might be more hidden somewhere, but she didn't have time to look tonight and needed to return quickly. She decided to head back to the camp from this side. Tonight's effort was not in vain. Tomorrow night, she wouldn't need to risk sneaking in through the back of the village. She could go directly through the nearest entrance on the east side of the village, leading to the underground space below the village. Half an hour later, Song Qingling reached near the camp. From afar, she saw that the Lin family seemed to be involved in something. They were all standing, and she could hear Lin Kong raising his voice in a heated argument. As she got closer, she heard Lin Yuan say, "I saw with my own eyes." They ran to the wooden house with the man, and only came out after a long while. "Dad, they said they were just going to the toilet, and didn't go to the wooden house. Are you confused?" Lin Kong raised his voice slightly, speaking more quietly. "This concerns my daughter's reputation. It's more important than other things. If you keep saying that Chun Yu is there, I'll be angry." Behind them, Li Fong and her mother sat on a straw mat, snuggling and crying as if they had suffered a great injustice. Seeing his son's reaction, Lin Yuan was stunned, filled with disbelief. Since childhood, father and son had never raised their voices at each other. Today, because of Chun Yu, his son looked at him with such anger in his eyes, making him feel unfamiliar. His heart ached painfully, mixed with helplessness. His hands, resting on his lap, clenched tightly. Lin Jian held Lin Kang's shoulder and pushed him against a tree behind, warning, "You can't talk to Dad like that." Tian Huilan tried to pull Lin Yuan away, and Su Xiuxiu, despite feeling unwell, also tried to persuade them. The Lin family was in chaos. The instigators, Li Fong and her daughter, pretended to wipe away tears that weren't even there. Chun Yu looked eagerly toward the wooden house, hoping for tomorrow. The person had said they would meet again at the same place tomorrow night. That evening, they secretly went to the wooden house and saw a well-dressed man directing 8 people to push 4 carts. The people pushing the carts looked nervous, but the man seemed very impressive, definitely not an ordinary person. The man saw the mother and daughter hiding behind a tree watching and didn't scold them. Instead, he took them to a small wooden house that looked like a kitchen. The person in charge of the kitchen greeted him respectfully. He dismissed the others and brought them some steamed bread and water to eat and drink. If she could connect with this man, she believed she would have a good life in the future. Song Qingling didn't care about the Lin family's affairs and just lay down to sleep, blocking out everything. The next day, she was woken up by the sun, feeling unbearably hot. The Lin family still invited her to hide with them, rolling up a straw mat and moving to a shady spot between 2 houses. The atmosphere at the Lin house was gloomy, and no one spoke. Li Fong and Chun Yu didn't know where they had gone. Dong Tianshi and Tian Huilan were worried about Su Xiuxiu. They asked Song Qingling to give her acupuncture again today to help ease her discomfort. Song Qingling didn't refuse. After the acupuncture, Su Xiuxiu slept more peacefully. Fong's family saw this and, feeling embarrassed, came over to ask if Song Qingling could help their family members Huang and Chen, who were weak and uncomfortable from the heat. Unquestionably, Fong's family had helped her a bit, so she also checked Huang and Chen's pulses and diagnosed heatstroke. The acupuncture helped relieve their symptoms. Time quickly passed, and it was evening again. In the first half of the night, Song Qingling was sleeping peacefully. In the second half, she quietly got up. Glancing to the side, she saw that Li Fong and Chun Yu, along with Lin Jian, were not there. She headed toward the eastern side of the mountain village, entering through a hidden entrance into the underground space. Last night, she had lit oil lamps on both sides of the tunnel walls. A day and night had passed, and they hadn't gone out, providing light for her to see the way. Tonight, her main goal was to find the secret room and hidden exits. She searched carefully, afraid of missing anything. She checked the underground space twice. She found the secret room, but it was empty, with no hidden exits inside. After working for most of the day, she was exhausted and took out her water pouch, sipping cold water slowly. After drinking, she raised her hand to wipe the water from her mouth, a cold gleam in her eyes. We can only activate Plan B now. Initially, she had planned two options. Plan A was to enter the underground part of the village to find an exit past the blocked road, but that has now failed. Compared to Plan A, Plan B is riskier, but it gives her more control over the situation. Song Qingling returned to the passageway below the room she came from last night in the mountain village. She visualized the layout of the two sides below her. She took out some scrap paper and a thin piece of charcoal to draw the map from her mind. Her priority was to familiarize herself with these details to prepare for future actions. The scrap paper was taken from the mountain village. She had a stack of it. She drew two maps on separate pieces of scrap paper, showing the upper and lower layouts and marked key points. After finishing, it was getting late. She hurried to go from the passageway up to the mountain village, moving stealthily through the village under the cover of night, making sure to step on the right spots. That was her plan for today. She would carry it out tomorrow night. Song Qingling left through the eastern entrance of the mountain village. Back at the camp, she saw that the Lin family was missing a few members, leaving only Tian Huilan, Su Xiuxiu, and Dong Tianzhi's mother. Tian Huilan, with tears in her eyes, looked anxiously in a certain direction. Su Xiuxiu, weak from illness, leaned on Dong Tianzhi's shoulder and softly comforted her. Huilan, it's okay. They will be back soon. Seeing Song Qingling return from outside, Tian Huilan sat up straight. Zhou Wu, did you see my family members on your way back? She shook her head, saying no. Tian Huilan sank back in disappointment. There was no need to guess. Song Qingling also knew that Lin Jian had taken Lin Yuan and Lin Kong to catch Li Fangniang and her daughter. They were skilled, but Lin Kong was foolish and lovesick, so the Lin family might not all escape unscathed. Outside the mountain village, near the wooden house and refugee camp, Lin Jian and his two sons hid behind a tree, watching the front. I saw Chun Yu and the others go into that wooden house with a man. Lin Jian pointed in a direction. Lin Kong looked slightly annoyed, opened his mouth to speak, but then saw Chun Yu being embraced by a man who could be her father as they came out of the wooden house. Upon closer inspection, both of them looked somewhat disheveled. Chun, he called out, shaking his head in disbelief. Lin Yuan quickly covered his son's mouth. Don't shout. Chun Yu and the man embraced and walked to a corner. She looked delicate, drawing circles on the man's chest with her finger. I want to stay with you and keep you company. Is that okay? Not for now. But if you can wait in a few days, you'll be able to come to me. The man released Chun Yu, looked around cautiously as if afraid of something. All right, go back now. Come here again tomorrow night. Chun Yu felt reluctant and unwilling. She had clearly given herself to him and could feel he enjoyed it, so why wasn't she staying with him? Could it be that he has a wife? That makes sense. Someone like him, powerful and influential at his age, probably married long ago. Chun Yu frowned in frustration. She was so annoyed. She still had to go back to the Lin family. At that moment, Lin Kong suddenly appeared, blushing and shouting loudly, Chun Yu, did he bully you? Lin Kong hurried forward without hesitation, raised his fist and started hitting the man in the face. After hitting his face, he swung his fists at the man's entire body, hitting with full force. The man was beaten and curled up, trying to shield himself, looking very embarrassed. Chun Yu was scared and froze for a moment. Then she quickly ran over to pull him away, hitting Lin Kang's back with her fists. Stop it. Don't fight anymore. Brother Kong. Lin Yuan and Lin Jian rushed over quickly. They had let Lin Kong run over just now because they weren't paying attention. With two men holding him back, Lin Kong, who looked like a furious lion, was restrained. The man was beaten so badly his nose was swollen and his face was bruised, blood dripping from his mouth. He touched his face and groaned in pain. Chun Yu looked at the man with concern and asked, Are you okay? Little brat, how dare you hit me? The man glared fiercely at the Lin father and son, then roughly pushed Chun Yu aside and turned back toward the wooden house. Chun Yu, are you hurt from falling? Lin Kong looked at her with concern, wanting to help her up, but Lin Yuan and Lin Jian held him tightly. Lin Yuan saw the man's bad intentions and said, "Let's go back quickly." Lin Jian thought the same. They tried to pull Lin Kong back, but he was full of thoughts about Chun Yu and kept resisting. After walking only a few steps, the man with a dozen men ran over. The man ordered his men fiercely, "It's them. Catch them and teach them a good lesson." More than 10 men rushed forward in a swarm. The Lin father and son were outnumbered and quickly covered their mouths, dragged away to a remote place. In a wooden house, Li Fong opened the door, dressed as she came out, followed by a thin, dark man also dressing. Li Fong saw the Lin family being taken away and hurried over to Chun Yu, panicked, and asked what had happened. The dark man who came out with Li Fong went to the man who was beaten, and the two men exchanged a silent look and moved to the other side, away from Li Fong and Chun Yu. The dark man looked a bit nervous and asked, "Brother Jie, do you think things might get a little too big?" Brother Jie snorted coldly. "That person is bold enough to hit me. I will make sure they pay the price. If things get serious, I won't be afraid. Just say those 3 people are sneaky and have bad intentions. You're smart. By the way, those 2 women are more charming than the women in the refugee camp," said the skinny, dark man with a mischievous smile, licking his lips and looking thoughtful. Brother Jie also remembered how Chun Yu performed her tricks on him earlier, making him feel like he was in heaven. He chuckled lecherously, "Give those 2 women a little steamed bun every day and keep them hanging around." Actually, they were both stewards working for the noble people living in the wooden house. They were mistaken by Chun Yu and her mother for the noble guests. After being used by their master for a long time, some people started to treat them like their own masters, flattering and pleasing them, which made them very happy. At the camp, Song Qingling was already asleep when the noisy sounds from the next room woke her up. Someone came crying and calling her. She frowned irritably. It was Tian Huilan crying so hard she was gasping. "Zhou Wu, wake up quickly. My family is hurt. Can you please help check on them?" Song Qingling closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, ignoring the disturbance. Once involved in such trivial matters, it would never end. The trouble in the Lin family seemed to be mainly caused by the cunning and resourceful Li Fong and her mother, but in fact, it was because Lin Kong, Lin Yuan, and Lin Jian already suspected the 2 women and became cautious. Instead of trusting their family members, they foolishly believed outsiders, which brought trouble to the family and caused suffering. The 3 members of the Lin family, bloodied and weak, lay on the straw mat. Lin Yuan and Lin Jian were still awake, while Lin Kong was badly beaten, with the most severe injuries around his right eye, flesh and blood, unconscious. Li Fong and Chun Yu's mother and daughter huddled at the edge, looking innocent and wronged. Su Xiuxiu was anxious, her face wrinkled like the surface of a walnut. She weakly leaned on Dong Tianchu's shoulder and asked what had happened to Li Fong and her mother. "It was them causing trouble at the wooden house and getting beaten," Li Fong said, clearly distancing herself from them. Hearing this, Lin Yuan and Lin Jian's eyes sharpened like knives. They wished they could kill her with a glance. They felt sorry for Lin Kong. Huilan shouted for a while, and when she saw Song Qingling was still not awake, she understood what was going on. After all, they had no kinship or connection. Why would others keep helping them over and over? She quickly searched her bag for some herbal medicine to treat injuries, boiling the last 2 bowls of water to use. After a while, Tian Huilan finished boiling the medicinal soup. She drank half a bowl herself, then cleaned Lin Kang's injured eye, sprinkled some medicine powder, and bandaged it with a clean cloth. She then held him and watched Lin Yuan Lin Jian sleep, feeling sad and crying softly. Li Fong and her daughter were exhausted after staying up most of the night. They leaned against a tree trunk and had already fallen asleep. Tian Huilan saw this, tears flowing freely. At this moment, she finally understood that she and her daughter were the ones who caused the chaos in the family. Just as the restrictions were about to be lifted and things in the Lin family settled down, the people stationed nearby gradually got up. It was still early morning, and once it was daylight, they could go to the river to fetch water and look for food. Song Qingling was awakened shortly after falling asleep. The 2 buckets of water they had fetched a few days ago were all used up. Although the water quality was poor, she still thought it was worth going to fetch some. Li Fong and her daughter were sleeping so deeply that no matter how much she called, they wouldn't wake up. The Lin family only had Tian Huilan as the worker. She asked Dong Tianshi to request the Fong family to take them along to fetch water. The Fong family said it was a small matter and agreed happily. The sky gradually brightened. Suddenly, everything became quiet. Lu Neng and his men came over, carrying back the family that had been taken away the night before. The family was thrown onto mats. None of them looked well. They all had their eyes closed. If they had died, they would have been taken to the mass grave. They were extremely thin, almost skin and bones. The flesh on their faces was a thin layer of dry skin, making their bones underneath very prominent. All exposed skin was covered with scars. Their thin clothes were torn and tattered, clearly showing signs of being whipped. Once Lu Neng and his men left, people dared to whisper softly, but they didn't say much. Soon, the sky was fully bright. Without water or food, the people surged toward the river like a floodgate opening. Those at the front could fetch water faster, while those behind got poorer quality water. Crowded together, some people were trampled. No one came to help. The people at the bottom cried out painfully. Hands were raised high, hoping to be pulled out, but as more people stepped on them, not only their hands but their entire bodies were submerged. Song Qingling saw several trampling accidents with her own eyes. She was shocked and thought it might be better to fetch water later. Saving their lives was more important. The Fong family and Tian Huilan shared this idea too. They didn't just rush for speed but focused on safety as they headed to the river. After more than 2 hours, Song Qingling finally managed to fetch about a bucket and a half of murky water. Fetching water was more exhausting than walking all morning. On her way back, she got separated from Fong's family, Tian Huilan and the others, and she slowly walked alone. As she walked, she felt a hot gaze always watching her from behind. Song Qingling turned around and saw a man about her height, dressed in patched, dirty brown clothes, looking at her from a few meters away. She looked again and thought he seemed a bit familiar. When he saw her turn and stopped to look at him, he quickly ran forward. A sharp, cold look appeared in Song Qingling's eyes. "Chunya, is that you?" You're Hongyu." Song Qingling carefully examined the person in front of her. Yes, even though his face was dark and dirty, his bright, lively eyes made her feel familiar.
"Chunya."
Zhang Hongyu put down 2 buckets of water she was carrying, her face full of joy, tears welling up in her eyes. "Chunya, our family split from the Zhang family. Later, we finally found my uncles, and we came here together. We arrived 2 days ago. Chunya, are you doing okay now?" "I'm fine. Don't worry," she replied. "That's good. Where do you live?" "We live over there." "Come on, I'll take you to see it." Since it was on the way, Song Qingling didn't say much and followed her. On the way, Zhang Hongyu chattered about their journey. They traveled along mountain paths, occasionally taking small trails, not passing through Wudong County, and had a safe journey with no dangers. Talking, they unconsciously reached the camp. Zhang Hongyu pointed ahead. "That's where it is." Song Qingling looked around. The Zhang family's place wasn't far from her own, about a 15-minute walk. She pointed to her direction. "I live over there. Hongyu, I'm no longer called Chunya. My alias is Zhou Wu. I'll go back and put down the water first."
"Okay."
Zhang Hongyu wanted to say more, but Song Qingling had already left. "I'll also go put down the water and come back later to find Chunya." Zhang Hongyu smiled happily, sharing the good news with her family. After asking around, she went to find Song Qingling but couldn't see her. Next door, Su Xiuxiu saw this and kindly said that Song Qingling had gone out to look for food. Zhang Hongyu felt a bit disappointed, scratched her head, thanked her, and went out with her family to look for food. If they didn't find anything to eat soon, the whole family would starve. In the woods, Song Qingling couldn't find any wild herbs or prey. She avoided people and gathered dry wood. Anyway, she couldn't come all this way for nothing. At noon, she wandered near the soldier camp blocked from heading south. She found a tall tree, climbed up, and sat on the trunk with leaves shielding her from the sun, swinging her legs lightly. Hungry and starving, she saw no one nearby, took out a meat bun, and ate it quickly. She drank some cold water to soothe her throat, watching the camp while eating, planning her route. After finishing, she leaned against the tree to rest, but noticed some familiar figures not far away. It was Hong Yong and his group. They seemed to be going into the forest, where animals live, to hunt. Last night, she saw the familiar people near the wooden house, Hong Yong and Zhao Qin, coming out of it, clearly living inside. From their appearance and the rough salt they carried, she guessed their identity. Their cart was loaded with salt. Ordinary people couldn't do this. In ancient times, salt trade was tightly controlled by officials. She suspected Hong Yong and his group were official transporters, higher in status than regular merchants. Soon they walked away. She rested against the tree for a while. In the afternoon, she planned to explore a direction she hadn't been to before. She wanted to return early at dusk to rest and prepare for the night's activities. After an hour, she tracked rabbits by their droppings and footprints, finding several blocked rabbit burrows. Rabbits dig their own holes and are timid, usually hiding inside. If she blocked most of these holes and left one open, then smoked them out, the rabbits would be overwhelmed and run away. Several burrows were already blocked, indicating someone had used this method before her. She felt a bit disappointed. Fresh rabbit meat was much tastier than wolf or bear meat. Where rabbits live, there should be water and grass nearby. She began searching around. The good news was that some grass in the shady area was green. The bad news was that someone was nearby. There was a bend ahead, with tall wild grass blocking a large view. Suddenly, a man's angry shout came over. "Say that again. What do you mean, no fighting? Fighting?" Her steps stopped abruptly, and she slowly moved closer. "What fighting? I've never heard that the Dongyi are fighting General Zhen Nan in Longzhou," another man said, sounding confused. And several bird calls quickly followed, carrying obvious pride and mockery. Song Qingling took a few steps forward and roughly saw the scene at the open space beyond the bend ahead. There were more than 20 refugees dressed in ragged clothes, mostly men with fewer women, standing there. Some held wild rabbits in their hands. They looked frightened and whispered to each other. A dark-skinned man at the front stared straight ahead. In front of the man was a man with short black beard, whose hands and feet were tied with ropes. He looked scared. "What were they just saying?" the dark-skinned man asked, grabbing the collar of the short-bearded man. His fist was clenched tightly, veins bulging, showing he was very angry and close to losing control.
They said.
The short-bearded man looked down, afraid to speak loudly, as if scared to say the words out loud. Nearby, 8 men were, lying on the ground, swaying like caterpillars trying to move. When they saw the short-bearded man hesitating, they started laughing loudly and whispered to each other in a language that sounded like bird calls. Song Qingling frowned as she looked at those 8 men. They were from the Eastern Yi country. All 8 were dressed like people from the Northern Wing country. Why did they disguise themselves and come to Mount Tuoming? Say it or not. Just say it. The man punched the short-bearded man.
Ah!
The short-bearded man's face turned red from the punch. Blood trickled from his mouth. Under the threat of violence, he spoke with a crying voice. They said themselves that General Zhen Nan didn't bring troops to help, and the 2 countries didn't fight in Longzhou.
They said.
You all have been deceived. Ha ha, fools. You've all been tricked. Poor guys sold by others and still don't know it. You're about to die under the iron hooves of the Eastern Yi country. Ha ha, stupid Northern Wing people, dying and still helping others make wedding clothes for them. The Eastern Yi people spoke in the fluent Northern Wing language. It was clear they could speak and understand it, showing they came prepared. Song Qingling's heart sank, and her mind raced quickly. One of the men standing behind the man stepped forward and said, "Impossible." The governor said a war would start soon. He took his family to the mountain village to wait for good news of victory and return to the city. Why would he lie to us? His words implied that if what the Eastern Yi people said was true, why didn't the governor run away and stay in Mount Tuoming? This made others believe it was reasonable, and they nodded in agreement.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
The Eastern E people laughed arrogantly, their faces red, speaking in bird-like sounds, making funny faces. Their expressions looked mischievous, and it was clear they were saying something bad. The man listened to the mocking laughter and cheers, his teeth clenched in anger. His clenched fist, raised in the air, twitched with the urge to strike. Don't hit me. I'm also a poor person. They caught me here while I was exploring the mountain paths leading to Longzhou, the man with the short beard said, looking helpless and scared. He was trembling, tears and snot covering his face. The man kicked him to the ground. Tell me everything you know.
No secrets.
If you hide anything, I will kill you first, then them. Some of the others behind him thought this was wrong and shouted, Zhang Biao. The man called Zhang Biao went over to the East E people and started hitting them to vent his anger. He paused to say, listen to what he says. The short-bearded man lay on the ground, twisting but unable to get up. Helpless, he turned to his side and said, I've told you everything I know. Please, let me go. We are all from the Northern Wing country. How can we fight each other? I am from Shiqiao County, a traveling merchant. Not long after our county fell, the East E captured some people familiar with the routes across the southern and northern states, including me. They took me to Mount Tuaming, where they asked me to draw a complete map of the route to Longzhou. Longzhou is hard to attack, but easy to defend. The East E tried many ways to take the city, but failed. Then they came up with a plan, pretend to retreat and show weakness, secretly finding other weaker routes to Longzhou, hoping to split their forces and attack from different directions.
They have my recent route map.
Search them if you don't believe me. Oh, and not just one group of scouts is exploring the routes. There are others too. I don't know where they've gone. Zhang Biao called some companions to search the beaten and unconscious East E people for belongings. They found some items, including route maps and tokens that showed their identities. Brother Biao, what should we do now? Although they couldn't read, they had been active in these mountains recently and knew the terrain well. After seeing the maps, they realized several of them were deliberately drawn off course, not showing the real routes. This meant the short-bearded man was trying to delay them. Once he drew the correct route, he would be doomed. Zhang Biao thought for a moment. What do you all think we should do? The others looked at each other, unsure. The men were serious and thoughtful. The women, rarely seeing such a situation, huddled close together, feeling helpless. This matter is very important. Even the local governor was kept in the dark. The soldiers and civilians stationed their number in the thousands. They are real people. Isn't it important to have evidence and witnesses? We have both. Why not bring them back for the governor to investigate thoroughly? After the investigation, if everything is confirmed true, we can be allowed to move south. What if the scouts from the Eastern E country discover our route and lead their troops here soon? There's no time to waste. Let's go back quickly. They had a heated discussion. This group out looking for food was clearly led by Zhang Biao. He agreed with everyone and said, Let's go. We must return quickly. They hurriedly ran away. The area became quiet. Song Qingling watched their backs as they left, thinking they would surely face trouble once they returned. Without a doubt, once they get back to the mountain stronghold and report, the situation will develop beyond their expectations. In power struggles, those who reveal the truth often become sacrificial pawns, with no good ending. They are just stepping stones for those in power to climb higher. From the clues she gathered earlier, she confirmed that the war was fake. The governor believed it completely, otherwise, he would have fled with his family long ago. Since he was so convinced, it meant there was someone high-ranking above him. The governor is the highest official in the province. Above him is a prince with a fief. Why would the prince do this? Shuzhou has fallen. The next target for the Eastern E country is Jinzhou or Longzhou. They might attack both at the same time. But at this critical moment, the mountain road to Longzhou has been blocked, and there are reports of battles in Longzhou. The Eastern E scouts said they were used as pawns by others. Connecting all these clues, Song Qingling understood. She ran towards the station. One of the rulers of several provinces, including Longzhou, the king of Huainan, was scheming secretly, using refugees and soldiers who escaped from Shuzhou to block the mountain road to Longzhou, delaying the enemy's advance. Some of the information was true, some false. Human hearts are dangerous. At this moment, she felt that compared to sudden disasters or natural calamities, the cruelty and unpredictability of human nature were even more frightening.
Huff, huff.
She was gasping for breath but didn't stop. Sweat dripped into her eyes, burning painfully. She raised her hand to wipe it away. The sun was setting, turning the sky orange red like a beautiful natural oil painting, bright and dazzling. The mountain stronghold and the surrounding station were covered in a golden glow. The current situation is like a beautiful sunset, seems stunning and hopeful, but this beauty is just an illusion that won't last long. Suddenly, the dark night falls, and in the darkness, countless monsters hide in the shadows, running wild. After running for a long time, Song Qingling finally reached near the camp. She saw some people rushing towards the mountain village. From their voices, she heard they were talking about a battle between the Dongi people and Longzhou. She arrived too late. From a distance, she saw a crowd of people standing ahead, with more pushing forward. She couldn't squeeze in, so she decided to go back to her place. Around her was so quiet that she could only hear the painful moans of a family she had brought back earlier that morning. She blocked out everything around her and focused entirely on planning for tonight, making sure every step was perfect.
She didn't know how long it had been.
The sky darkened, and she looked around. No one had returned, but she could hear noisy sounds coming from the mountain village.
Spring.
Zhou Wu, Zhou Wu. Zhang Hongyu hurried over. Zhou Wu, I've been looking for you for a long time. Do you know? Something has happened. The sky darkened, and she looked around. No one had returned, but she could hear noisy sounds coming from the mountain village.
Spring.
Zhou Wu, Zhou Wu. Zhang Hongyu hurried over. Zhou Wu, I've been looking for you for a long time. Do you know? Something has happened.
I've heard about it.
What's going on over there? How did the magistrate handle it? She pursed her lips and frowned. The magistrate said those things didn't happen. It's actually a letter from the king of Huainan, saying Longzhou is about to go to war, and it's happening within these 2 days. Song Qingling narrowed her eyes slightly. The king of Huainan was a man who wanted big achievements. She pursed her lips and frowned. The magistrate said those things didn't happen. It's actually a letter from the king of Huainan, saying Longzhou is about to go to war, and it's happening within these 2 days. Song Qingling narrowed her eyes slightly. The king of Huainan was a man who wanted big achievements. He had sold over 1,000 lives in Shuzhou. If this news got for ordinary people like the magistrate, such evidence was enough. But once the Dongi army arrived, it would be destroyed. Everyone would be dead, and there would be no witnesses. A few Dongi people and the person from Xiqiao County were also put in jail. I think something is strange about this, but I can't quite say what, said Zhou Wu. For ordinary people like the magistrate, such evidence was enough. But once the Dongi army arrived, it would be destroyed. Everyone would be dead, and there would be no witnesses. A few Dongi people and the person from Xiqiao County were also put in jail. I think something is strange about this, but I can't quite say what. The risks and surprises were too high, so she didn't dare to say more. Zhang Hongyu's eyes brightened suddenly, as if she thought of something, but then her expression darkened again. We wanted to go south, but we can't go any further here. Life is unpredictable. Who knows? Sometimes, when an opportunity comes, you have to take the risks, and surprises were too high, so she didn't dare to say more. Zhang Hongyu's eyes brightened suddenly, as if she thought of something, but then her expression darkened again. We wanted to go south, but we can't go any further here. Life is unpredictable. Who knows? Song Qingling listened quietly. After a while, the people who had come to watch the mountain village returned. Some discussed where to look for food tomorrow. Others said they would line up by the river after midnight to fetch water, and some complained about the increasing heat and that a few family members were feeling unwell. They mostly chatted about daily life and small trivial matters. They didn't seem very concerned about what had happened today, perhaps because they thought the Dongi country wouldn't cause much trouble. Night fell. Zhang Hongyu reluctantly said goodbye to Song Qingling. She looked at her sharply defined, slightly cold face, and an inexplicable feeling arose in her heart, like a breeze she could feel but couldn't catch. She kept fiddling with the hem of her clothes, tapping it nervously. Spring. Zhou Wu Yu. Song Qingling looked at Zhang Hongyu. Zhang Hongyu wanted to say 1,000 things, but seeing Song Qingling's calm, water-like eyes, she suddenly tightened her grip on her clothes. Zhou Wu, will we see each other again? Song Qingling's lips moved slightly. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Instead, she asked, haven't we just met this time? Yes, that's right. Haha Zhou Wu, I'm going back now. Zhang Hongyu smiled happily, taking a few steps but constantly looking back. Song Qingling watched her figure disappear into the distance. She remembered that Zhang Hongyu's uncle and his family were capable people. The 3 uncles were hunters. Zhang Era learned the skill from them years ago. Their family was hardworking and self-reliant, relying on the mountains for food. On the way to escape hardship, they were a bit better off than ordinary people. The neighbors from the Lin family returned, Tian Huilan, Lin Yuan, and Lin Jian, each carrying vegetable baskets, pulling out some found roots and tree bark. Lin Yuan and Lin Jian, father and son, went out today despite their injuries to look for food. Because they were hurt, they couldn't walk far and didn't catch any prey. Lin Kong was the most seriously injured and couldn't get up. During the day, Su Xiuxiu stayed here to take care of him. Li Fong and Chun Yu's mother didn't know where they had gone. After Tian Huilan returned, her first action was to prepare medicine. Lin Yuan and Lin Jian sat resting. Su Xiuxiu looked longingly into the distance. Dong Tianshi had gone hunting and hadn't come back yet. Annie, how long have Chun Yu and the others been gone? Tian Huilan looked sad. She glanced at her badly injured younger son, her eyes quickly turning red. She hadn't noticed it before, especially in recent days. She increasingly felt that Chun Yu wasn't worth her son's kindness. Su Xiuxiu still stared into the distance, worried about her son. She said, they left at noon and haven't come back. As a familiar figure approached, Su Xiuxiu's tense body suddenly relaxed, and she smiled, saying, Sure Tu is back. Dong Tianshi was carrying 2 wolves on his shoulders, walking quickly and urgently. Everyone nearby was surprised and looked after him, their eyes following the wolves on his back. Dong Tianshi handed 1 wolf to Song Qingling and said seriously, Thank you for giving me acupuncture.
Thanks.
Song Qingling skillfully skinned and processed the wolf. During these hard times, no one wanted to send meat to others, as it might attract attention. She finished handling the wolf meat and proactively gave Su Xiuxiu acupuncture. Just as she returned to her side, Li Fong and her daughter came back. Seeing Dong Tianshi processing the wolf meat, they looked excited but didn't go to see Lin Kong, who was badly injured. Tian Huilan, Lin Yuan, and Lin Jian watched this, feeling heartbroken. Chun Yu. Lin Kong woke up and looked for Chun Yu. I'm here. Chun Yu looked guilty, glancing at Tian Huilan and the others, then ran to sit beside Lin Kong, softly saying, Big Brother Kong, my mother and I went out this afternoon to find herbs for your healing, but we didn't find any. It's my fault. I'm useless. Li Fong followed and pretended to comfort her, saying they had gone far to find herbs in the afternoon. Actually, they ran away to hide because they felt that in such hot weather, constantly traveling outside to find food would make them look dark and ugly, and they didn't want to stay at the camp to watch over Lin Kong. Lin Kong was very touched, his cheeks turned red, and he smiled as he comforted Chun Yu, saying, It's okay, I'm feeling better now. Chun Yu, if you go out in the future, follow my father and the others, so you won't be bullied by bad people. Lin Yuan exclaimed. Lin Jian couldn't listen anymore and turned to leave. Tian Huilan turned her back, raised her hand to hit her chest, and silently shed tears. Song Qingling didn't care about the Lin family's affairs. That night, she cut off a wolf's leg to roast and eat. She also secretly sprinkled some coarse salt on the rest, put it in her basket, and then lay down to sleep. Tonight was definitely going to be a sleepless night. At the mountain stronghold, on the 2nd floor in the central reception hall, Yang Lide paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. For servants fanned him nervously, each sweating heavily, their clothes soaked with sweat, forming water stains. "Master, something's wrong." Elder Deng hurried in quickly. Yang Lide shot him a restless look. "What now?" Elder Deng lowered himself to kneel and apologized. "Your subordinate is incompetent. I failed to notice that the Eastern barbarians and the traitors in the dungeon took the opportunity to bite through the hidden poison in their teeth and committed suicide by poisoning themselves." "What?" Yang Lide took a few steps forward, then ordered the others in the room to leave, leaving only him and Elder Deng. After a moment of silence, Yang Lide suddenly spoke in a deep voice. "Do you think it's strange that the Eastern barbarians suddenly appeared in Tuaming Mountain?" Without anyone fanning him, the overweight Yang Lide grew even more afraid of the heat. Sweat dripped down his forehead, and his fair, plump face was soaked with sweat, shiny as if it were greasy and heated up. He took a towel to wipe his sweat. Elder Deng, almost bowing his head to the ground, rolled his eyes and said, "Your Majesty is wise and mighty. Your humble servant is dull and dares not speak recklessly. But everyone knows that the Eastern barbarians are cunning and treacherous. Their appearance at this critical moment, followed by the news of no war breaking out, and then their suicide, might be because they're afraid of thorough investigation. Could it mean that the front lines are already at war and the conflict is in full swing?" Yang Lide's eyes brightened briefly, but he quickly suppressed his expression. His brow furrowed slightly as he sternly ordered, "Go to the jail immediately and have someone cut off the heads of those Eastie people and the conspirators. Hang them at the front gate as a warning, claiming they were executed according to the law to show the strength of our great nation." He glanced sideways at Master Deng with a fierce look and cold voice. "Do you understand?" Having been an official for many years, Master Deng understood Yang Lide's hidden meaning. He bowed and replied, "I will take care of it immediately." If news spread that the East people had committed suicide by poisoning themselves, people would think Yang Lide had become more powerful. Even the court might see him as incompetent. It would seem that the enemies, the East had tricked him and manipulated him, making him look foolish. Master Deng worked quickly. Not long after, he finished the task. Afterward, he stood in an open space in front of the front gate, looking up at the 9 bloody heads. The dim light reflected on his face, making his expression unclear. As it approached midnight, Song Qingling woke up precisely on time. When something was wrong, she couldn't sleep until she handled it. She avoided patrolling soldiers and entered the underground part of the camp through a hidden entrance on the eastern side. Her goal was clear. She ran swiftly through the underground tunnels and reached the passage, facing the camp's kitchen. She climbed a wooden ladder and gently pushed aside the cover to peek out. Her view was limited, but she could hear someone snoring nearby. During her last reconnaissance, she had checked the spot and knew that important places were guarded. She took out a bamboo pipe filled with a special sleeping powder and blew the smoke upward. After waiting a moment, she listened as the snoring gradually softened, indicating the drug was taking effect. She then took out a mask she had prepared earlier and poured some medicine from a bottle to stimulate alertness, an antidote to the sleeping powder. She put on the mask, lifted the cover, and climbed up. Inside the large kitchen, there were 15 people, some collapsed by the stove, others in the corners. 2 oil lamps lit the room from opposite corners, providing enough light to see. The 6-burner stove is located in the northeast corner of the kitchen. The stove is built with yellow clay walls and has 3 sections running vertically along the west side, separated by a walkway. Each section is about 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, with grains placed on top. She went over to look and saw brown rice, cornmeal, soybeans, and about 3 bushels of each. There were also several baskets of wilted wild vegetables. On the countertop near the stove, there were 10 clay pots, each containing white salt, oil, or brown sugar. On the wall opposite the stove, a whole wall was filled with dried goods, including chicken and rabbit meat, mostly large chunks of meat that looked like wolf or pig meat. All the grains, dried goods, the iron pot on the stove, the water boiling pot, various knives, bowls in the cabinet, vegetable baskets, 6 water tanks with water, 3 empty tanks. All had been taken by her. After gathering everything, she closed the walkway cover and moved on to the next place. This was the same courtyard where she had sneaked in last time by hiding under the cart pushed by the mysterious team. She followed the team and saw that they had moved all the items from the cart into the courtyard. She suspected those items were unusual. From the outside, the courtyard looked plain and small, with a large, spacious training ground behind it. The courtyard seemed unremarkable and was not in the center of the village. Last night, she entered through a tunnel underneath and checked the 2 side rooms above. They were filled with clutter, making them easy to overlook. Outside the main house, more than 20 guards dressed in tight black clothes, with swords at their waists and cold expressions, circled the house, making it almost impossible for even a fly to fly in. Below the courtyard, there was a space with over 10 wooden racks. Some held weapons, others were empty, likely taken by mountain bandits when they moved in. This was also the place with the most access points from the village to the surface. It seemed the designer had planned for emergencies, allowing weapons to be taken from underground storage quietly and quickly. Weapons were very important to the bandits. Without weapons, their fighting ability was halved. In complete silence, inside a house with tightly closed doors and windows covered with thin paper, moonlight shone through, making the room dim. In the most inconspicuous corner of the room, there was a wooden box on the floor. Suddenly, it trembled and slowly tilted to one side. After a while, appeared in the floor, growing larger. A hand reached up from below, searching the side of the box, touching and patting it. In the next moment, the box disappeared. The spot where the box had been placed slowly opened into revealing a pair of shiny black eyes underneath. Song Qingling observed below for a while. When she confirmed there was no danger, she gently opened the lid completely. She stepped onto the wooden ladder underneath and climbed up. The lid was not closed, so she planned to cover it again when she left. She slowly stood up and looked around. The thin paper covering the wooden window reflected the long shadows of people being pulled. Outside, guards were watching carefully. She moved carefully to avoid being seen. The room was about 30 square meters, filled mostly with boxes that took up more than 10 square meters. In the corner of the room, there was a long, roughly 3 meter high, 1 meter wide, half-meter deep bag of sacks stacked vertically. She touched the sacks to confirm they contained grain. She opened a box and saw dazzling, luxurious jewelry and gold. Good, just as she guessed. The items on the carts were treasures that some residents in the wooden house flattered and bribed the local official. This place was like the official's treasury, containing both gifts from others and items he brought from the city. When she arrived at the camp, she could tell that the official was not a good person. Most officials are greedy. Very few are honest and upright. If they are honest, they usually don't last long without protection. It's a harsh reality. She had already thought that since the official was corrupt, he would likely carry some valuables when he fled here. Tonight, her goal was to escape. The key was to create chaos and confusion. Now that she had obtained the most important items, she gathered everything inside the room and hurried back through the passage to the underground space. She moved quickly in the underground area, leaving through the nearest exit to the soldier camp and heading toward a spot she had already chosen, an open space between the refugee camp and the wooden house. After half an hour, she heard someone shout somewhere, "There are lots of gold, silver, jewelry, rice, and grain on the ground. Hurry up and grab them." The shout woke some light sleepers. They rubbed their eyes, sat up, and mumbled sleepily. "Where's the money? What's rice and grain? Who's talking nonsense?" Some, still half asleep, turned over and kept sleeping. Others, disturbed, sat up to check the time. As he looked around, a man saw silver ingots, gold bracelets, and white pearls scattered on the open ground outside the wooden house. His eyes widened in surprise. Then he burst into loud laughter, crawling on his hands and knees, shouting, "Silver! Gold! Lots of money!" The man found a gold necklace, clutched a handful of pearls, and was so excited he almost went crazy, laughing wildly. His laughter woke up the people who had just closed their eyes but hadn't fully fallen asleep. Repeatedly disturbed, some people, impatient, sat up and started scolding. As they cursed, they saw clay pots filled with rough rice bubbling over and wild wolf carcasses nearby. Seeing the gold, silver, and jewelry, their anger suddenly stopped. Instead, they stood up quickly and ran toward the place where there was rice, gold, and silver. There's really money and rice. There's dried meat too, and wolf meat. People near the open space saw this early and shouted for their families to wake up and gather things. But most were afraid because the magistrate was in the village, so they didn't dare to go forward. A few brave ones, driven by greed, ignored the danger and rushed to grab the treasures. The noise grew louder, waking everyone in the camp. At first, they didn't believe there was food and treasure on the ground. But as more and more people ran toward the mountain village, they realized something was wrong. Some who understood the danger quickly told their families to pack up and leave. Others hesitated, tempted by the loot but afraid to join the chaos, standing still and unsure. Those with bold ideas, even from far away, ran recklessly toward the scene. Suddenly, the quiet camp turned into a loud, chaotic mess. People fighting to grab the valuables became frantic, hitting and pushing each other. Some who couldn't get inside waited outside anxiously, rushing in recklessly, trying to break through the crowd. The loud noise naturally woke young Lide, who was dreaming happily of returning to Shuaizhou, imagining a grand feast at his home, with beautiful women singing and dancing. His dream was shattered instantly. He was furious and shouted loudly, "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" Outside, the night guards didn't know what was happening and were sweating nervously. "Master, it's bad." Elder Deng hurried over. "Master, there's a riot. Refugees are fighting over food and treasures." From the bedroom, Yang Lide's sharp voice rang out. "What?" Yang Lide quickly slipped into his shoes, wearing only an undergarment, and hurried out. Master Deng repeated what he had just said and described the scene in detail. "Are many people fighting over it?" Yang Lide asked in disbelief. After asking, he heard outside a loud noise like rolling thunder, which made him imagine how chaotic it must be outside. To have so many refugees fighting over things, there must be a lot of food, gold, and jewelry. But this is outdoors, in Tuaming Mountain. Where could so many of these things come from? Suddenly, he felt a bad feeling rising in his heart. His forehead was sweating profusely, but he didn't bother to wipe it. He called his trusted aide and quickly whispered something in his ear. The aide ran away. About 15 minutes later, the aide returned, looking terrified. Just as he was about to step into the house, because of his nervousness and urgency, he twisted his foot, fell, and rolled inside. Crawling toward young Lide, he shouted, "Sir, everything is gone. All of it is gone." Young Lide felt as if all his strength had been drained. He slumped weakly against the back of his chair, his eyes unfocused.
"Sir."
Fortunately, his aide shouted loudly.
"Yang Lidia's pupils suddenly dilated."
Without hesitation, he rushed out the door. 10 meters outside the camp, no one noticed a person standing on a tall tree. Song Qingling was standing on a tree trunk, wearing a black cloth hat and a black cloth covering her face. She was dressed in tight, dark-colored clothes. At this moment, she was looking straight ahead at the front gate of the camp. Suddenly, the heavy gate was opened from inside, and a group of people came out. The one walking fastest at the front was a chubby man dressed in white, protected in the middle by others. At a glance, she recognized which official was there. In front of the camp's gate, Yang Lide watched as people fought over gold jewelry. Gold bars were flying through the air, snatched by others, then grabbed again. People stepped on each other to climb higher, using others as stairs, stomping them down. Those standing higher grabbed more. On the ground, countless pieces of gold, silver, jewelry, and even some meat were trampled underfoot. Some people knelt on the ground, fiercely fighting for the valuables. Even when they were hurt and covered in bruises, they kept fighting. Others, wounded, suddenly realized they should escape and desperately tried to break free, running away. Yang Lide's emotions broke down. He covered his head with both hands and screamed.
Someone help.
Catch them. Hurry. All his treasures had been stolen by others, especially by these lowly refugees. He was so furious that he lost his mind. His only thought was to get his treasures back. The governor ordered the soldiers, who were originally guarding the mountain stronghold, to abandon their posts and go stop the people fighting over resources. But nearly 1,000 refugees were involved, and over 200 soldiers rushing in was useless, like dropping a few drops of water into a river. Seeing the chaos getting out of control, Yang Lide was so anxious he jumped in place. Find people at the camp. Get someone to come and catch these troublemakers. A few soldiers received the order and rode off quickly. 15 minutes later, 600 soldiers from the camp arrived. Some residents living in wooden houses volunteered, saying they wanted to use their personal guards to help. For Yang Lide, this was great news. He waved his hand, urging them to act quickly. In a tree, Song Qingling's face was mostly covered with black cloth, only her eyes and eyebrows visible, cold like winter. She drew her bow, ready to shoot. This was the best moment. An arrow shot out swiftly, flying straight toward Yang Lide, who was over 20 meters away. The arrow hit him in the forehead, piercing through his head. Yang Lide fell to the ground with a loud thump. Everyone nearby was shocked and screamed loudly. A few quick-thinking soldiers looked up to see where the arrow came from, but the trees nearby were empty. Sir. In the chaos, someone took advantage of the moment when no one was watching and ran into the mountain stronghold, rushing toward Yang Lide's room. Song Qingling, who had left, arrived near the camp. She crouched in the shadows, watching carefully. Several soldiers, each a captain, gathered together. On the ground in front of them, there were piles of rice and flour at intervals, some in sacks, some in bowls, and dried meat, wolf carcasses, and various treasures like gold and silver jewelry, showing wealth and power. So the news was true. These things really appeared out of nowhere. Their eyes widened in amazement. Their dry, chapped mouths pressed tightly, swallowing saliva repeatedly. Their food was limited every day. This year's drought was severe. In the first half of the year, they could get rice from the army in limited amounts, but it gradually ran out later. Especially after the Easti Nation's surprise attack, they fled to Tuaming Mountain. Now, they only had 2 small, fist-sized steamed buns each day. One soldier could drink a barrel of water, but it was filtered twice through cloth, so the amount was reduced. The weather was hot, and they wore heavy armor, sweating a lot. They had to drink often. A barrel of water was barely enough for the afternoon, then they had to wait until the next day for more. These things. At that moment, a soldier on horseback approached. He dismounted and reported, "Sir, the mountain stronghold was attacked suddenly. The lord was shot and unfortunately died on the spot." When each centurion heard the news, they were all stunned and wide-eyed. The young soldier continued reporting the situation outside the camp. "The refugees are going crazy. The soldiers who went to support earlier are evacuating. I don't know the current situation. What should we do now, centurions?" The centurions looked at each other, their eyes glinting with greed as they noticed the rice, flour, gold, silver, and jewelry. They understood each other's thoughts instantly and bent down to start grabbing the rice, flour, and treasure. With the death of the governor and no leader, the chaos among the refugees was uncontrolled. Whatever these valuables were, they were taken by the refugees. The soldiers were few and lacked enough strength to guard both the camp and the outside, so they could only accept the blame for neglect. Even if they were punished later, for now, grabbing the rice and flour meant filling their stomachs, and hiding the gold and silver meant they could take it home later for their families. The young soldier who reported the news saw what was happening, hesitated for a moment, then also started grabbing. Even the centurions with higher ranks were stealing, so he thought, why not join in? They had limited hands and couldn't carry everything, so they took off their heavy armor, hats, and clothes, stuffing as much as they could inside. Gradually, the soldiers guarding the camp noticed something was wrong. When the bandits sent troops to request support earlier, they overheard the reason for the rescue, which made them curious. Since it was night and they were some distance away, they couldn't see clearly what the centurions were doing. only faintly noticing their movements back and forth. Some brave soldiers secretly crept closer to see what was happening. Once they saw, they couldn't go back and join the theft. More soldiers ran over as the number of thieves grew. In the shadows, Song Qingling watched everything unfold. All the rice, flour, gold, silver, and jewelry came from the governor's treasury, the bandits' kitchen, with 2/3 of the grain and half of the valuables taken. She had many wolf corpses in her space, so she decided to take them all out at once. She didn't take things like salt and water, as she kept those for herself. With the centurions leading, the young soldiers had no hesitation. With money and food right in front of them, not taking them would be foolish. The camp was now empty. Seeing that it was almost over, Song Qingling ran wildly toward the camp. Even if the soldiers saw her, she wasn't afraid. They were too caught up in the chaos, and with the governor dead and no one to control them, no one cared anymore. She reached the camp, looked around carefully, and listened closely. There are also horses at the camp. She ran toward the sound and found a fenced area made of rough wooden planks, with 8 horses tied inside with ropes. She opened the fence, led away a horse she liked, pushed aside the barrier blocking her way, and tied the horse to a nearby tree. She then killed the other horses one by one with a dagger, piercing their throats, and stored them in a space. It took her some time to deal with this. Her hands were covered in blood, and her sleeves were soaked. The weather was dry, so the blood dried quickly and stuck to her hands, which was uncomfortable. More importantly, she was traveling at night, and the smell of blood could attract wild animals. Song Qingling was about to wipe her hands with a dry cloth when she heard hoofbeats coming from a small path behind her. She looked up and saw a person riding a horse rushing toward her. In a few seconds, the horse was almost level with her, but there were many large trees between them, a few meters apart. The rider slowly turned his head, and Song Qingling saw him. He saw her too. They stared at each other from a distance. The night was dark, so neither of them could see each other's face clearly. Song Qingling ran to cut the rope tying the horse with her dagger, then quickly mounted the horse. When the rider saw her move, he shouted loudly, and with a few cracking sounds, he whipped the horse's rear, making it kick and run faster. The horses began to chase each other through the woods. Song Qingling squeezed her legs around the horse's belly, held the reins tightly in one hand, and whipped the horse a few times with her other hand. After increasing her speed, she sat upright, put the whip away, and took out her bow and arrow, aiming ahead. The ride was bumpy, and trees blocked her view, making it hard to see. She waited for the right moment and shot 2 arrows in quick succession. The arrows flew through the air. One arrow missed slightly, grazing past the horse's body, while the other hit its left front hoof. The horse let out a painful neigh, lifted its front leg, and reared up. The rider on its back was thrown backward. If he hadn't held onto the reins in time, he would have fallen off. Seizing the moment, Song Qingling shot 2 more arrows at the injured horse's throat. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The horse collapsed and could not get up, gradually losing its response. Song Qingling rode her horse around the person, turning half a circle, looking down at him from above. The person's face was covered with a black cloth, and it seemed his eyes were closed. The lighting was poor, so it was hard to see clearly. She lifted one foot over the horse's back, skillfully dismounted, and tied the horse to a nearby tree. Her steps grew closer to the fallen person, getting nearer and nearer. She bent down to check on him. Just at this critical moment, the person suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. His hand, hidden underneath him, quickly rose, clutching a small dagger tightly, and stabbed fiercely at Song Qingling. It was very close, so she couldn't dodge. He thought he could kill her with one strike, showing a triumphant sneer in his eyes. However, Song Qingling didn't dodge. She remained calm despite the sudden attack. The moment he moved, she also struck back, her right hand lightning fast reaching for his wrist holding the dagger. They were so close, faster than anyone else. The dagger's tip was about to touch her chest clothing, but her face showed no emotion. As the dagger moved further, her fingers gripped his wrist, pinching the joint with force. Several sounds. The veins on his forehead bulged, his eyes filled with pain, and he let out a scream. His hand, trembling intensely from the sharp pain, opened, and the dagger fell downward. Taking advantage of his pain, Song Qingling caught the falling dagger with her hand. She grabbed his collar and pulled him toward herself, then swung the dagger across his neck. He collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his neck. He was not dead yet, eyes half closed, mouth opening and closing. She forcefully stabbed the dagger into his heart, the entire blade going in, then pulled it out with effort. Now he was truly dead. She tore off the cloth covering his face. Recognizing who he was, it was that master. It turned out he was the backup left by the king of Huainan. Song Qingling searched Deng's body. He carried 2 bulging bags, which had fallen to the ground from her horse earlier. She checked every corner carefully. In the end, she found over 20 taels of silver, more than 10 jin of coarse rice and cornmeal in small bags, a small jar of snow salt weighing about 100 grams, 5 dried bread cakes, 2 hidden daggers for self-defense, 2 sets of clean clothes, 8 leather water bags, and a household registration document. These were just what she found on the surface. It was clearly more complicated than that. She searched his entire body several times, tearing open his clothes and shoes, but found nothing. Her gaze settled on Deng's head. She removed the wooden bamboo leaf-shaped hairpin from his head, gently touching it with her fingertips to examine it. When her index finger felt between the bamboo leaves, something seemed off. She took out a medium-thickness iron needle and pressed downward at the connection between the leaves and the pin's body. The tip immediately showed signs of opening and closing. She tentatively twisted it with her hand and easily opened it, revealing a tightly rolled piece of paper inside. Carefully opening it, she found a secret letter exchanged between the king of Huainan and the prefect of Xuzhou. The letter mentioned plans for the war in Longzhou, blocking mountain roads, and so on. It also bore the seal of the king of Huainan.